At Lu Yi's forgiveness, she would just continue to strive. Because the reason Lu Yi sealed his heart and severed love was that he couldn't forget them. And once a new woman appears and Lu Yi is willing to enter a new relationship, what does that mean? It means that Lu Yi is trying to break out of their Eight-za encirclement, willing to believe in love again, and willing to completely forget them. 8. How can this be? Yu Hongling's eyes were completely red, and at this moment, her eyes erupted with intense killing intent. She would rather die than let senior brother forget her. She would rather die than let senior brother fall in love with someone else. Go to hell! Yu Hongling roared, her fists forming a seal, the mountain-crushing seal carrying terrifying power, intending to shatter Shen Zitong. Shen Zitong's lips curled slightly. Congratulations, you are the first person to attack her. The last one who attacked her was the Heavenly Dao, which couldn't be considered a person. Shen Zitong gently raised her hand. Her hands were slender and delicate, and she lightly collided with the mountain-crushing seal. Lu Yi instantly opened his eyes. Even when cultivating, even with the system deliberately concealing his aura, he could sense the killing intent. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a colorful figure retreating and falling towards him. This aura is Heavenly Dao. No, it's system. Lu Yi didn't think too much and immediately supported the woman in front of him. He intended to support her, but he didn't expect this woman to forcefully burrow into his embrace. Oh my, this ex-wife is so powerful, I can't defeat her. I'll kill you. Yu Hongling was completely insane, her figure like an arrow released from a bowstring, rushing towards Shen Zitong. This seal was called the Heaven Contending Seal. It could be said to be the strongest killing move Yu Hongling could use at her current realm. Yu Hongling truly hated Shen Zitong to death. Lu Yi's eyes revealed killing intent. Kill her. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and killing Yu Hongling with the Celestial Venerable Fist would not be an insult to her. Unexpectedly, Shen Zitong grabbed Lu Yi's arm with one hand. Brother, it's all little sister's fault, don't blame her, don't kill her. Lu Yi. When the system said this, Lu Yi's entire body got goosebumps. The Celestial Venerable Fist dispersed, and Lu Yi struck out with a palm. Boom! Yu Hongling spat blood and flew backward. Lu Yi. Yu Hongling fell in the courtyard, letting out a mournful cry. In her eyes, there was extreme grief. Lu Yi looked at her with a cold expression, still holding Shen Zitong in his arms. At this moment, Yu Hongling felt that Lu Yi was farther away from her than ever before, so far that he was untouchable and could not be looked at directly. Senior brother. Yu Hongling's voice turned pleading. Don't treat me like this, you can't treat me like this. Lu Yi's face suddenly showed a hint of a smile. Undeniably, seeing Yu Hongling's state at this moment, he did start to feel a perverted sense of satisfaction again. How did I treat you? When I was crossing tribulation, 8 yin-yang devouring Gu, 8 kinds of potent poison. Primordial morning mist, ha ha ha, this kind of thing, something that is only used to torment the most hated person, you can also put it on his body. Live well, live the most painful life. 3 breaths, if you don't leave, you will die. 3, 2, Yu Hongling got up. She was going to find Master, to ask Master to persuade senior brother. She was going to find Master. 1. Yu Hongling's figure fled into the distance in a very sorry state. Master, what should I do? What should I do? Chapter 112, Dog Bucket Part 2. Yu Hongling ran away. The sorrow Lu Yi had been suppressing erupted even more fiercely. He lowered his head to look at the figure the system had manifested, and couldn't help but rub his temples. The woman the system had manifested was indeed beautiful, truly deserving the title of the most beautiful in the 9 heavens, but Lu Yi currently had no interest in women. Even if the system was very appealing, he wasn't interested. Was it fun? After Yu Hongling left, the system stopped pretending. Ding ding ding, it was fun, extremely fun. Then shall I play with you? Ding, you're dreaming. Shen Zitong's figure turned into a stream of light and merged into Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi. What a headache. This damn system had said before that she would turn into a woman, and even though he refused, she still changed. So, was his refusal for nothing? The system had no gender. When she took human form during the crossing tribulation in the previous life, she appeared in the likeness of ancient and modern Celestial Venerable. It was because the system borrowed ancient and modern Celestial Venerable's Tao of time and was too lazy to change forms again. After you turn into a human, are you still going to find Sun Ruowei to play? Lu Yi asked. Ding, of course, we are kindred spirits. Lu Yi was truly stuck between crying and laughing. If the system turned into a man, he feared he could get Sun Ruowei completely under his thumb. Be quiet for now, I need to cultivate. Don't cause any more trouble. Ding, HMPH. Lu Yi took a deep breath, wiped away a tear, and suppressed the pain in his heart. He wanted to cultivate, but his mind was once again unsettled. Now that you've become human, are you going to give yourself a name? Lu Yi asked. Ding, I've already chosen one. You can even choose names. Ding, this system is unparalleled in wisdom. Choosing a name is effortless. Now, this system's name is Shen Zitong. Lu Yi, that's too ugly. I think as your master, I can give you a much better name. Ding, ugly. Then you try giving me one. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Go Shi Tong, what do you think? Ding, dog Lu Yi, dog Lu Yi, dog Lu Yi. Ding 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 ding. After cursing the dog system, Lu Yi's mind finally cleared. Continue cultivating. The northwestern part of the Great Wilderness. The great battle had already ended. The foreign race allied forces were indeed fierce, wiping out the Nine-Li dynasty, the Supreme Emperor dynasty, and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect in one go. The Yin-Yang Law sect couldn't stop trembling. If they hadn't been located away from the northwestern direction, they feared they would have already collapsed as well. What did you say? The Demon Emperor's eyes, like bronze bells, stared at Danqing Shangren. Behind him, the Black Banner danced. During this time, the Black Banner seemed even more terrifying. Too many souls flickered in and out of sight within the black mist, each soul in extreme pain, their faces contorted. Originally, most of the souls were demons. Now, there were many more human souls. Our Mountain and River Pagoda sect truly doesn't have a single heavenly spiritual treasure left now. Danqing Shangren's face was full of bitterness. It could only be said that at this moment, the Mountain and River Pagoda sect was truly at its poorest since its founding. Even the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda, a heavenly spiritual treasure that didn't have much substantial function but was the epitome of beauty, was gone. What else could be left? Boom! The Demon Emperor instantly struck, slamming a palm heavily onto Danqing Shangren's body. Danqing Shangren immediately spat blood and flew out. I'll give you one more chance. Now, answer me, where are the Mountain and River Pagoda sect's spiritual treasures? The Demon Emperor asked through gritted teeth. He had already surrendered, yet he still dared to trick him like an idiot. Who gave this fellow such guts? Danqing Shangren wasn't angry. He just felt a bit pathetic. At the last moment, he lost his gamble. He had originally thought he could kill Shangguan Wanling before self-destructing, which would show some backbone. But Shangguan Wanling also escaped, and by now, he had lost the courage to self-destruct. Pathetic, lamentable. They were tricked away by one person. Danqing Shangren said in a calm voice. The Demon Emperor's expression became even more ferocious. Tricked away. All of them tricked away. All of them. Not just the Mountain and River Pagoda sect spiritual treasures, but also the Supreme Emperor dynasty's spiritual treasures. All were tricked away by one person. You must want to enter my 10,000 soul banner. The Demon Emperor threw another punch. Danqing Shangren spat blood and flew backward, his aura weak. Danqing Shangren smiled with relief. Perhaps, entering the 10,000 soul banner was a good ending. He truly didn't know how he could face the sect's ancestors if he entered the path of reincarnation. Entering the 10,000 soul banner, at least he wouldn't enter reincarnation and wouldn't have such worries. Although the Demon Emperor seemed exceptionally irritable, he was actually a master with a careful mind hidden beneath his roughness. He had been carefully observing Danqing Shangren. It seemed this old fellow wasn't lying. But how was that possible? No matter what, you are the sect leader of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect. Your intelligence is online no matter what. All the spiritual treasures were tricked away by one person, even the heavenly spiritual treasures were tricked away. No, who has such advanced deception skills? Tell me, what exactly happened? The Demon Emperor's ferocious expression became calm, his eyes narrowed, sending chills down one's spine. Danqing Shangren's expression shifted. Okay, since he was allowed to speak, then he would speak. Anyway, judging by Shangguan Wanling's escape technique, he absolutely couldn't catch her. Then let others catch her. As long as she lived miserably, he would have gotten his revenge. It's like this. Shangguan Hongtian has a daughter named Shangguan Wanling, who said she was a great emperor reborn. She showed us an extremely terrifying cultivation method. As long as one devours the origin of treasures, one's strength can increase. It's called the origin devouring heaven scripture. She also has a secret technique that can instantly raise her cultivation by a major realm. She knew everything, both the secrets of the past and the events of the future. She knew them clearly, so we believed her in our desperate situation. Knowing the past and future was something Danqing Shangren fabricated. This way, it made him seem less stupid and increased the credibility of what Shangguan Wanling had said. Danqing Shangren recounted the events in detail. 8 parts truth, 1 part falsehood. The demon emperor's eyes held a strange look. A great emperor reborn. He would go ask Shangguan Hongtian again. Shangguan Hongtian's current state was also one of vacant eyes, confined within the heavenly prison. He had never imagined that one day, the Supreme Emperor Dynasty's heavenly prison would imprison him. Your daughter is a great emperor reborn, the demon emperor asked. Shangguan Hongtian suddenly looked up. Without saying a word, he lowered his head again. Ha ha ha, you are truly miserable, tricked so badly by your own daughter. It's truly pathetic. Shangguan Hongtian's fists clenched tightly. Veins bulged. As her father, you should understand your daughter best. Do you think this matter of your daughter being a great emperor reborn is true or false? Shangguan Hongtian finally made a decision. You want to know. The demon emperor grabbed Shangguan Hongtian by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Do you still think you're the emperor of the Supreme Emperor dynasty? Tell me honestly. Overwhelming killing intent enveloped Shangguan Hongtian's entire body. Shangguan Hongtian had never suffered such great humiliation in his life. Shangguan Wanling, it's all your damn fault. I can determine Shangguan Wanling's location through the Supreme Emperor Seal. Chapter 113 The Seriousness of the Matter Part 3. The Supreme Emperor Seal has been swallowed by Shangguan Wanling. That is a heavenly spiritual treasure. And this Supreme Emperor Seal, however, is a royal bloodline spell. It is branded within the royal bloodline. If anyone kills a royal bloodline member, the Supreme Emperor Seal will fall upon them. Although there have been accidents. For example, his 2 sons both died in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, yet no mark fell upon anyone else. The demon emperor smiled. Great emperor reborn, whether true or false, he wanted to see it for himself. If it were true, perhaps it would bring him immense benefits. Where is she? Shangguan Hongtian began to sense. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Great Dao sect. The demon emperor also murmured, Great Dao sect. The myriad spirits demon emperor's next target seems to be the Great Dao sect. It was a disciple of the Great Dao sect, Lu Yi, ranked first on the Eternal Paragon ranking, who killed all the demon clans heavens chosen. Lu Yi has become a major threat to the myriad spirits demon emperor. Actually, originally, the demon emperor and the myriad spirits demon emperor had a dispute over their next course of action. The demon emperor wanted to attack the Central Province dynasty, as in terms of human clan numbers, the Central Province dynasty is the most densely populated area of the human clan. If this place were taken, he dared not even imagine how much pleasure his 10,000 soul banner would bring him. However, since Shangguan Wanling, suspected to be a great emperor reborn, is in the Great Dao sect, he is no longer fixated on attacking the Central Province dynasty. There is no need to tell the myriad spirits demon emperor about the great emperor's rebirth. After a moment of thought, the demon emperor left the heavenly prison. He took out a transmission stone. Wanling, you can attack the Great Dao sect now, I agree. Ha ha ha, you've finally seen the light. Then gather the great army and slaughter the Great Dao sect clean. Upon hearing this, the vermilion bird spread its wings and flew towards the Great Dao sect. Great Dao sect, Bai Lan Peak. Yu Hongling's speed was swift, and she rushed into Bai Chulin's Taoist courtyard with a bang. Inside the Taoist courtyard, Shangguan Wanling was carefully examining her current cultivation situation. The invincible great path cannot be taken. Fortunately, she had not yet broken through to the transcending tribulation realm. She was seeing if there was any other method to change her great Tao. Sun Ruowei was feeling Bai Chulin's pulse, deeply understanding Bai Chulin's current condition. Master, senior brother brought another woman, a woman we don't know. Yu Hongling shouted loudly, her eyes filled with anxiety and sadness. Bai Chulin's arm trembled violently. Shangguan Wanling opened her eyes in an instant. Sun Ruowei quietly left, not making a sound, and hid behind a tree. You talk, pretend I don't exist, I can't hear anything. He didn't just find another woman, but even our previous life. Hongling. Bai Chulin shouted sternly. Sun Ruowei's ears were perked up higher than antennas. Yu Hongling's voice paused. Bai Chulin instantly rushed towards Sun Ruowei. Bai Chulin, if you throw me out again, I will fight you to the death. Sun Ruowei said loudly, her voice hoarse. But she was still no match for Bai Chulin and was grabbed and thrown out directly. Bai Chulin, I will not live under the same sky as you. From now on, our friendship is broken. Bai Chulin, I beg you, please, let me listen. I absolutely will not tell anyone else. I beg you, please, let me listen. I'll just listen once. Bai Chulin waved her hand, and Sun Ruowei was instantly frozen. Of course, it was impossible to freeze her into an ice sculpture like Li Jian Shangren, she was just sealed. Then the barrier opened. Sun Ruowei's eyes blinked, her eyeballs darting around, a tear rolled down, and was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture again. Bai Chulin, I hate you. The barrier closed. Bai Chulin looked at Yu Hongling immediately. What's going on? What exactly is going on? She was very flustered, so flustered that she didn't even realize it herself. Master, senior brother has a new woman, he doesn't want us anymore, he completely doesn't want us anymore. Bai Chulin's face turned pale. Shangguan Wanling's heart suddenly leapt to her throat. That's not right. With Lu Yi's fickle nature, isn't it normal for him to find another woman? It's not a big deal. Yu Hongling is purely just someone who likes to make a fuss and overreact. Making a fuss, Lu Yi is a playboy by nature. If he can hold back when we're temporarily gone, that would be strange. Yu Hongling, haven't you gotten used to it yet? Calm down, Shangguan Wanling said. Neither of them paid attention to her. What exactly is going on? Tell me in more detail. Bai Chulin's expression was extremely solemn. Today, didn't I hear that senior brother was back and went to look for him? At first, no one answered when I knocked on the door, and I didn't feel anything unusual. I was about to leave, but the door actually opened. Opening the door was a woman, a very beautiful woman. Even in my previous life, I had never seen such a beautiful woman. I felt an unparalleled sense of amazement. Bai Chulin's face became even more solemn. But master, do you know what the first thing such a beautiful woman said to me was? Yu Hongling recalled that sentence and immediately burst into tears in front of Bai Chulin. What did she say? Bai Chulin felt that Yu Hongling must have suffered a great psychological shock. She said her name was Shen Zitong, and she asked if I was Yu Hongling, one of Lu Yi's 8 former wives. Master, senior brother told her about the previous life, she knows everything. Senior brother believes her, senior brother actually believes her to this extent, Yu Hongling said, crying. Bai Chulin's expression changed dramatically, her face becoming even paler. She felt her heart beating uncontrollably, a tearing pain appearing in her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. How could this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She knew what kind of person Lu Yi was. Such a loyal person had been betrayed by 8 women at the same time. There was a 90% chance that he would no longer believe in any love. How could Lu Yi find another woman in such a short time and even tell her about the previous life? Time reversal. This matter is absolutely a huge deal. It is not only related to their personal cultivation but also to the future development of heaven and earth. Various terrifying wars, where they originated, why they came. The methods of various powerhouses, their trump cards. The location of various treasures, and how to obtain them. Too much, too much. What's the big deal? I also told people that I am a great emperor reborn. Yu Hongling, you cry really ugly, it's completely unnecessary, Shangguan Wanling said indifferently. Shut up. Bai Chulin couldn't help but scold Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling hadn't been surprised by the large amount of information she heard before, but now she was directly stunned by Bai Chulin's scolding. Bai Chulin had always been like a big sister, or even an elder, gentle and virtuous, knowledgeable and sensible. But now, she was actually scolding her so sternly. Telling her to shut up. At this moment, Shangguan Wanling finally vaguely began to understand the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 114. That's all right. 4th update. Bai Chulin's chest heaved violently. After scolding Shangguan Wanling, she looked at Yu Hongling, not even having time to calm her emotions. And then she said, if senior brother forgives us, it means he doesn't love us anymore. If he doesn't forgive us, that's when he loves us. She made me choose, whether to choose forgiveness without love, or love without forgiveness. Forgiveness means letting go of past love. As long as there is love, the pain caused by being betrayed by a loved one will not disappear. Which one to choose? Bai Chulin felt that she would definitely choose the first one. As long as she was forgiven, this love that shouldn't exist could be discarded. However, when she truly had to choose, she felt a painful sensation, unable to make a choice. Neither of these seemed to be the answer she longed for. I was furious at the time, so I attacked that woman, but do you know what she did? Mentioning this matter, Yu Hongling's anger became uncontrollable, surging upwards. She felt like flames were about to erupt from her head. It was only because she was a cultivator. If an ordinary person got this angry, their heart might stop. What did she do? Shangguan Wanling asked weakly. I attacked her, and my attack felt like hitting cotton, completely defended by her, but she shamelessly pretended to be knocked back and directly burrowed into senior brother's arms. Ah, I'm going to die of anger. Remembering this incident, Yu Hongling's anger rose another level, and even her nose started bleeding. For cultivators, this was simply impossible, but it happened to Yu Hongling. Shangguan Wanling couldn't help but click her tongue. This angry. It seemed the matter was truly quite serious. Also, when senior brother saw me knock that woman back, before that woman even said anything, my senior brother actually used the Celestial Venerable Fist. That was the Celestial Venerable Fist. The most crucial thing is, that woman actually pleaded for me, saying it was all her little sister's fault. Ah, she's so scheming. Yu Hongling's voice was filled with immense grief and indignation. Bai Chulin's chest heaved even more violently. Although she wasn't there, listening to Yu Hongling's description, she felt a surge of furious anger soaring into the sky. Master, you tell me, how can she be so scheming? How could senior brother now like such a scheming woman? Shangguan Wanling also fell silent. She wasn't too foolish actually, she had once heard a saying from her mother. So she spoke that saying. Sometimes, what women consider scheming, in the eyes of men, is clearly a gentle and considerate little sister. Can you please shut up? I beg you, just shut up, don't make me any angrier. Yu Hongling was practically pleading with Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling. Normally, if Yu Hongling pleaded with her like this, her tail would definitely be wagging proudly. But now, she surprisingly felt a sense of empathy. Bai Chulin took a deep breath, constantly calming the fire in her heart. She even used Taiyan power to make her emotions become cold. Hongling, don't be angry, perhaps, she is deliberately trying to provoke you, Bai Chulin comforted. Yu Hongling was suffering. Master, I know she's deliberately provoking me, but I really can't control myself. Among the 8 of us, there are foolish ones and stubborn ones, but never one this scheming. How can she be that scheming? You calm down first, I'll go talk to Lu Yi. No, master, you can't go, you'll be angered to death. Don't worry, I won't. Bai Chulin was actually not confident in her heart, but she couldn't not go, because she also wanted to see what kind of peerless beauty the woman who could appear by Lu Yi's side at this time was. How could she replace them? No, Shangguan Wanling, you go. Because the two didn't get along, Shangguan Wanling usually called Yu Hongling by her full name, and Yu Hongling also called her by her full name. Lu Yi Gerger will beat me to death, Shangguan Wanling quickly shook her head. Last time in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, Lu Yi immediately attacked her viciously the moment he saw her, it was only because she ran fast. Now she was being told to face Lu Yi again. She wouldn't dare. What are you afraid of? Lu Yi won't kill anyone in the Great Dao sect, Yu Hongling said angrily. Shangguan Wanling hesitated, I don't really believe that. Think about it yourself, you are still in the joining Dao realm now. Having integrated this trace of weak invincible great path, your future prospects are ruined. Let alone returning to the great emperor realm, you won't even be able to cross the heavenly tribulation of the transcending tribulation realm. Senior brother has a deep understanding of the great Dao. Last life, he didn't succeed in changing the great Dao because your realm was too high. Now you are only in the joining Dao realm, if you change the great Dao, it's just right. Yu Hongling couldn't bear to let master take the risk, so it was just right to let Shangguan Wanling, this fool, go. Shangguan Wanling was indeed a bit moved. Yes, if Lu Yi was willing to help her, she might really be able to recondense her great Dao, condense a stronger great Dao. The invincible great path was no longer the strongest in Shangguan Wanling's heart now. As for the Great Dao, it wasn't about whether it was suitable for Shangguan Wanling or not, but rather when Shangguan Wanling was integrating her Dao, she integrated whichever one she thought was awesome. Fine, anyway, I also have the Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape. If worst comes to worst, I can still run away. That's right, you can run away, Yu Hongling nodded. Then I'm going. Go, go. Bai Chulin seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Shangguan Wanling left. Yu Hongling couldn't hold on any longer, she hugged Bai Chulin, buried her head in her chest, and began to cry, sobbing. Woo-woo-woo master, senior brother really might not want us anymore woo-woo-woo. Bai Chulin looked blankly into the distance. She didn't even know what she should be thinking right now. Shangguan Wanling arrived at Lu Yi's residence. She was not unfamiliar with this place, she had stayed here for a period of time back then. At that time, in this courtyard, Chu Ling practiced swordsmanship, Yu Hongling practiced her turtle-style boxing, and a little red bird stood on a branch playing with spitting fire. Scenes from the past appeared in Shangguan Wanling's heart. And now, this courtyard was empty, and even overgrown with weeds. It seemed like no one had cleaned it for a long time. That's right, Chu Ling wasn't here, who would clean this courtyard? Yu Hongling. Don't be ridiculous, she wouldn't even pull out a single blade of grass if this courtyard turned into a grassland. Ready to activate the Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape at any moment. Shangguan Wanling stepped forward and knocked on Lu Yi's door. Lu Yi was still cultivating. Above his head, Shen Zitong's figure appeared, but it was just a wisp of misty energy, not a solid form. Shen Zitong looked curiously. Come, come, let me see who has come again. Fight me. Shangguan Wanling. Ah, then it's fine. Chapter 115 Just Be a Master Part 5. Yes, it's fine now. Shen Zitong returned to Lu Yi's body, becoming the pure system, meticulous in every way. As for Shangguan Wanling, the system really didn't want to deal with her. Because it was worried this thing would lower its IQ. It had finally become clever, and absolutely didn't want to become stupid again. Shangguan Wanling knocked on the door. Knocked on the door. Knocked on the door. Ah, it seems no one is home. She breathed a sigh of relief. Not being home was perfect, she would go back then. Shangguan Wanling went back. What were you talking about inside? Sun Ruowei had secretly followed all the way, only to see Shangguan Wanling knocking on Lu Yi's door, and failing to open it. She had expected to witness some major gossip, but ended up with nothing. She still couldn't hold back and popped out, stopping Shangguan Wanling to ask. Yu Hongling said Lu Yi found a particularly beautiful woman, and told me to come see what she looked like. Yu Hongling likes Lu Yi. Does Bai Chulin also like Lu Yi? Do you also like Lu Yi? Why do you all like Lu Yi? What is Lu Yi's identity? A string of questions poured out. It was clear that Sun Ruowei was truly parched for gossip. That's right, we all once liked Lu Yi. Bai Chulin walked out with a dark face, looking at Sun Ruowei somewhat helplessly. Eat less gossip, and you'll have a lot more happiness. Sun Ruowei gritted her teeth. If I don't eat gossip, I'll die. Bai Chulin. She'd pulled Shangguan Wanling into a barrier. Sun Ruowei couldn't help but scratch her head, pacing back and forth. So annoying. How was it? Did you see that woman? Bai Chulin asked impatiently. No. No one paid attention to you. Shangguan Wanling didn't know what was going on either, maybe they weren't home. I'll go see. Bai Chulin couldn't hold back anymore. She headed towards Lu Yi's residence. As soon as Sun Ruowei moved, a layer of frost froze her directly. Sun Ruowei roared in her heart, Bai Chulin, if I don't avenge this, I, Sun Ruowei, swear not to be human. When I know everything, if I don't laugh you to death, I won't be Sun Ruowei. Bai Chulin arrived at the door. She took a deep breath, making herself calm. She knocked on the door. The door opened. A face of exquisite beauty appeared before Bai Chulin. Although Yu Hongling had described Shen Zitong as exceptionally beautiful, even though Bai Chulin was mentally prepared, the moment she truly saw her, an indescribable sense of astonishment arose. In this world, could there really be such a perfect person? Shen Zitong looked Bai Chulin up and down, her gaze focusing on Bai Chulin's chest, a thoughtful light flickering in her eyes. Greetings, Master. Disciple Shen Zitong. Shen Zitong bowed slightly, performing the disciple's thank you. Bai Chulin frowned, stepping aside, unwilling to accept this thank you. I am not your master, and you are not my disciple. You don't need to perform this kind of thank you towards me, Bai Chulin said seriously. Shen Zitong smiled lightly. Master is joking. Disciple is now with brother, and we are deeply in love. In the future, I will certainly be brother's Dao companion. As the saying goes, a wife follows her husband wherever he goes. Since master is brother's master, then you should also be Zitong's master. Therefore, master can completely accept this thank you. But you are not Lu Yi's Dao companion. Bai Chulin's expression was stern. Shen Zitong's expression was a little strange. Master's words, why do I not understand? In the vast 9 heavens, there are countless masters and disciples. I have never heard of a master interfering with their disciples' search for a Dao companion. Does master not feel that your possessiveness towards your disciple is too high? Bai Chulin's eyebrow twitched, and her voice already contained anger. As the saying goes, a master for a day is a father for life. As a master, why can't I interfere with my disciple's search for a Dao companion? What master says is right. Zitong will respectfully follow your teachings. By the way, in not too long, I will be forming a Dao companion ceremony with brother. At that time, I will have to trouble master to be the witness. You don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying, you are not Lu Yi's Dao companion. Master, brother and I are deeply in love. I said I don't agree. Shen Zitong blinked innocently. If master doesn't agree, then you should also say where the point of disagreement is, right? Please rest assured, master, Zitong will change. Why disagree? Bai Chulin looked Shen Zitong up and down, wanting to find Shen Zitong's flaws. But the more she looked, the more shocked she became. Flaws? Where are the flaws? Why would there be such a perfect woman in this world? What is your origin? Bai Chulin asked. Disciple is the daughter of the sect leader of the Profound Dao sect, with a clean background. Profound Dao sect. It was indeed a renowned sect, second only to the 5 great sects, and a first-class power in the great wilderness. She had indeed occasionally heard that the sect leader of the Profound Dao sect had a daughter whom he doted on immensely, holding her in his palm for fear of losing her, and rarely letting her show her face, fearing she might be abducted by some rogue cultivator. Clean background. What is your strength? Bai Chulin asked. Reporting to master, disciple has just entered the joining Dao realm, which is not comparable to master who is already at joining Dao 7th stage. However, Lu Yi has also just entered the joining Dao, our realms are similar. Bai Chulin carefully sensed and indeed felt the aura of the joining Dao from this Shen Zitong. Clean family background, similar realm. Where else could she find fault? Master, for me to become Dao companion with your disciple is truly a match made in heaven. If master insists on disagreeing, could it be that there is some hidden reason within? Bai Chulin gritted her teeth, her face expressionless. When a disciple finds a good match, a master should be happy for them, not obstruct them. Master is master, disciple is disciple. Disciple respects master, master protects disciple. This is the principle of master and disciple. If master cannot find any flaws in Zitong, please, master, bless us both. Blessing. The etiquette between master and disciple cannot be abolished. Please, master, know that you are master, be a good master, and only be a master. Bai Chulin took a step back. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, smashing fiercely into her heart. Only be a master. Yes, Yu Hongling could still appear before this woman in the name of a love rival and fight her. What identity did she have appearing before her now? She now only had the identity of master. Where was the identity of the main wife like in her previous life, to manage what kind of Dao companion Lu Yi found? Be a master, only be a master. Isn't this what she had been dreaming of? But now, with Shen Zitong emphasizing the words, master, this was clearly intended to completely nail her to the position of master. You want to only be a master. Then let you be a master to your heart's content. Besides being a master, don't even think about anything else. This Shen Zitong, when facing her, was not at all like when facing Yu Hongling, where the attack power was maxed out. She was using the way of master and disciple, using a method of slowly cutting flesh with a dull knife, brutally separating her and Lu Yi, and fixing their relationship. Dong, dong, dong. The great Dao bell rang at this moment. The foreign race allied forces are attacking. All strong cultivators of the great Dao sect, prepare for battle. Lu Yi also opened his eyes at this moment. His eyes were filled with intense pain. It's finally coming. Chapter 116 The Host is a Fool. Update 1. Lu Yi glanced at the dejected Bai Chulin, then then glanced at Shen Zitong, whose face held a respectful expression. You play by yourself, I'm going to kill. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Don't, the wife follows the husband, I want to accompany you. Shen Zitong instantly transformed into a streak of light and rushed into Lu Yi's body. Only Bai Chulin was left at the scene. That's right. She was Lu Yi's master, she only needed to fulfill the responsibility of a master, as for other matters, she had no right to interfere. This Shen Zitong, who appeared from who knows where, treated her with the proper etiquette for a master, clearly without any fault. On the contrary, she was polite and measured. She should be relieved that Lu Yi found a Dao companion like Shen Zitong. And not like that rebellious disciple Hongling, who always wanted to drag her down. But, why did she feel so uncomfortable? Didn't they say that everything was going back on track? Bai Chulin left dejected. Perhaps she herself was unwilling to admit it. She wanted to press the great mountain of ethical principles onto Lu Yi's body. To make Lu Yi feel indebted. As the saying goes, the essence of love is a constant feeling of indebtedness. But true love is when both sides are striving to make the other not feel indebted. Now, Shen Zitong also smashed this great mountain of ethical principles onto her head. Didn't you not want Lu Yi to have improper thoughts about you? It's hilarious, from the moment you betrayed Lu Yi, if Lu Yi could still have improper thoughts about you, wouldn't he be a complete cuckold? Lu Yi could accept a woman's willfulness, a woman's stubbornness, a woman's temper because he lacked love. He didn't know, and he didn't understand, that love is something that makes both parties feel incomparably happy. Love is not just tolerance. Lu Yi now has not the slightest improper thought about his master. He also hopes his master will no longer have improper thoughts about Lu Yi. Ethical principles are paramount. Heaven and earth great Dao are paramount. Bai Chulin suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which instantly turned into frost. The primordial yin poison erupted again. Lu Yi arrived at Great Dao Peak. Inside were not only people from Great Dao Peak, but also from Supreme Sword Sect, Central Province Dynasty, and even Jia Sect. Yin-Yang Law Sect still did not send anyone over. They had deep-seated grudges with Great Dao Sect, and without Myriad Ancient Sect taking the lead, they couldn't shamelessly come even if they didn't come. If Myriad Ancient Sect had taken the lead, then there would be nothing to say. The human clan's major sects uniting to resist the foreign race allied forces would surely be a beautiful story passed down for thousands of years. But if Myriad Ancient Sect didn't take the lead, HMPH. Your Great Dao Sect strength is only so-so, why should you be the leader? Lu Yi arrived. Lu Yi, quick, do you know the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast? Lu Chengfeng asked. Vermilion Bird. See, everyone knows the Vermilion Bird is a divine beast, only the Vermilion Bird herself thinks she's from the Demon Clan, and even gave herself the title of Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor. She's here. Lu Yi didn't answer whether he knew her or not, he first wanted to see why the Vermilion Bird came. Not exactly here, she didn't enter Great Dao Sect, but lingered around Great Dao Sect, informing us that she knew you, and brought the news that the alien race army had already set off from the Supreme Emperor dynasty and was rapidly approaching Great Dao Sect. That news is 70% likely to be true, prepare for battle. I'll go out and see this Vermilion Bird first. I'll have 2 ancestors follow you. No need, a weak Vermilion Bird can't do anything to me. Why did Lu Yi go to see the Vermilion Bird? On one hand, he remembered the last time in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, he felt the aura of the myriad spirits Demon Emperor on the Vermilion Bird. Although the aura was very faint, in his previous life, Lu Yi killed too many beings parasitized by the myriad spirits Demon Emperor, and even when his body was dominated by killing, he still sensed it. Could the Vermilion Bird be parasitized by the myriad spirits Demon Emperor? On the other hand, ding ding ding, take me to see the Vermilion Bird, quick, take me to see the Vermilion Bird. Ding, I want to have a great battle with her. Ding, Lu Yi, good Lu Yi, handsome Lu Yi. Well, that's the situation. That fellow, the damned system, had just taken human form and was at the peak of her combat power. She wanted to unleash a big move on the Vermilion Bird. To be honest, the system was the existence that witnessed everything in the previous life. Every single thing Lu Yi did, every single thought he had, she knew. It's just that she was still an idiotic system at that time, and later merged with the Heavenly Dao and became devoid of emotion, so she couldn't offer advice to the damned Lu Yi either. In the system's opinion, her Lu Yi was a fool, wholeheartedly being good to people, unable to bear to let others suffer even a little pain. Someone like Chu Ling's Chu Sword Manor was destroyed by Li Jian Shangren. Even though you couldn't defeat Li Jian Shangren, you watched from afar, and then pointed at the people of Chu Sword Manor and told her that this Chu Kangsen wanted to refine you into a sword, that young master Chu Shifei who was being refined wanted to possess you, and that your foster father and mother wanted you to replace their son as the material for refining a sword. Your biological parents were killed by this whole family. Just say it. Do you care if Chu Ling possesses illusory love? Seriously. And that you Hongling, if she liked Feng Wuxi, just let her go to Silent Forest, and when she was about to die, you come and play the hero saving the beauty. She would know the truth, and you would get the beauty. As for you Hongling possibly dying, her death would be her own fault. You advised her, you stopped her. If she died, she couldn't blame anyone else. Maybe when she was dying, she would even have to thank us. What Lu Yi is worst at is respecting other people's fate. Letting go of the savior complex. But, this is the real Lu Yi. Using all his strength for the sake of wrong love, both foolish and admirable. Lu Yi certainly didn't know the system was thinking so much, he actually really wanted to see if the vermilion bird had been parasitized. Damn it, it seems have been influenced by the damn system. Whether the vermilion bird is parasitized or not, what does it have to do with him? It's fine if she's parasitized, and it's fine if she's not. Ding, the super invincible number 1 best Lu Yi. Lu Yi, be careful with everything. If there is danger, retreat back to the sect immediately. Understood. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. A crack opened in the sect protecting formation, and Lu Yi flashed out. His divine sense spread out in all directions, covering the sky and earth. Soon, he locked onto the vermilion bird's trace. Ding, let me do it. Lu Yi was cultivating before, and didn't pay attention to how the system was confronting these women. Now that he sensed the vermilion bird, he was already certain that the vermilion bird had been parasitized. Although it wasn't absolute parasitism, there was already the aura of parasitism. 5-colored light permeated, the system had already transformed into Shen Zitong and flew towards the vermilion bird. Her clothes quickly became tattered, blood appeared on her face, her expression was haggard and sad, but it still couldn't conceal her peerless beauty. She murmured, Lu Yi Gerger, Lu Yi Gerger. Flying straight towards the vermilion bird. Chapter 117 Sacrifice You Part 2. Lu Yi, what kind of act is this dog system putting on? What strange thing is she up to again? Vermilion bird was currently pacing back and forth. She was completely in chaos now. The alien race had charged into the great wilderness, and through the myriad spirits demon emperor's eyes, she had seen far too much cruelty. Although she was a Yao, she still couldn't accept it. Actually, she wasn't a Yao either, she was a divine beast. However, due to her bloodline being sealed since childhood, she was raised by Yao. Does Lu Yi have the means to peel away the parasitic heavenly demon's parasitism? Most likely not. If he could, Lu Yi wouldn't have had such a difficult time fighting the parasitic heavenly demon in the 7th heaven. But at that time, Lu Yi had not yet become emperor or celestial venerable. Later, when Lu Yi became emperor and celestial venerable, perhaps there was a solution. What she was thinking about was how she should face Lu Yi now. Lu Yi Gerger, Lu Yi Gerger. A sobbing voice entered Vermilion Bird's ears. Vermilion Bird, Lu Yi brother. It shouldn't be the same person. Immediately, she saw a woman in tattered clothes flying towards her, accompanied by the smell of blood. Nascent soul realm. Vermilion Bird did not hide her figure. Looking at the woman who was gradually approaching, the moment she saw her face, Vermilion Bird couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart. Because this woman was too beautiful. Even with the bloodstains and disheveled state, it couldn't hide her exquisite beauty. Instead, it added 3 parts of pitiful vulnerability. Such a beautiful woman, and she was calling out, Lu Yi Gerger. Then the Lu Yi she spoke of was likely the real Lu Yi. In Vermilion Bird's subconscious, it was absolutely within reason for such a woman to know Lu Yi. Demon Clan. When Shen Zitong saw Vermilion Bird, her eyes first showed deep fear, then her eyes began to turn red. She roared angrily. Demon, return my family's lives. Shen Zitong charged towards Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird's current strength had reached the refining void realm. Facing Shen Zitong's attack, she easily subdued her. Return my family's lives. Demon. Accursed demon. My family, my village, my country were all killed by you. How can you be so cruel? Don't you demons ever face retribution? Vermilion Bird. Through the perspective of the myriad spirits demon emperor, she naturally saw countless massacres. Now, the victim had come before her. You know Lu Yi? Vermilion Bird asked. Of course I know Lu Yi Gerger. I came here this time to ask Lu Yi Gerger to kill all the demons, to kill them all cleanly. Vermilion Bird. There are good Yao and bad Yao. If you want revenge, why don't you seek revenge from the demons who killed your relatives, instead of wanting to kill all demons at the slightest provocation? As the saying goes, every wrong has its source, and every debt has its owner. Who do my relatives have a wrong with, and who do they owe a debt to? Why were they massacred by demons for no reason? Shen Zitong said sharply. Vermilion Bird was silent. Lu Yi Gerger loves me dearly and his strength is immense. If he knew about my plight, he would surely kill the demons cleanly, eradicating them from now on. Don't be hypocritical here. The hatred for killing one's relatives is irreconcilable. You are also a Yao, right? You also had a part in the death of my family. You wait, as long as I don't die, I will definitely make Lu Yi Gerger kill all the demons. Not a single demon will survive. Kill them all. Lu Yi in the distance looked at the system's hysterical appearance, extremely surprised. Holy cow, this dog system actually has acting skills. What is Vermilion Bird's pain point? It's because she is kind. Perhaps it can't be called kindness, but rather a bleeding heart. Because in the previous life, Lu Yi had killed far too many, especially the first time he brought shock to Vermilion Bird was when Lu Yi executed the myriad spirits demon emperor, slaughtering the entire demon clan once over. Too many demons died under the stone sword. It was at that time that the seed of dissatisfaction was planted in Vermilion Bird. She really couldn't understand why Lu Yi had to kill so many living beings. Too many of these beings were not guilty enough to die. They were also innocent. The more Lu Yi killed, the more dissatisfied Vermilion Bird became. The dissatisfaction kept growing, and eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore and chose to act against Lu Yi. She had never thought that they could live another life. Immediately after being reborn, she made up her mind to cultivate diligently. She wanted to personally kill the myriad spirits demon emperor to protect the peace of the demon clan. If humans and Yao could coexist, that would be even better. As a result, before she could grow up, the myriad spirits demon emperor had already clashed with Lu Yi. Now, the war had even started early. The most brutal confrontation unfolded. However, in the previous life, the human clan and the foreign race allied forces were evenly matched and it lasted for a long time, until Lu Yi completely rose up and achieved victory. The price of the human clan's victory, of course, was the end of the alien race. And in this life, the foreign race allied forces actually advanced deep into the territory, destroying 3 top human clan forces in one go, directly turning the human clan into a purgatory. You can't go find Lu Yi. Vermilion Bird still didn't want the conflict to escalate to an unmanageable point. If this person was Lu Yi's new woman, given Lu Yi's personality of being especially good to women, he would definitely not show any mercy to the demons anymore. He really would, like this woman, kill all the demons, kill them all. No, she absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. If you have the ability, kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I will definitely make Lu Yi Gerger kill all of you. Shen Zitong began to struggle violently. Vermilion Bird flapped her wings, and the power of Vermilion Bird reinforced the seal on Shen Zitong's body. Ha ha ha, what a good Yao and bad Yao. What kind of Yao are you with your current actions, a good Yao or a bad Yao? Shen Zitong let out a mournful laugh. Vermilion Bird's expression slightly froze. I'm just trying to prevent things from getting worse. My current situation is already as bad as it can get. Vermilion Bird was silent. It actually wanted to say, you are just one person. But among the Yao and demon, there are thousands and thousands of good ones. Let me go. No, I can't let you go. Why? Why can't you let me go? What did I do wrong? Vermilion Bird was silent. Ha ha ha, you are all birds of a feather, birds of a feather. Revenge is hopeless. Father, mother, so many innocent people, I'm sorry to you all. Even if I die, I won't let you off. Won't let you off. Shen Zitong's body began to swell, and the energy within her became frantic. Vermilion Bird's face changed. She's going to self-destruct. Now, she was left with 2 choices. First, let go of Shen Zitong and let Shen Zitong go and report. Second, let Shen Zitong self-destruct. If one person dies, perhaps thousands and thousands can live. How to choose. Vermilion Bird chose the second one. Boom. Shen Zitong completed her self-destruction, directly turning into countless specks of light. Vermilion Bird looked at this scene, her eyes filled with helplessness. She let out a faint sigh. Don't blame me, I also did it to let more living beings survive. Chapter 118 The War Begins Part 3. Ding, confirmed. The system's voice rang out in Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi watched the whole process and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I didn't expect you to have such good acting skills. Ding, this system is omnipotent. What were you confirming just now? Lu Yi asked. Ding, I was confirming whether Vermilion Bird's kindness was genuine compassion or the generosity of a Saint Mother, at others' expense. Now I can confirm, she is a Saint Mother, who is generous at others' expense. It seems you didn't make her feel bad this time, did you? Lu Yi said with a smile. The system had just played the role of a vengeful young girl, who was forced to self-destruct by Vermilion Bird using the excuse of sacrificing one person to save thousands. Ding, because I don't need to act this time. The system's voice was extremely certain. To deal with Vermilion Bird, it didn't need to attack her with words anymore. What would happen next would make Vermilion Bird understand everything. Genuine kindness or hypocrisy, she would get her own answer. Lu Yi nodded, also thinking of this issue. Yes, genuine kindness or hypocrisy, the answer would be revealed soon. Who told her to be parasitized by the myriad spirits Demon Emperor? Lu Yi wondered what Vermilion Bird would do if he poured his obsession into the myriad spirits Demon Emperor's body. He began to feel a little anticipation. Lu Yi returned to the Great Dao sect. Dao asking Hall. As soon as Lu Yi entered, he received a message. As expected, the Demon Clan, Buddhism, God Clan, Ghost Clan, Spiritual Race, and Foreign Race allied forces had already gathered and were rushing towards the Great Dao sect with surging malevolence. They had already traveled 5,000 li, and barring any accidents, they would reach the Great Dao sect in half an hour. The myriad ancient sect still hasn't responded. No. Lu Changfeng wasn't angry either. Since the myriad ancient sect no longer wants to be the leader of the Great Wilderness, then after this battle, the leader of the Great Wilderness should change. Transmit my order. All powerful experts, take your positions, fulfill your duties, and prepare for battle. Black clouds rolled. Terrifying malevolence was already surging towards the Great Dao sect from afar. Lu Yi was currently moving within the sect protecting array. Half an hour was enough for him to give the sect protecting array a simple upgrade. After half an hour of improvement, the defensive capability of the sect protecting array increased by another 2 levels. Of course, the number of spirit stones consumed would also increase significantly. At this moment of life and death, they didn't care about these things anymore. All powerful experts adjusted their status to the best. If the Great Dao sect were annihilated, then the entire Great Wilderness would likely no longer have any force capable of resisting the attack of the foreign race allied forces. Boom. A giant golden finger, flashing with brilliant Buddha light and attached with thunder and lightning, pointed towards the Great Dao sect protecting array. The sect protecting array erupted with a divine light. It instantly shattered the golden Buddha finger. Kill. Countless roars came from the black mist. The next second, countless demon techniques and divine abilities turned into streams of multicolored light clusters, all blasting towards the Great Dao sect array. Too many techniques. Among them were many extremely powerful techniques. Covering the sky and blocking out the sun, destroying heaven and earth. Within the great array, the human clan's powerful experts successively unleashed their divine abilities, blasting towards the foreign race allied forces. The war directly entered its most intense state from the beginning. Countless techniques made the heaven and earth extremely dim, spirit energy rioted, and heavenly secrets were chaotic. Just this might could instantly scare timid people weak in the knees. Lu Yi also followed by releasing a divine ability. As soon as he attacked, it was the heaven and earth tribulation technique. Boom boom boom. Tribulation lightning of immense power descended from the sky, fiercely smashing into the allied forces. The defensive array formed by the alien race shattered. A large number of alien race turned into ashes. Head-on clash. The intensity of this battle far surpassed previous ones. The foreign race allied forces frantically attacked the Great Dao sect protecting array, causing the array to constantly tremble, but it showed no sign of breaking. The foreign race allied forces were not impatient either. Although many of their people had died, those who died were not very powerful beings. Time passed second by second. The Great Dao sect protecting array is still quite formidable. The Nine-Li dynasty's nation protecting array had already begun to show cracks after being bombarded for such a long time, the myriad spirits demon emperor said calmly from the rear. I'll make a move and play around. The demon emperor suddenly waved the 10,000 soul banner. In an instant, towering black mist turned into a torrent. The torrent was composed of countless souls, emitting mournful roars, and surged towards the Great Dao sect protecting array. Boom! The sect protecting array trembled violently. Tens of thousands of spirit stones turned into dust under this single blow. The Great Dao sect disciples replaced the spirit stones at the fastest speed. Because Lu Yi had given the Great Dao sect a large batch of resources, although the Great Dao sect couldn't be called extremely rich, it was quite prosperous now. Ha ha ha, Demon Emperor, this 10,000 soul banner is indeed the strongest demonic artifact from before the Nine Heavens era, formidable. The myriad spirits Demon Emperor said with a laugh. Amitabha, this poor Taoist will also test the Great Dao sect's weight. Back then, the final blow that shattered Buddhism's sect protecting array was the Great Dao bell from the Great Dao sect. Buddhism had always remembered this grudge. A golden nine-ringed monk's staff frantically grew larger in the void. Faintly, sounds of scripture chanting echoed, and even the black mist was tinged with gold. To be honest, Buddhism was truly a bit out of place within this foreign race allied forces. After all, Buddha light restrains demonic and evil energy. However, it didn't matter now. The nine-ringed monk's staff smashed fiercely towards the sect-protecting array. Boom! The nine-ringed monk's staff was shattered. The sect-protecting array trembled violently again. Ha ha ha, good. I'll come too. The God Clan's ancient God King smashed out a punch. His powerful physique erupted with monstrous vital energy and divine power, smashing onto the sect-protecting array. Many foreign race powerful experts made their moves one after another. The myriad spirits Demon Emperor, Ancient God King, and others like them were all at the peak of the transcending tribulation realm. They had lived for many years. The reason they hadn't crossed tribulation and ascended was because the Great Dao in the small world was not complete, and crossing tribulation in the small world would likely have flaws. If they hadn't been ambitious, they could have actually crossed tribulation and ascended long ago. But they were truly unwilling to leave without completely plundering the resources of the first layer of heaven. And now, the human clan was not united. Some time ago, another batch of Great Ascension Realm experts ascended, and they had seen an excellent opportunity. Pleasant. Especially pleasant. Terrifying attacks continuously struck towards the sect-protecting array. The Great Dao sect was also constantly releasing techniques, continuously annihilating the allied forces. Thus, half an hour later, the myriad spirits Demon Emperor's face turned gloomy. The Demon Emperor gripped his 10,000 soul banner, veins popping on his hand. The Buddhism abbot's face was unsightly. The ancient God King's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Why hasn't the Great Dao sect protecting array broken yet? The Demon Emperor said through gritted teeth. Not only hadn't it broken, it didn't even show a tendency to break. Although they didn't care about the deaths of their subordinates, too many had died now. Chapter 119 Mastering 100 Arts. Sect Leader Lu, your Great Dao sect's Great Evolution Dao Array is actually this powerful. Which Grand Array Master is it from? What a terrifying Great Array, it withstood so many attacks. The foreign race allied forces have been blasted into idiots, ha ha ha, if they hold on for another 3 to 5 days, the foreign race allied forces will probably all be blasted to death by us. Everyone was especially surprised by the performance of the sect-protecting Great Array. When attacking a major sect, the most troublesome thing is the sect-protecting Great Array. The characteristics of this type of Great Array are that they have an extremely large number of array bases, an extremely complex structure, extremely strong defensive power, and can be both defensive and offensive. That is to say, the people inside can attack the outside. The people outside, unless they break through the Great Array, absolutely cannot attack the inside. Lu Changfeng was also a bit stunned. No, he had tested the Great Dao sect-protecting Great Array before. He was quite clear about how much bombardment it could withstand. Why is this thing so tough today? Ancestor Yuntian, have you improved this array again? Lu Changfeng looked at an old man with white hair and beard and asked. Ancestor Yuntian gently stroked his beard. I just took Lu Yi for a walk inside the sect-protecting Great Array, and I never expected to have such a great harvest. Lu Yi's array attainments are truly shocking. Ah, he also knows arrays. Qingwo Daoren's face was full of shock. Ah, with your attitude, could it be that he also knows alchemy? The two looked at each other, confirming with their eyes that this guy Lu Yi seemed to really know, and not just know, but was proficient to a degree that even they couldn't match. Lu Changfeng. Good, good. Last time, Sun Ruowei asked him to order Lu Yi to save Bai Chulin, and he said that Lu Yi was unskilled in all arts. That wasn't an excuse, but because he truly believed that Lu Yi was unskilled in all arts. After all, how long had Lu Yi been cultivating? Thankfully, he doesn't know artifact refining. Taoist Yuntian raised an eyebrow. He knows alchemy and array setting. You don't really think he doesn't know artifact refining, do you? Boom boom boom. On the Great Dao sect's side, various spells were still bombarding wildly. The foreign race allied forces were already stunned. Especially the close combat foreign race allied forces, they sharpened their knives, sharpened their knives, sharpened their knives. Their knives were sharpened into paper-thin pieces. Why hadn't it been their turn to enter the field yet? Failing to attack for a long time was itself a serious blow to morale. They didn't understand what these powerhouses were doing, why they still hadn't broken through the great array by now. Another quarter of an hour of bombardment. Finally, cracks appeared in the great array. The morale on the allied forces side was greatly boosted. Lu Yi estimated that the great array would last for at most another half an hour. He had already secretly shed a large wave of tears. At this time, he was forcing himself to endure the sorrow in his heart. The problem of crying at the drop of a hat seriously affected Lu Yi's image. So, Lu Yi decided that he couldn't cry anymore. He must hold back. Another quarter of an hour passed. The allied forces suffered heavy casualties. Without even engaging in close combat, just to break through this great array, at least a quarter of them were casualties. The great array was on the verge of collapse. A quarter of an hour ago, the allied forces felt like they saw the dawn, but now, a quarter of an hour later, the dawn had turned into a sunset. Many people even felt despair. This great array, could it be pretending to break, and then inducing them to keep attacking and keep suffering casualties? Vermilion Bird watched this scene. She was very clear that this great array had definitely been modified by Lu Yi. Lu Yi's terrifying nature lay in his mastery of everything. Spells, Dao, fist, sword, alchemy, arrays, talismans, artifacts. There was nothing he didn't know. And not only did he know, he was also extremely proficient. Many people who had spent their entire lives immersed in these areas were actually not as good as Lu Yi. Too terrifying. Vermilion Bird even felt a little fortunate that she had ruthlessly made that Shen Zitong self-detonate. If that Shen Zitong had really managed to run to Lu Yi and cry, with Lu Yi's protective nature, it would be strange if he didn't kill all the demon clan. One can only blame Shen Zitong for her bad luck. Vermilion Bird felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but not overly so. After all, the difference between one death and billions of deaths, she could distinguish which was more important. Another quarter of an hour passed. Lu Yi's eyes gradually began to turn red. It wasn't that he wanted to cry, but that killing intent had already permeated his heart, and murderous intent was brewing in every part of his body. He couldn't hold it back anymore. With a roar, the Great Dao sect protecting Great Array completely shattered. Kill. Boom. Lu Yi's figure became as fast as lightning, charging forward first, rushing towards the foreign race allied forces. Kill. Countless roars sounded. Sword lights filled the sky, but they couldn't catch up to Lu Yi's speed. He alone charged towards that black square formation. The formation was so vast that one couldn't see its end at a glance. The bloody mist formed by killing intent soared into the sky like wolf smoke. Lu Changfeng's eyelids twitched. So fierce. Dangerous. One sword slaughters gods. Lu Yi roared loudly. Yes, it was a move from Chu Ling's Great Slaughter Sword Sutra. The stone sword hummed, and a huge sword light swept out. It fiercely collided with the allied forces. Puff puff puff. Large amounts of bloody mist exploded. The swords that Chu Ling knew, he knew. The swords that Chu Ling didn't know, he also knew. Surround and kill him. Myriad spirits demon emperor's gaze fell on Lu Yi's body for the first time. His eyes were cold, yet there was a hint of fear, because when he competed with Lu Yi for the Dao, Lu Yi had truly given him a huge shock. Upon receiving Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor's command, in an instant, 7 loose immortals and 5 transcending tribulation realm experts all charged towards Lu Yi. Light scattered from beneath Lu Yi's feet. On the ground, countless rays of light bloomed like flowers, forming an extremely complex spell seal. He stepped on the center of the spell seal. Boom! Within 100 miles, all the alien race were instantly killed by the beams of light that surged from underground. Die! Under the shocking killing intent, Lu Yi truly had no more intention to restrain such sorrow. Tears flowed from his blood-red eyes. The strong arrived. A large umbrella opened above Lu Yi's head, and light enveloped Lu Yi, but it was shattered by a sword strike. Celestial Venerable Fist. At this moment, only this fist in the world had the meaning of existence. With one punch, two loose immortals instantly turned into bloody mist and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Clang clang clang. A large saber slashed out, ring after ring. Lu Yi held the stone sword and clashed head-on with him, causing the stone sword to tremble non-stop. The transcending tribulation realm expert holding the large saber was forcibly chopped until his saber flew out of his hand. A sword strike sliced over his head, leaving a long sword mark directly on the ground. Myriad spirits demon emperor's face changed drastically. This Lu Yi, his speed of becoming stronger is too fast. Why is it this fast? No, I'll go kill him. Ancient God King's eyes were filled with excitement and anger. This Lu Yi had swept away many treasures of his God clan and killed many heavens chosen of the God clan. He had wanted to kill him for a long time. Taking a step forward, the ancient God King's body was already covered in thick armor. At the same time, his body grew taller, his aura climbed steadily, and a terrifying pressure permeated in all directions. The killing Lu Yi stopped. He looked at the ancient God King who was charging towards him. Come, Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations. Chapter 120 Killing Crazy. Lu Yi had many explosive secret techniques. Whether it was War Heaven 9 Steps, Mysterious Heaven 8 Transformations, or Sky Feather Floating Heaven, and so on. There really were many. However, in this kind of war, the Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations was still the most comfortable to use. Because of one word, fast. The techniques he taught Shangguan Wanling, Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape emphasized speed, and Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations emphasized speed. The Celestial Venerable Fist purely just emphasized greeting and scaring people. Furthermore, without the Great Dao, Shangguan Wanling couldn't cultivate the Celestial Venerable Fist at all. In this time, the Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations, plus the Celestial Venerable Fist, perfectly manifested on Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi swallowed 4 great pills, and within a very short time, cultivated to the level of Dao Integration 7th layer. And now, under the Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations. Dao Integration 8th layer. Dao Integration 9th layer. Crossing Tribulation 1st layer. Crossing Tribulation 2nd layer. Crossing Tribulation 3rd layer. Finally, he rushed to the Crossing Tribulation 4th layer in one breath. The Great Dao flowed, everything in the world disappeared from Lu Yi's eyes, there was only him, only the ancient God King. He only needed one punch. Celestial Venerable Fist. Infinite intent locked onto the ancient God King. As the ancient God King charged towards Lu Yi, but as he charged, he suddenly felt something was wrong. So quiet. Between heaven and earth, so quiet. He seemed to hear his own heartbeat, his own breathing, hear the sound of the wind, hear his own demise. One punch. Only one punch. The ancient God King let out a heaven-shaking roar, all his power erupted at this moment. He also threw a punch. Using his God clan's strongest punch. War Heaven. Boom. Two fists rapidly approached and collided. The most primal collision. A ball of blood mist exploded with a bang. Under the gaze of countless people, Lu Yi's figure passed through the ancient God King's massive body. The ancient God King didn't even have the right to resist, and was shattered by that unimaginable force. The noisy wind stopped at this moment. Lu Yi's tears flowed incessantly, and he suddenly let out a long howl. His hands formed a seal. In an instant, 2 Lu Yes stepped out from Lu Yi's main body. 3 identical Lu Yes. Kill. One rushed towards the foreign race allied forces, one rushed towards the Demon Emperor, and one rushed towards the myriad spirits Demon Emperor. All 3 figures erupted with peak aura. Lu Yi rarely used this divine ability. Because there weren't many opportunities, he often cultivated one life and lost one life, then cultivated another and lost another. And this divine ability of one life per body was used too little. But now, he had 3 lives. 3 bodies appearing simultaneously. At this moment, he went crazy with slaughter. One person cast a technique, the heaven and earth one tribulation great technique, the lightning tribulation was great, silver light illuminated those terrified faces. One person held a sword, the great slaughter sword sutra exerted its ultimate killing power, instantly cleaving two loose immortals to death. One person clenched his fist. The celestial venerable fist caused the great Dao to stir, infinite spiritual energy gathered, this punch was invincible. Lu Yi was crying. All three Lu Yes were crying. But the harder he cried, the stronger his killing intent became, because with such strong killing intent, he truly had no time to care about the feeling of suffering. Look at my 10,000 soul banner. The demon emperor was startled and frightened, using a roar to embolden himself, he waved the 10,000 soul banner, countless souls turned into a fierce wind, rushing towards Lu Yi, wanting to collect Lu Yi into the 10,000 soul banner. Lu Yi's blood-red eyes suddenly turned gray, reincarnation aura bloomed around him, his tongue flicked lightly, and he roared angrily. Scram! The reincarnation heavenly sound mercilessly shattered and annihilated the souls. So few souls, yet it's called the 10,000 soul banner. The 10,000 soul banner Lu Yi had seen in his previous life was held by an old antique from who knows how many eras ago, that guy would come to harvest souls every once in a while. Over such a long time, his 10,000 soul banner, with a gentle wave. All heavens could hear the wailing. Just the wailing could make people's souls scatter, wanting to visit the 10,000 soul banner as if possessed. This 10,000 soul banner now is just child's play. The demon emperor's face changed drastically. He had lived for so long, any opponent he encountered would get a headache upon seeing his 10,000 soul banner. Never had anyone, just by relying on a loud shout, directly annihilated his 10,000 soul banner attack. What kind of terrifying divine ability was this? Lu Yi pointed at the demon emperor, and in an instant, 9 bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the sky, fiercely striking towards the demon emperor. Boom boom boom. Lightning enveloped the demon emperor, wanting to completely obliterate him. Transcendent fist. Lu Yi's main body rushed towards the myriad spirits demon emperor. Other top powerhouses were already entangled by powerhouses from the Great Dao sect, Supreme Sword sect, Central Province dynasty, and Jia sect. Lu Yi was now truly changing the battlefield situation with his own strength. Kill kill kill. Lu Yi's first life rushed into the foreign race allied forces, killing while crying. Countless alien race people deeply imprinted this crying slaughterer, this pervert who cried more fiercely the more he killed, into their minds. The demon emperor had just broken free from the tribulation lightning. Fearless seal. 81 seal phantoms flickered, jointly weaving the most powerful divine seal. Fearlessness was Hongling's strength. However, Lu Yi's fearlessness was far more fierce than Hongling's. The dangers he had faced were thousands, tens of thousands of times more than Hongling. When it comes to the true meaning of fearlessness, let alone Hongling, even if the fearless great emperor came before Lu Yi, he would likely feel inferior. The fearless seal smashed onto the demon emperor's body. Boom! The demon emperor's body exploded, and even the demon infant within his body failed to escape. The damaged 10,000 soul banner fell into Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi thought for a moment and put it away. The reason the 10,000 soul banner wasn't strong was because it was in the demon emperor's hands. But if it were in Lu Yi's hands, Lu Yi would have too many ways to make the 10,000 soul banner stronger. To give a random example, find another powerhouse with a 10,000 soul banner, kill him, and devour his 10,000 soul banner, wouldn't it become stronger? The death of the demon emperor, coupled with Lu Yi going crazy with slaughter while holding his sword, caused blood to flow like a river and wailing to fill the fields. He didn't distinguish between strong and weak, killing any alien race he saw. The morale of the alien race completely collapsed. Flee. When the first, second, third began to flee, the foundation of victory for this war was already laid. Amitabha. Buddhism was the first to run fast. Lu Yi was using the transcendent fist against the myriad spirits demon emperor, not because the myriad spirits demon emperor wasn't worthy of the celestial venerable fist, but because Lu Yi had no intention of killing him at all. A transcendent seal mark struck the myriad spirits demon emperor's body. The myriad spirits demon emperor also couldn't hold on, he wanted to run. This Lu Yi has already become a force to be reckoned with. He absolutely cannot stay in the first heaven any longer. If he can escape, he must ascend immediately. As for this first heaven, whoever wants to stay can stay, he's not staying anyway. Lu Yi felt the myriad spirits demon emperor fleeing towards the direction of the Supreme Emperor dynasty. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. What came next was the true beginning of the good show. Wan Ling, are you ready to flee? Ding, Vermilion Bird, are you ready to make your choice? Chapter 121 Don't Waste. Update 1. The blood sea surged, and corpses piled up like mountains. This was a terrifying war. Even though Lu Yi unleashed the most terrifying slaughter on the battlefield, countless human clan cultivators still fell. Chu Ling was pursuing the foreign race allied forces. After such a long time, she reappeared, and her strength had astonishingly reached the peak of refining void. Yes, peak refining void. One must know that Lu Yi was also cultivating, not wasting a single moment. Furthermore, he received the reward for being first on the Eternal Paragon ranking and gathered a massive amount of resources to reach the 7th heaven of the joining Dao realm. One can only say that Chu Ling truly worked hard. She was the first to understand Lu Yi's intentions, knowing that Lu Yi had no intention of getting entangled with them at all. Lu Yi didn't need to do anything extra, he only needed to leave all of them far behind, to a point where they couldn't even see him when they looked up. That would be the best revenge. She absolutely would not allow this. So she cultivated desperately, cultivated with all her might. But Lu Yi was too strong. So strong that it made her despair. Joining Dao's 7th heaven. No, she also needed to join the Dao. Not only join the Dao, but join the Dao even more perfectly. Her Dao, from beginning to end, was the Sword Dao, and by the end, she could be said to be a true Sword Dao Great Emperor, the kind with very strong killing power. She must join the Dao. Chu Ling stopped her pursuit and looked behind her. Supreme Sword Sect. It seems all their strong cultivators are out. One of Lu Yi's bodies formed hand seals. Large swaths of flames descended towards the ground. Tears kept falling, but his eyes were extremely cold. The flames accurately avoided every human clan cultivator's corpse, landing on the foreign race corpses. Wisps of blood energy rose within the flames, intertwining and condensing in the void. The other two Lu Yi bodies merged into one. I'll go pursue them. Lu Yi disappeared. A great blood and flesh pill was slowly forming in the void, with a large number of Yao and demon corpses becoming part of this great blood and flesh pill. Lu Yi finished forming the seals and took out the 10,000 soul banner. He instantly refined the 10,000 soul banner. The banner waved, and a large number of foreign race remnant souls appeared. No, no, no. These remnant souls saw the 10,000 soul banner, their expressions twisted, filled with fear and despair. Demon is actually a very interesting term. Before the 9 heavens, there were 2 types of demons. One type was the demon clan. The demon clan was born with the ability to use demonic energy, with varied and strange appearances, and a naturally violent and cruel nature. The second type was devil cultivators. The human clan entered the demonic Dao through demonic Dao scriptures, using demonic energy acquired later. They were cunning, cruel, and committed all sorts of evil deeds, often coming up with terrifying ideas. When devil cultivators were fierce, even the demon clan was afraid. The current demon clan is still constantly moving closer to the devil cultivators from before the formation of the 9 heavens, but they only learn a little. Take the demon emperor, for example. He possesses the 10,000 soul banner, yet the demon clan still has so many people. If the devil cultivators from before the 9 heavens had the 10,000 soul banner. Fellow Taoists, fellow disciples, common people, monsters, I need you to help me cultivate. Come quickly to my 10,000 soul banner as guests. My 10,000 soul banner is not only completely painless, souls coming to be guests within it will also enjoy the comfort of soaking in hot springs and bathing in sunlight. There are even beautiful soul sister to serve you. That sounds good. Once inside, your soul will be squeezed into hot spring water, ignited to form light, or turned into beautiful sister to serve others. It's miserable. While condensing the great blood and flesh pill, he absorbed the remnant souls. The human clan allied forces watched this scene, all falling silent. Cough, sect leader Lu, your great Dao sect, you still have such secret techniques, an ancestor from the Central Province dynasty coughed and asked. Lu Changfeng. What Lu Yi was doing now really didn't seem like something the great Dao sect could do. It was more like something the devil cultivators from that dark period did. Not a single bit was wasted. First slaughter, then blood, bones, and souls. Perhaps, the great Dao sect's secret techniques are indeed somewhat complex, but techniques are not good or bad, If the user is good, the technique is good, Lu Changfeng said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Lu Yi is quite good. When he slaughters, he even feels inner guilt and sheds tears. He is truly a role model for his cultivators. Yes, yes, weeping for the fallen beings, he is indeed a good person. This is also the first time I've seen such a kind person. When others slaughter, their faces twist because of the killing intent. Lu Yi, however, is now carrying out this unavoidable slaughter to protect the common people of the world. This shows how much he is reluctant to kill. He is truly a person of the righteous path. The strong cultivators of the Jia sect. Supreme Sword sect in the Central Province dynasty, because they listened to Bai Chulin, a large number of their disciples withdrew and suffered no harm. But the Jia sect was different. Half of their disciples came out and were forcibly stopped by the sect's elder. This resulted in the tragic death of their disciples. Later, because of the tragic death of their disciples, they sent out strong cultivators to surround and kill Lu Yi. As a result, another group of strong cultivators died. Originally, the Jia sect and the Great Dao sect had a good relationship, but now, because of this incident, it led to a split. Of course, Lu Yi has responsibility for this matter. Regardless of Lu Yi's situation, the people were indeed killed by Lu Yi. But the Jia sect also has a certain responsibility. Because the one who warned of danger was not someone else but Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin, as a joining Dao strong cultivator and the Great Dao sect's peerless heavens chosen, had already sworn an oath on the Great Dao. This is like on earth, a city lord swearing on their ancestors for 8 generations, telling you that a fierce tiger will run over here and demanding that you evacuate immediately. But you refuse to evacuate because you haven't finished collecting your valuable belongings at home. Some people wanted to evacuate, but another deputy city lord said, "It's just a fierce tiger, nothing to worry about." As a result, the fierce tiger came. Unafraid of swords and guns, it began to devour people wantonly. The fierce tiger is wrong, but is the deputy city lord who stopped them not wrong? The Jia sect thought carefully, and under Lu Changfeng's continuous apologies, they finally decided to ease their relationship with the Great Dao sect. Listening to the Central Province dynasty and the Supreme Sword sect constantly praising Lu Yi's beauty, the Jia sect couldn't bring themselves to speak. He is kind. Yes, he killed while crying, and the tears fell patter-patter, but they never saw a trace of reluctance on his face. Still kind. The great blood and flesh pill has been refined. All the remnant souls have been collected into the 10,000 soul banner. But he is truly kind. But precisely because of this, the faces of the Jia sect's strong cultivators, which were originally expressionless, unknowingly revealed smiles. The Great Dao sect, with such a ruthless person, is truly about to rise. After Lu Yi's clone refined the great blood and flesh pill, he said to Lu Changfeng, "Sect leader, I will go pursue the myriad spirits demon emperor. Be careful with everything. I'll let the ancestor follow you." Okay. Lu Yi's figure turned into a stream of light and chased after his main body. Ah, okay. 2 ancestors, quickly follow Lu Yi and protect him. 5 minutes later, the 2 ancestors flew back dejectedly. Protected ghost, he's long gone. Chapter 122, Hunting Down Hongling Part 2. Lu Yi waited for a moment. The clone merged into his body, and the blood-flesh great pill also appeared in his hand. With this thing, crossing tribulation should be easier. However, he was not afraid of crossing tribulation to begin with, even if his crossing tribulation became more ridiculous and ferocious each time. What cannot destroy me will ultimately make me stronger. Sensing the location of the transcendent Dharma seal, Lu Yi flew there at extreme speed. The true essence within his body was rapidly recovering. The vermilion bird had watched the entire war, and at this moment, she felt a chill and a great sense of relief. Lu Yi's improvement was simply too rapid. It was so rapid that she couldn't quite understand it. Lu Yi was a celestial venerable reborn, and she was a great emperor reborn. Although there was indeed a difference of 1 realm between a great emperor and a celestial venerable, did this realm difference matter much in the very early stages of cultivation? Those who could become a great emperor definitely didn't have a poor understanding of cultivation. Well, excluding Shangguan Wanling. But now, the gap was simply too large. The vermilion bird couldn't keep up with the chase between Lu Yi and the myriad spirits demon emperor, but she could see the current situation through the myriad spirits demon emperor's perspective. The myriad spirits demon emperor was filled with regret. It was still too late. It was still too late. He was already extremely worried about Lu Yi growing up, had his Dao heart shattered by Lu Yi, then recondensed his Dao heart, and controlled a new body. He immediately rushed towards the great wilderness without stopping, wanting to kill Lu Yi. And even with all that, it was still too late. The time his Dao heart was shattered, when he saw Lu Yi had just stepped into the refining void. Now when he saw Lu Yi, he was already close to reaching the peak of the joining Dao realm. How long had passed? At this moment, the myriad spirits demon emperor didn't know what to do. As for whether Lu Yi could kill him, the myriad spirits demon emperor wasn't particularly worried, his racial talent was too strong. The parasitic demon insect is hermaphroditic, and it takes over 1,000 years for one to be born. The total number of parasitic demon insects would definitely not exceed 10. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis appeared behind the myriad spirits demon emperor. 3 Lu Yi figures surrounded the myriad spirits demon emperor from the southeast and north directions. The myriad spirits demon emperor was shocked. He fled towards the west, bursting out with his full speed. The 3 Lu Yi figures were gradually left behind. The myriad spirits demon emperor couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. Thankfully there were only 3 Lu Yi figures, otherwise, if he were surrounded from all 4 directions, the myriad spirits demon emperor wouldn't know how he could escape. This body, if he could possibly preserve it, he was truly unwilling to destroy it. While fleeing, the myriad spirits demon emperor was not idle, he constantly scattered his parasites, causing more living beings to be parasitized. Boom! A fist imprint came from the east, the void roared, terrifying energy swept up a fierce wind, and a vacuum zone was blasted into the clouds. The myriad spirits demon emperor roared, 8 arms appeared on his body, and he simultaneously struck towards this punch. Puff! 4 arms were directly shattered. The myriad spirits demon emperor spat out a large mouthful of blood and continued to run wildly. He can find me. The myriad spirits demon emperor instantly retracted all his aura and began to check if there were any imprints left on him. Woo woo woo. The sound of sharp sword energy cutting through the air rang out. The sword energy was frighteningly fast, striking fiercely towards the myriad spirits demon emperor with an irresistible, unstoppable force. The myriad spirits demon emperor hurriedly dodged, but half of his wing was still severed. He definitely has a way to find me. The myriad spirits demon emperor became even more certain. Above the sea of clouds, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, cut a vacuum through the sea of clouds. Can't find it. Why can't I find it? After a rough search, the myriad spirits demon emperor did not find any imprint on his body. Boom boom boom. Beams of light rushed towards the myriad spirits demon emperor. The myriad spirits demon emperor dodged if he could, and took the hit if he couldn't. Each time he took a hit, he spat out fresh blood. He searched for the imprint inch by inch. Now he was fleeing towards the demon realm. Once he reached the demon realm, there were also formations that might be able to resist Lu Yi's pursuit. Lu Yi followed leisurely behind, just like walking a dog. Soon, the chase, one pursuing and one fleeing, had left the great wilderness and entered the void. The demon realm was already not far away. Lu Yi sent out another sword light, nearly splitting the myriad spirits demon emperor in half. The myriad spirits demon emperor finally rushed into the demon realm. Found it. He found the imprint Lu Yi had left on him and quickly used his power to grind away the imprint. At the same time, the entire demon realm was filled with demonic mist, and a sky-covering formation was formed. The entire demon realm was a massive formation. This was a great formation left behind by ancient demon clan powerhouses, and it was precisely because of the existence of this great formation that the demon clan could survive until now. HMPH, you should never have been so arrogant. Contending for the Tao is not about this moment. When we meet in the second heaven, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Lu Yi's figure rushed into the demon clan's great formation. Lu Yi had broken this great formation in his previous life, let alone this life. The powerful demon body that the myriad spirits demon emperor had previously shaped was self-destructed because he contended for the Tao with Lu Yi. Now this demon body with the Jiànjī bloodline was occupied by him, and although he urgently compensated, it was still too weak. Far inferior to the myriad spirits demon emperor at his peak. Lu Yi could easily kill the myriad spirits demon emperor with just a few casual blows. This made Lu Yi slightly troubled. If he didn't hit, the myriad spirits demon emperor wouldn't feel a sense of crisis. If he hit, the myriad spirits demon emperor couldn't withstand it. The myriad spirits demon emperor hadn't finished speaking for long when he watched with his own eyes as Lu Yi emerged from the demon clan's great formation. Looks like we don't need to wait for the second heaven, we meet again. Lu Yi had a smile on his face, but the pain in his heart was almost unbearable again. The myriad spirits demon emperor let out a roar. How is that possible? Lu Yi had already rushed in front of him, assumed the stance of the transcendent fist technique, and smashed a punch onto the myriad spirits demon emperor's body. Boom! The myriad spirits demon emperor was sent flying. He spat out a beam of light, which was shattered by Lu Yi's palm. His figure disappeared again, and Lu Yi grabbed the myriad spirits demon emperor's wing and struck with a knee. The myriad spirits demon emperor's remaining 3 arms simultaneously blasted towards Lu Yi. Boom! The myriad spirits demon emperor was hit on the side of his waist, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and the myriad spirits demon emperor let out a painful roar. His attacks landed on Lu Yi's body, all blocked by a shield of energy, and Lu Yi began to furiously smash the myriad spirits demon emperor with his fists. Lu Yi could actually dodge the myriad spirits demon emperor's attacks, but because the attacks were too weak, he was too lazy to dodge. The myriad spirits demon emperor roared repeatedly from the beating, quickly turning into screams, turning into whimpers. Iron fist after iron fist. The myriad spirits demon emperor was even ready to give up this body, because it was too painful, and he couldn't see any hope of survival at all. Just as he was about to give up, Lu Yi suddenly stopped. Without any unnecessary words, Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Myriad spirits demon emperor. He left. He just left like that. Without saying anything, he just left. The vermilion bird was also somewhat bewildered at this moment, not knowing what Lu Yi meant. The myriad spirits demon emperor waited for a while and found that Lu Yi had indeed left, and he became energetic. His injuries were too severe. If he didn't want this body to perish, he had to absorb essence blood to recover quickly. The myriad spirits demon emperor's eyes held ferocity. He had already decided to ascend to the second heaven, so there was no need to have any scruples in his actions. He wanted to parasitize madly. Chapter 123 Please Part 3. Lu Yi stared at the myriad spirits demon emperor, finding that he was indeed parasitizing like crazy, and couldn't help but nod slightly. Yes, just like this, how obedient. The myriad spirits demon emperor quickly parasitized and absorbed essence blood, his injuries were recovering, and his power was also recovering. Finally, he recovered to his peak state. The cultivation produced by countless parasites would all be secretly absorbed by him. Although this portion was very small. But gathering rivers makes seas, and accumulating sand makes towers, as long as he parasitized more and more. Then among the 9 heavens, he would be the demon with the fastest cultivation speed. Lu Yi, just wait to die, ha 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 ha. Lu Yi came. When the black shadow appeared above the myriad spirits demon emperor's head. The myriad spirits demon emperor's ferocious smile froze on his face. No, you didn't, you leave. Bang! The myriad spirits demon emperor's body was sent flying, and another kick landed on his chest. Boom! A mountain peak was shattered by the myriad spirits demon emperor's impact. Lu Yi's figure followed like a shadow, punch after punch, kick after kick. The myriad spirits demon emperor should feel proud, because he was truly the first person demon to be attacked so many times by Lu Yi and not die. After severely beating the myriad spirits demon emperor again, Lu Yi didn't say anything and disappeared again. Vermilion Bird was full of confusion. She really didn't understand, what was Lu Yi's situation now. Given Lu Yi's personality, in a situation where he was so much stronger than the myriad spirits demon emperor, it would be an incredibly unbelievable thing for the myriad spirits demon emperor to be able to leave the great wilderness alive. As a result, Lu Yi actually severely injured him twice and didn't kill him. The myriad spirits demon emperor was already furious to the extreme. Good, still not killing himself. The mark on his body had been worn down to be very, very weak. As long as he erased the mark, he would teach Lu Yi a lesson. First, restore strength. The myriad spirits demon emperor roamed freely in the demon realm. There were still loose immortals and transcending tribulation realm great demons who had not entered the great wilderness in the demon realm, but not a single great demon dared to come and siege Lu Yi. Are you kidding? The myriad spirits demon emperor was beaten into such a pathetic state, would they go there to be beaten together? Don't even mention it, there really was a loose immortal great demon who didn't believe in evil, and when the myriad spirits demon emperor was beaten for the third time, he charged towards Lu Yi. How audacious, a human clan actually dares to be so presumptuous in the demon clan, die for me. A sky-covering demon claw struck. Was smashed into a bloody mist by Lu Yi with a celestial venerable fist. This time, the powerhouses of the demon clan trembled even more. The myriad spirits demon emperor was indeed very strong. Lu's immortal great demons were instantly killed by this terrifying human clan with one punch, yet he was able to withstand so many strikes. Leaving behind the heavily scarred, almost flesh-mud-like myriad spirits demon emperor, Lu Yi's figure disappeared again. Still a little bit short. Still the last bit short. The myriad spirits demon emperor endured immense pain. In fact, he didn't know, what was this little bit of pain considered. Lu Yi hadn't even used the primordial morning mist yet. Finally, the myriad spirits demon emperor erased the last mark. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yi, I'm free, ha 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 ha. The myriad spirits demon emperor changed his location, confirming that Lu Yi would no longer find him, and he let out a heaven-shaking laugh. I'm going to ascend, this old man is going to ascend, Lu Yi, I'll be in the second heaven. Lu Yi wiped away a tear, and appeared before the myriad spirits demon emperor again. Just staring at him like this. Myriad spirits demon emperor. Laugh, why aren't you laughing anymore, is it because you're unhappy? Why can you still find me, I clearly erased the mark. The myriad spirits demon emperor was subtly starting to break down. Lu Yi finally spoke. Your laugh is too loud, it's bothering my eyes. The myriad spirits demon emperor still wanted to speak, but Lu Yi had already stepped forward. Boom. It was another round of inhumane abuse. The group of great demons watching from a distance were terrified and their scalps tingled. This human clan was truly too cruel. After fiercely beating the myriad spirits demon emperor once more, Lu Yi's figure carefree disappeared. The myriad spirits demon emperor spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, his aura weak. Beat me, this is the last time you'll beat me. Next time, at most, he just wouldn't laugh so loudly. The myriad spirits demon emperor was very tired. He lay on the ground, not immediately going to parasitize or collect essence blood. Lu Yi appeared again. Myriad spirits demon emperor. A cluster of extremely thin white mist flew towards the myriad spirits demon emperor's body. The next second, an extremely mournful sound came from the myriad spirits demon emperor's mouth. That kind of sound made one shudder just by listening to it, and he even split his own mouth open from screaming. The myriad spirits demon emperor rolled on the ground. The intense pain directly caused him to faint from the agony, and then he was awakened by the pain again. Pain. Too painful. Lu Yi smiled, and then thought that this thing was given to him by Hongling. His figure disappeared. After screaming for a full 15 minutes, the myriad spirits demon emperor finally struggled out of the pain. He was just like a fish struggling for life. Breathing heavily, filled with intense lingering fear. He would rather die than endure that kind of pain again. The myriad spirits demon emperor began to recover. He wanted to recover quickly, leave quickly, and hide. Waiting until the myriad spirits demon emperor recovered again. And feeling that he had hidden himself very well, Lu Yi's figure appeared on time. What are you doing? Ouch, what are you doing? The myriad spirits demon emperor's state of mind completely collapsed, his eyes red, he screamed hysterically at Lu Yi. Lu Yi grinned. He believed that the myriad spirits demon emperor would understand on his own. Boom. It was another beating. The myriad spirits demon emperor was terrified. He was no longer so afraid of being beaten now. His current fear was that Lu Yi would release that white mist on him again. What exactly does he want to do? Vermilion Bird was extremely anxious in her heart. The myriad spirits demon emperor was frantically parasitizing the demon clan, and if this continued, everyone in the demon clan would be parasitized by the myriad spirits demon emperor. Lu Yi was not this kind of person. He killed enemies when he killed them, but rarely tortured them, because he had always believed that everyone was just a Taoist contender. The current situation was unusually wrong. The myriad spirits demon emperor was full of despair. The mark was clearly erased. Why could he still find him? Why did he still have to beat him? He had already decided that if Lu Yi beat him one more time, he would abandon this body. Recover. Continue recovering. Recovery finished, the myriad spirits demon emperor began to wait. As Lu Yi's figure appeared, the myriad spirits demon emperor let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Amidst the wild laughter, the myriad spirits demon emperor self-detonated with a bang. He wasn't playing anymore, he was tired. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and closed his eyes. When the myriad spirits demon emperor found a transcending tribulation realm demon clan body to be reborn into, he hadn't even caught his breath yet. Lu Yi appeared again. Myriad spirits demon emperor. What exactly do you want to do? What exactly do you want? Say it. Tell me, I'll listen to you, I beg you, please stop beating me. The myriad spirits demon emperor cried bitterly, kneeling before Lu Yi. I beg you, please stop beating me. I'm truly wrong. What greeted him was still Lu Yi's fist. Chapter 124, All Spirits Understand Part 4. I'm tired, just destroy everything. The myriad spirits demon emperor was driven mad by the torment. He gave up resisting, his severely injured body lying on the ground. Just do whatever you want. When the white mist reappeared and landed on the myriad spirits demon emperor, the myriad spirits demon emperor began to scream again. Pain, pain, ah ah ah. Why did he release this white mist on him again? After experiencing pain more terrifying than hell, the myriad spirits demon emperor finally found a pattern. When he was parasitizing and recovering, Lu Yi never appeared. When he finished recovering and was no longer parasitizing, Lu Yi would appear and beat him into severe injury. And if he didn't recover, and just existed in this severely injured state, Lu Yi would unleash that white mist on him. At this moment, the myriad spirits demon emperor understood. As long as he kept parasitizing, Lu Yi wouldn't appear to beat him. Let's try it. The myriad spirits demon emperor began to parasitize, and he didn't stop until he recovered. The result was obvious, Lu Yi didn't appear again. He kept parasitizing. The myriad spirits demon emperor knew that Lu Yi letting him parasitize definitely had his own purpose. But he couldn't care less anymore. He didn't want to be beaten anymore, he didn't want to endure the torment of that white mist. He didn't want it anymore. The vermilion bird watched in fear, and for the first time, she began to contact the myriad spirits demon emperor. You can't parasitize anymore. He knows your method of parasitism. If he is ruthless enough to kill you, all the demon clan you have parasitized will not escape death. Hongling, don't parasitize anymore. The myriad spirits demon emperor roared angrily, get the hell out of here. If I don't parasitize, are you going to take the beating for me? You'll still get beaten in the end even if you parasitize. Ask him why he wants you to keep parasitizing. Help him solve the problem, don't parasitize anymore. Does he pay attention to me? You haven't seen it. He doesn't pay attention to me at all. When he sees me, he beats me. When we meet, he beats me. What can I do? Stop for a moment, I'll ask him. Get lost. If you want to ask yourself. Anyway, I won't stop. If the demon clan all die, then they all die. Even if they all die, he doesn't want to be beaten anymore. However, the vermilion bird was also right. With the myriad spirits demon emperor's frantic parasitism, the entire demon clan was almost completely parasitized by him. What would he do then? Now a large number of the demon clan have been parasitized, and the number he can parasitize has sharply decreased. Lu Yi's figure appeared again. Don't hit me, don't hit me. The demon clan has almost been completely parasitized by me. I can't parasitize anymore. Please don't hit me. Lu Yi finally spoke. If the demon clan are gone, there's still the demon clan. When this sentence was spoken, the myriad spirits demon emperor felt a huge fear rise in his heart. His soul was trembling. What does he mean? Does he want to annihilate the entire alien race in one go? No, it's not like that. If he wanted to annihilate all the alien race, why would he need to parasitize? He could just slaughter them all by himself. What exactly is the reason? Lu Yi, you're not this kind of person. What's wrong with you? Tell me, I'll help you solve it. The vermilion bird flew over from a distance at this time and asked loudly. Lu Yi naturally didn't waste words and slashed with his sword. In an instant, the vermilion bird turned into a sky full of flames. This sword almost killed the vermilion bird on the spot. Only because the vermilion bird could be reborn from fire could she survive. The vermilion bird's scalp tingled. He's crazy. He's simply crazy. How could Lu Yi become like this? Being reborn from fire would severely injure the vermilion bird, and she didn't dare to appear in front of Lu Yi again for a short time. Lu Yi raised his fist and once again began to beat the myriad spirits demon emperor. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I know, I'll go to the demon realm, I'll go to the god realm, I'll go to all my small worlds, stop hitting me. The once mighty myriad spirits demon emperor was actually beaten to the point of having psychological trauma. Lu Yi didn't seem to be using much force, but the myriad spirits demon emperor's screams were incredibly loud because he was extremely afraid, so he felt the pain even more intensely. After hitting him, he left. The myriad spirits demon emperor endured the intense pain and climbed up from the ground. He recovered from his injuries as quickly as possible and rushed directly towards the demon realm. He couldn't care less, he couldn't care about anything anymore. If he hadn't been beaten so many times, the myriad spirits demon emperor might still have held on to the idea of parasitizing everything to become the strongest, but now that he had been beaten so many times, the myriad spirits demon emperor was really very well behaved. Entering the demon realm, the myriad spirits demon emperor began his journey of parasitism, and as expected, Lu Yi didn't hit him again. As long as he worked hard to parasitize, he wouldn't be beaten. The myriad spirits demon emperor felt as if he had been sold into a black spirit mine, and only by working desperately could he avoid being beaten. The arrival of the myriad spirits demon emperor naturally attracted the attention of the demon clan. Powerful demon clan arrived, wanting to stop the myriad spirits demon emperor. The demon realm was not the demon realm, and it would not allow the myriad spirits demon emperor to parasitize wildly here. However, when Lu Yi's figure appeared in front of the demon clan powerhouses, the demon clan powerhouses fell silent. They had fought against Lu Yi before. Lu Yi came and went freely, snatched a large number of their treasures, and killed 2 demon emperors in the transcending tribulation realm. They had also received news that the demon emperor had also died at Lu Yi's hands. The entire allied army had collapsed, and Lu Yi played a large part in it. Now Lu Yi was blocking their way. What should they do? What could they do? They could only watch helplessly as the myriad spirits demon emperor frantically parasitized the demon clan. Great wilderness. Supreme sword sect. How dare you steal the sword mountain? Countless sword chi rushed out from the supreme sword sect, and powerful sword cultivators rushed out one by one. Chu Ling had countless sword wounds all over her body, dripping with blood, but she didn't care at all. The sword mountain of the supreme sword sect was a heavenly spiritual treasure. It could be said to be the root of the supreme sword sect. It stored so many years of new swords, broken swords, severed swords, divine swords that had not yet found a master, and so on, from the supreme sword sect. The entire sword mountain had been nurtured by the supreme sword sect for too many years, consuming countless resources, and the purity of the sword intent within it was of great benefit to any sword. As a result, it was now stolen. A great humiliation. And they had to retrieve the sword mountain at all costs and kill the audacious fellow who dared to lay hands on the sword mountain. What made the supreme sword sect most angry was that the person who stole the sword mountain seemed to be from the Great Dao sect. The Great Dao sect and the supreme sword sect had always helped each other and were inseparable. Their relationship was extremely close. As a result, they were actually backstabbed now. Even the sect leader of the supreme sword sect was still in the Great Dao sect and hadn't returned yet. Too much. It was simply too much. The Supreme Sword Sect immediately contacted their sect leader Li Wuyu. When he heard the news, he was completely stunned. Then a huge surge of anger soared into the sky. Lu Changfeng, you need to give me an explanation. Lu Changfeng. Seeing Li Wuyu's furious appearance, Lu Changfeng's heart skipped a beat. Because Li Wuyu had always been a gentle and clear-minded person, a gentleman, and he had almost never seen him so angry before. For him to be so angry, it must be an extremely bad thing. Taoist brother Wuyu, calm down. What exactly happened? Chapter 125. 1 death, 10,000 deaths. Your Great Dao sect people infiltrated my Supreme Sword sect, and stole my sect's sword mountain. Is this how your Great Dao sect treats its allies? My Supreme Sword sect mobilized the entire sect, leaving only some old, weak, sick, and disabled behind. As a result, while we were helping you, your Great Dao sect chose to steal from our home. Li Wuyu's voice was extremely agitated. He was genuinely about to explode with anger. Lu Changfeng's expression was extremely solemn. Fellow Taoist, do not panic. You say someone from my Great Dao sect stole Sword Mountain. Do you know who it was? Truthfully, Lu Changfeng didn't believe what Li Wuyu said. Because the Great Dao sect was in peril, from the patriarch down to the disciples, everyone was preparing for battle. Where would anyone have the time to run to the Supreme Sword Sect and cause trouble? Li Wuyu waved his hand, and a light screen lit up. Do you recognize this person? Chu Ling's image appeared. Some people in the Great Dao sect recognized this face. Among them was Ji Changming. Lu Changfeng didn't recognize her, but he immediately looked at Ji Changming. If it were someone else, Ji Changming could have directly said he didn't recognize them, but regarding Chu Ling, he needed to be cautious. Because Chu Ling seemed to have an unclear relationship with Lu Yi. Junior brother, you should recognize her, right? Lu Changfeng asked. Ji Changming nodded. This woman is named Chu Ling. She is under Bai Lan Peak. She was second in the sect's genius competition before. It seems she has some unclear relationship with Lu Yi. Li Wuyu's face, full of anger, paused for a moment. Even if she has an unclear relationship with Lu Yi, she shouldn't be so ruthless towards her own ally. That is my Supreme Sword Sect Sword Mountain. If Sword Mountain disappears, can my Supreme Sword Sect still be called the Supreme Sword Sect? Fellow Taoist, please calm down. We will immediately try to contact Chu Ling and also contact Lu Yi. Sword Mountain won't disappear in a short while. My Great Dao sect will absolutely not infringe upon the interests of our allies. We will always stand on the side of justice. Lu Yi naturally didn't know what Chu Ling had done, but he wouldn't be surprised if he did. One person, one life. Regarding the Chu Sword Manor incident, Lu Yi did not die. The time Lu Yi died to save Chu Ling hasn't happened yet. Chu Ling. Lu Yi didn't want to comment too much. He was more interested in the people of Buddhism now. Although Buddhism was expelled from the Great Wilderness, most Buddhist disciples are humans, people they secretly brought back after entering the Great Wilderness. Now, Lu Yi was driving the myriad spirits demon emperor and had arrived at the Buddhist realm. Compared to other alien races, the casualties among the powerhouses in the Buddhist realm were the fewest. Lu Yi was already prepared for a big battle. It was indeed like that ahead. Even a solemn expression appeared on Lu Yi's face. Because a colossal Buddha, radiating limitless Buddhist light, was sitting cross-legged in front of Lu Yi. The terrifying pressure seemed to solidify the entire Buddhist realm. This aura, Great Ascension Peak. Did Buddhism still have such an ancient entity? One person and one Buddha faced off. Amitabha, the road ahead is blocked. Please take a detour, fellow Taoist. Silver-white light suddenly erupted from Lu Yi's eyes. Another pupil vaguely appeared in his eyes. Just a relic left in the first heaven. Yes, this Buddha statue was just meant to scare people. If Lu Yi didn't have many means and extremely sharp senses, he might have really been fooled by this Buddha statue. It was truly realistic. The Buddha statue's expression changed slightly. Since you are stubborn, I will suppress you. At this moment, the Buddha statue's aura surged even more terrifyingly, even exceeding what could be displayed in the Great Ascension realm. A huge and realistically clear Buddha palm heavily slapped towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi ignored it directly and turned into a stream of light rushing towards the Buddha palm. The Buddha palm, with the posture of the sky collapsing, fiercely struck Lu Yi's body. But the moment it touched Lu Yi's body, everything turned into a bubble, and Lu Yi also passed through the Buddha statue without any obstruction. Buddhism was escaping. They weren't just starting to escape, they had clearly been escaping for a while, so much so that there were very few Buddhist disciples left here. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi felt a little emotional. Buddhism, as expected of a sect that repeatedly courted death yet still managed to survive each time. Putting aside everything else, their ability to escape and their understanding of their own strength surpassed far too many forces. They were probably used to escaping. Disaster was always one step behind Buddhism. The myriad spirits demon emperor was a little flustered. Buddhism had all run away. He had no one to parasitize now. It shouldn't be his fault, right? Continue. Vermilion Bird was struggling to be reborn in fire. She watched the myriad spirits demon emperor rush into the ghost realm to parasitize, rush into the spirit realm to parasitize. The myriad spirits demon emperor himself couldn't remember how many existences he had parasitized. The strength of the body he had newly parasitized was originally crossing tribulation 3rd level, but now it was continuously increasing, having already reached the 4th level. He was currently in the most terrifying state of cultivation. Given time, he could quickly cultivate to crossing tribulation 9th level again. What exactly does he want to do? Vermilion Bird's eyes widened, the fear in her heart becoming increasingly obvious. She saw Lu Yi walking towards the myriad spirits demon emperor. The myriad spirits demon emperor thought he was about to be beaten and quickly protected his head. Puff puff. 2 arms flew out. The myriad spirits demon emperor let out a wail. I have listened to you. I have parasitized many, many Yao, demon, and ghost. Please let me go, please let me go. The myriad spirits demon emperor wailed. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't want to be beaten again. That feeling of being unilaterally and wildly trampled caused great damage to his inner being. Lu Yi extended his hand. His palm grasped the myriad spirits demon emperor's head. The last test. If you survive, you live. As soon as the words fell. In an instant, reincarnation obsession, like a silver river descending from the sky, violently poured into the myriad spirits demon emperor's soul. Reincarnation, such an ancient term. Over the long years, how much suffering had not been resolved, ultimately failing to enter reincarnation and turning into obsession. Too much, too much. And now, Lu Yi was finding an outlet for this obsession. Pouring all of this obsession in. Painful screams erupted from the myriad spirits demon emperor's mouth. His soul showed a tendency to completely shatter under the first wave of obsession impact. It was at this moment that he understood why Lu Yi forced him to parasitize more beings. There was too much obsession, too much suffering. The myriad spirits demon emperor couldn't bear it. He didn't want to die. So much obsession had already locked onto his soul. Now, there was only one way to survive. That was to transmit the obsession out. Transmit it evenly into every parasitized soul. The myriad spirits demon emperor didn't hesitate, nor did he have time to hesitate. In an instant, countless parasitized beings felt a violent pain. Massive amounts of crying, hysteria, and murmuring appeared in the souls of the hosts. The weak were rapidly dying. Vermilion Bird was also in a semi-parasitized state. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her expression was somewhat pained. No, this won't do. With such a vast impact of reincarnation obsession, all who were parasitized would die. There was absolutely no hope of survival. Their souls would even be shattered by the obsession. One by one, sorrowful souls rapidly rushed towards all the alien race worlds. No, Lu Yi, stop. All Yao, demon, and ghost will die. All parasitized existences will die. And at this time, an obsession came into Vermilion Bird's mind. It was Shen Zitong. It's you. Vermilion Bird was stunned. Shen Zitong looked at Vermilion Bird calmly. Lu Yi told me that your previous life was a great emperor. A great emperor's Dao heart is firm and can resist the influence of all obsessions. However, if they live, you will die. Or, regardless, they die, and you live. Live one, or live millions. You, make a choice. Chapter 126, Choice Part 1. God Realm, Demon Realm, Spirit Realm, Ghost Realm. Wailing sounds echoed throughout the sky. At this moment, the souls of all beings parasitized by the myriad spirits demon emperor were invaded by obsession. Every obsession, all the suffering it endured in life, at this moment, became the suffering of these Yao and demon. It was as if they personally experienced everything these obsessions had gone through, as if in this rolling mundane world, they were battered and bruised by fate, by the world, by grievances. Suffering, enveloping all the Yao, demon, and alien race. The entire world was filled only with sounds of miserable screams, yet this was merely the beginning of the obsession. Reincarnation obsession. There was too much, too much. Why did Lu Yi always cry? Because it was too bitter. Even his celestial venerable Taoist heart couldn't suppress that feeling of suffering. If he forcefully suppressed it, his Taoist heart, will, and soul would sink. He could only use crying as a way to alleviate the suffering in his heart and relieve his pressure. Crying is an external manifestation of suffering. What exactly is going on? Didn't you self-detonate? Vermilion Bird's eyes were splitting with rage, staring intently at Shen Zitong. Shen Zitong's eyes were calm yet cold. Yes, I self-detonated. All my loved ones died. I carried monstrous hatred, did not enter reincarnation, and turned into an obsession, just to wait for this scene to happen. You shouldn't care why I appeared here now. What you should care about is the Yao and demon you protect. Look at the suffering they are enduring. Shen Zitong turned into a stream of light and rushed into Vermilion Bird's soul. At this moment, Vermilion Bird's consciousness became extremely clear. Her connection with the myriad spirits demon emperor became closer, and obsessions were continuously pouring into her soul through the myriad spirits demon emperor's soul. However, just as Shen Zitong said, she was a great emperor. 4 spirits of heaven, vermilion bird. This little bit of obsession would at most make her frown. Even if the obsessions of all living beings were gathered on her now, she could endure it. But now, through the myriad spirits demon emperor's perspective, she saw the wailing of countless Yaoan demon. Countless. Too many. The vast land, the endless mountains and forests. Everywhere, living beings were rolling on the ground, wailing. Their souls were suffering terrifying attacks. That kind of obsession was like the most vicious attachment, clinging tightly to their souls, making them endure the most intense emotional attacks in the world. Some weak Yaoan demon had their minds completely collapse with just a single touch. They lay motionless on the ground, their souls rapidly dissipating. Tragic. Vermilion bird gasped violently. Killing is but a simple matter. Why torment others like this? Reincarnation obsession, it was the poison cast by that crazy woman. Vermilion bird knew who it was. When she first heard the name, she thought this reincarnation obsession was like the life-slaughtering lotus seed she planted, merely causing Lu Yi's emotions to fluctuate. But now, it clearly wasn't. The life-slaughtering lotus seed made Lu Yi controlled by slaughter, while the current reincarnation obsession plunged Lu Yi deeply into endless suffering. Scene after scene, constantly flashed in Vermilion Bird's mind. These scenes were too tragic, too horrific. Every moment, Yaoan demon died in extreme pain, their faces contorted and distorted, unable to rest in peace. These scenes were a tremendous torment for Vermilion Bird. If she died alone, could all the Yaoan demon live? Among these Yaoan demon, there were also good beings. The reincarnation obsession became even more vast. Shen Zitong's words kept echoing in her mind. She was a great emperor, her Taoist heart was firm, she could endure these reincarnation obsessions. As long as all the reincarnation obsessions were gathered on her, then these living beings could survive. If she didn't care, all these living beings would die. Vermilion Bird suddenly let out a clear cry. Vermilion Bird's cry shaking the 9 heavens. Since that's the case, then let me die. It's just death, after all. If she dies, tens of millions can live. She died for a worthy cause. Boom. Following a boom. The connection between Vermilion Bird and the myriad spirits demon emperor reached its peak at this moment. All obsessions directed towards other living beings were cut off and rushed towards Vermilion Bird. In just an instant, Vermilion Bird let out a mournful cry. Her body heavily crashed to the ground, curled up, all her Vermilion Bird feathers trembling. Mournful cry. Sounds of mournful cries rang out. Vermilion Bird saw it. If Lu Yi transferring the reincarnation obsession to the millions and tens of millions of alien race in these small worlds in one go was a cruel scene. Then at this moment, the countless bitter obsessions, numerous as stars, spanning long eras, were a grand performance, showcasing all the most tragic things in this world. She followed each obsession, experiencing their suffering, as if she had undergone reincarnation for billions of lives. More and more, more and more. Vermilion Bird was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Every mouthful was Vermilion Bird essence blood, heart's blood. A great emperor's Taoist heart, under such suffering, actually became like this. Shen Zitong watched nearby, enjoying Vermilion Bird's suffering at this moment. Tisk tisk tisk, where are we now? Not even 1/10 of the reincarnation obsessions on Lu Yi's soul had finished being released. You're already in this much pain. For the tens of millions of alien race beings, you must hold on. Ah. Vermilion Bird let out the most mournful scream. She was weeping blood. At this moment, Lu Yi's face revealed a look of comfort. So comfortable. Reincarnation obsession, like a swamp, had surrounded him constantly since it erupted. He always felt so tired, so sad and pained. And now, this mud, these shackles, were being cast off, were breaking. So comfortable. As for him feeling that all the reincarnation obsessions had entered one person. Lu Yi had already guessed, it was most likely Vermilion Bird. So what about Vermilion Bird? If it weren't for Vermilion Bird's heaven-mandated divine ability allowing her to be reborn from fire, he would have killed Vermilion Bird long ago. Now that Vermilion Bird had always been bothered by him killing Yaoan demon and had betrayed him, wouldn't it be exactly what she wanted for her to help the Yaoan demon bear the obsessions and allow them to survive? But could Vermilion Bird truly hold on until death? Lu Yi was extremely looking forward to it. 1/10 of the obsession disappeared. 2/10 of the obsession disappeared. The myriad spirits demon emperor's soul was completely restrained, unable to move at all. 3/10 of the obsession disappeared. Ah! Vermilion bird true flame burned the heavens and destroyed the earth. 3/10 of the obsession had already caused Vermilion bird to collapse. Pain. It was too painful. What could Vermilion bird do? She could only endure with her Taoist heart. I am a 4 spirits of heaven. I am Vermilion bird emperor. I am Lu Yi's wife. No, not. Vermilion bird's thoughts had become chaotic. At this moment, she was constantly experiencing reincarnation, experiencing all the suffering in the world. She could hold on. She could. Chapter 127 Regret Part 2. Vermilion bird began to recall the beautiful things in her life. She wanted to resist the suffering of this life with beauty. She was raised by the demon clan from a young age. The one who raised her was a white stork. The white stork was very good to her, feeding her and teaching her cultivation. It was the white stork who let her know that everything in the world has a distinction between good and evil. At that time, what she looked forward to every day was what delicious food white stork mama would bring back for her. Later, a look of confusion suddenly appeared in Vermilion bird's eyes. Later, in her happiness, a person always appeared. This bird looks quite unique, suitable for raising. Ka, come, sing with me. I am a small bird, wanting to fly, but can't fly high. Ka, this divine fire seems very suitable for you. How does it taste? Harm my Ka, I will destroy your Taoist lineage. Ka, don't be afraid, I'm always here. Ka. In her mind, the final image was fixed under the tribulation clouds, the look in Lu Yi's eyes as he looked at her. Shock, disbelief, heartache. It was too painful. She really couldn't bear it anymore. Her thoughts were chaotic in her mind. I seem to have done something wrong. No, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry Lu Yi. No, Lu Yi is sorry for me. I can die for millions of living beings. No, I can protect more living beings by living. Yes, I can protect more living beings by living. This is just millions of living beings. In these 9 heavens, there are still endless demon clan that need to be protected. No, I can't back down. But it really hurts too much. When Vermilion bird's will to survive began to exert its strength, her mind had already found a reason for her. Are you going to give up? Shen Zitong's voice also sounded at this moment. Vermilion bird heard it clearly, but she didn't answer. Her mind kept echoing that by living, she could save more demons. Do you know how many kind existences there are among these millions of living beings? Can you bear to watch them suffer endless pain and die? Sacrifice one of you to save millions, isn't that your idea? Or are you saying that in your heart, it's only about sacrificing someone else to save millions, not sacrificing yourself to save millions? If you give up now, these millions of living beings will all die. Their souls will be entangled by obsession, never entering reincarnation, never finding peace. If you abandon them, they will have no possibility of living on. If you give up now, they will all die. Do you really want to abandon them? One question after another continuously entered Vermilion bird's ears. Her voice was sharp. By living, I can save more. Then if more living beings encounter such a death tribulation again, will you continue to give up? Thinking in your heart that you can save even more. This is just your excuse to escape. Do you know that if you don't save these millions of living beings, you are being hypocritical? When you killed me, you claimed to sacrifice one of me for millions. Now it's your turn, but you're backing down. Vermilion bird. You are Vermilion bird. Can the tragic deaths of so many living beings move your kind heart? You must save the living beings. You must save them. Every word from Shen Zitong was like a knife shooting at Vermilion bird. Vermilion bird's heart, her kindness, were all riddled with holes at this moment. 5/10. If you truly have love in your heart, then hold on for a little longer. A great emperor, with a stable Taoist heart, can't even bear this kind of pain. Lu Yi endured so much, and only shed tears, yet you are already in such pain. You must remember your so-called faith. You must remember your persistence. 6/10. This level of obsession had already reached the brink of Vermilion bird's death and Taoist dissipation. At this moment, she not only felt deep pain, but also the imminent death crisis. This made her will even more fragile. Others can die, why can't you die? Watching others die, you think it's saving more living beings. Your own death is also saving more living beings. If you hold on, you are good. If you can't hold on, you are hypocritical. Shen Zitong was constantly encouraging and constantly mocking from the side. On one hand, the dog Lu Yi's reincarnation obsession, if not completely removed, would definitely be very troublesome in the future. Millions of living beings might really not be enough for the dog Lu Yi to remove. On the other hand, Shen Zitong was also truly looking forward to it, hoping that Vermilion Bird would hold on until the very last step, and then she wouldn't be able to support it. The obsession that she couldn't support would rush into the bodies of all living beings like a monstrous wave, instantly shattering their souls. In that case, Vermilion Bird would become the biggest accomplice. I can completely deceive her. So Vermilion Bird, you must hold on. As for whether Vermilion Bird can absorb all the obsession on Lu Yi's soul and have no regrets. Don't be ridiculous. The system has seen everything about this group of women in the previous life. If Vermilion Bird could calmly face death without regret to save other living beings, she would dare to eat the dog Lu Yi. 7/10. Lu Yi's whole body felt light, a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Vermilion Bird should be dead by now, right? At this moment, Lu Yi actually felt 2 points of admiration in his heart. Being able to hold on until death, Vermilion Bird was worthy of the name Great Emperor. Ah! Suddenly, a cry of a bird echoed between heaven and earth. Myriad spirits Demon Emperor's body began to tremble violently. Lu Yi's expression slightly condensed. In his eyes, at this moment, a faint disappointment was revealed. Then it became cold as iron. Reincarnation obsession, in its most violent form, rushed into Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor's soul. The reincarnation obsession that Vermilion Bird had intercepted was like a dam breaking, completely collapsing. The vast reincarnation obsession turned into a flood, following the connection between Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor and the many parasitic hosts, fiercely crashing into the millions, tens of millions, countless parasitic bodies. At this moment, many small worlds completely fell into screams. Massive amounts of living beings died in the most tragic way. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor's soul twisted violently, shattered, and turned into ashes. Lu Yi withdrew his palm. At this moment, all the reincarnation obsession disappeared from his soul. The fourth type of poison completely disappeared. Vermilion Bird was trying her best to remove the reincarnation obsession from her soul. She didn't want to endure such pain anymore, she didn't want to bear a single trace of reincarnation obsession. When Vermilion Bird completely cleared the reincarnation obsession from him. God Realm, Ghost Realm, Demon Realm, many small worlds turned into dead zones. Vermilion Bird finally escaped from the boundless pain. She was gasping for breath. She had never been so close to death. It was a death that even bathing in fire could not save her from. Laughter echoed in Vermilion Bird's mind. Ha ha ha, kindness, ha ha ha. Chapter 128 Before Death Part 3. The Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor's body collapsed with a bang. His soul was already shattered. All traces of his aura vanished. From now on, there was no longer the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor in the world, and from now on, there was no longer the parasitic heavenly demon in the world. No, that's not right, there still is. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird looked up, seeing Lu Yi's icy eyes, and Shen Zitong's figure appeared in front of Vermilion Bird. Brother, shall we kill one? Shen Zitong said softly. Lu Yi nodded. All right. He raised his hand and formed a fist. Vermilion Bird was in a daze, her Dao heart had completely shattered the moment she released the reincarnation obsession. She was hypocritical. She prided herself on her kindness, believing she could sacrifice her life for living beings. But she didn't do it. It turned out that true death was so terrifying. As Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist condensed, a trace of clarity finally returned to Vermilion Bird's eyes. Bloody tears flowed from her eyes. She knew she was going to die. Because a wisp of the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor's remnant soul was still within her. Before I die, can I ask a few questions? How could Lu Yi waste time talking nonsense with her? He was about to smash down with his fist immediately. But Shen Zitong quickly hugged Lu Yi's arm. Dog Lu Yi, isn't it boring to just kill her like this? You ask. Shen Zitong spoke. Vermilion Bird's gaze lingered on Shen Zitong's action of holding Lu Yi's arm. Once, she could also make such a gesture. She could also stop Lu Yi when he had killing intent. No matter how strong Lu Yi's killing intent was, as long as she pulled him, Lu Yi would stop. But now, the person stopping Lu Yi was still there, but it wasn't her anymore. The person Lu Yi was killing was also there, but it had become her. Ha ha ha. Vermilion Bird laughed bitterly, laughed despairingly. You clearly had 9 lives, so why did you only have 1 life when crossing tribulation? Lu Yi was silent. Shen Zitong was full of excitement. Gossip. 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 Ding, dog Lu Yi Gerger, tell her, quickly tell her the truth. In her excitement, Shen Zitong started speaking without restraint. Lu Yi looked at Vermilion Bird's appearance, and in his mind, the image of the lively and active Vermilion Bird from the past seemed to appear. In the previous life, during my cultivation process, I died 1 life for each of you 8 people. Lu Yi spoke. Upon hearing this, Vermilion Bird's mind was greatly shaken. She looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. For me, you also died once. Lu Yi nodded. When? Vermilion Bird asked urgently. Parasitic Heavenly Demon, White Fire Spirit, Azure Sea. When Lu Yi said these 3 terms, Vermilion Bird's memory was instantly pulled back to that time. The parasitic Heavenly Demon had appeared in the 7th heaven. And White Fire Spirit was the young bird she had secretly hidden back then. Under her careful nurturing, the young bird slowly grew up. She named her White Fire Spirit, using Bai as her surname based on the white stork that raised her. The Azure Sea was where Lu Yi had his final battle with the parasitic Heavenly Demon. She remembered everything. When White Fire Spirit was around, Lu Yi was besieged by various powerful enemies. He killed his way through, rising up, and the path of his rise was simply agonizing to the extreme. That day, Lu Yi had been chasing the parasitic Heavenly Demon for a long time and finally chased it to the Azure Sea. It was also on that day that she obtained a key. It was the key to opening the demon ancestral court. And on that key, the aura of White Fire Spirit remained. The Yao who delivered the key told her that this key was left for her by a fiery red firebird. The name of that firebird was White Fire Spirit. At that time, she was also somewhat puzzled. White Fire Spirit had already died in the 6th heaven. Now that she had ascended to the 7th heaven, how could White Fire Spirit still have the ability to send her something in the 7th heaven? The person who came told her that they were from the Sky Balance Pavilion. The Sky Balance Pavilion was known for balancing all things in fair transactions, making them quite trustworthy. This key was deposited by a Yao named White Fire Spirit in the Sky Balance Pavilion, requesting them to deliver this key to Vermilion Bird at an appropriate time. What is the appropriate time? Vermilion Bird asked. When the parasitic Heavenly Demon is about to die. She actually knew about the parasitic Heavenly Demon. Vermilion Bird was incredibly surprised, but the people from the Sky Balance Pavilion had already completed their task. Finally, they told Vermilion Bird that she only needed to probe the key with a wisp of her divine sense to understand everything, then they bowed and left. Vermilion Bird was indeed cautious at the time. However, it was just a wisp of divine sense. Her strength at the time was also not bad, and she had enough confidence to handle various situations. As a result, she probed it with a wisp of divine sense. It really was White Fire Spirit. That aura was definitely White Fire Spirit, not a single bit wrong. Sister Vermilion Bird, we meet again. By now, I should be dead, right? It doesn't matter. I was originally someone who should have died long ago. I lived for a long time, so I made a big profit. Alright, the little bit of power I have left isn't enough for me to be long-winded. Let's get straight to the point. This key is the key to the demon ancestral court. I obtained it during my final exploration, and I also perished because of this key. The demon ancestral court is in the 7th heaven, and it contains countless demon clan treasures, but no one can find it right now. You only need to drip a drop of essence blood onto this key to the demon ancestral court, and you can lock onto the location of the ancestral court. But be careful, the guardian of the ancestral court is the parasitic Heavenly Demon. That's a very terrifying guy. I don't want Sister Vermilion Bird to fall into danger, so the action I set for the Sky Balance Pavilion was to go to the demon ancestral court when the parasitic Heavenly Demon was about to perish. I hope Sister Vermilion Bird is happy and cultivates smoothly. Oh, I can only say this much. Sister Vermilion Bird, you must take good care of yourself. Goodbye. This was the message left by White Fire Spirit. Vermilion Bird was certain that this was indeed left by White Fire Spirit. White Fire Spirit was raised by her, growing up little by little, and from beginning to end, never showed any trace belonging to the myriad spirits Demon Emperor. She believed White Fire Spirit. Thus, a drop of Vermilion Bird's essence blood dripped onto the key. The essence blood disappeared, and she did indeed sense the aura of the ancestral court from the key. So, she went to the ancestral court. So, she found the myriad spirits blood transformation demon scripture. At that time, her emotions were too agitated, and she actually went into chi deviation and fell unconscious. When she woke up again, Lu Yi had already appeared by her side, and the place she was in was the Azure Sea. Lu Yi told her that the parasitic heavenly demon had already perished. So, I was parasitized, Vermilion Bird asked in a daze. Shen Zitong gently waved her hand. A light screen appeared in front of Vermilion Bird. Chapter 129, Past Part 4. Within the light screen, Vermilion Bird appeared in the demon ancestral court. In her hand, she held the myriad spirits blood transformation demon scripture, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her face was filled with disbelief. Her eyes were wide. The energy within her body surged, the Vermilion Bird true flame automatically erupted, burning many objects in the ancestral court to ashes. Vermilion Bird saw that this was indeed her situation in the ancestral court at that time. Poof! A large mouthful of Vermilion Bird's heart blood was spat out from Vermilion Bird's mouth. Vermilion Bird started laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, fake, it's all fake. The cultivation technique practiced by the myriad spirits demon emperor has no means of seizing bodies at all. Ha ha ha, it's all fake. Lu Yi, you deceived me so terribly, you deceived me so terribly. Another large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Vermilion Bird fainted on the spot. In the picture, exactly the same as in Vermilion Bird's memory, there were no other people present in the demon ancestral court. How did such a picture spread? Vermilion Bird stared blankly at the light screen. The unconscious Vermilion Bird suddenly opened her eyes, but these eyes were definitely not Vermilion Bird's eyes. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, in the end, I am superior. Even if your strength is heaven-defying, what of it? Your woman, your beloved, is now in my hands. Do you dare to kill me? The parasitic heavenly demon let out a sinister and twisted laugh. From the first heaven, suppressing me to the seventh heaven, Lu Yi, you are truly the greatest opponent I have ever faced in my life. Come, let you completely destroy me. Come. Vermilion Bird's figure soared into the air, flying quickly towards the Azure Sea. At that time, the parasitic heavenly demon was already absolutely suppressed by Lu Yi. The two fought until the Azure Sea churned, and the entire seventh heaven was enveloped in terrifying pressure. 10,000 techniques, peerless sword light. The strongest clash between humans and demons. The parasitic heavenly demon was very happy while being beaten. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, in the end, I won. The parasitic heavenly demon laughed at Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, idiot. The transcendent fist erupted with terrifying power, faintly showing a trace of the celestial venerable fist's embryonic form. A single punch sent the parasitic heavenly demon spitting blood non-stop. As a strong person, can't you be more refined? I am a demon, and my words are not as harsh as yours. The parasitic heavenly demon hated Lu Yi's attitude of calling him an idiot and treating him like one. Oh, is that so? Then I'll be more refined. Excuse me, are you an idiot? The parasitic heavenly demon was furious, demon techniques shook the heavens, and it attacked Lu Yi with all its might. Then it was sent flying again. This body of the parasitic heavenly demon was constantly shattering from the beating. Sword light whistled, and the great slaughter sword technique erupted with terrifying lethality. The parasitic heavenly demon became weaker and weaker, its aura constantly weakening, and the wounds on its body were more numerous than the fish in the Azure Sea. Die! Lu Yi raised his sword, and heaven and earth changed color. Supreme Sword. This was the embryonic form of Lu Yi's Emperor's sword, the Supreme Sword Dao. Lu Yi could be said to be the first heavenly venerable realm expert from ancient times until now who became an emperor with a sword, and after his sword was destroyed, abandoned the sword to practice fists, and finally became a venerable with fists. There was nothing to be done, who made Lu Yi proficient in all aspects. The system's enlightenment function and deduction function perfectly helped Lu Yi push all kinds of techniques and methods to the peak. The supreme sword light shone. Just as Lu Yi was preparing to completely annihilate the parasitic heavenly demon with a sword, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Lu Yi's sword had already slashed down, but he forcibly stopped it. His arms burst with a large amount of blood, and the stone sword also let out a mournful cry. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yi, slash. Kill me. Kill your most beloved woman along with me. If you don't kill this foolish Vermilion Bird, then I won't be able to die. The parasitic heavenly demon let out a sinister and arrogant laugh. It laughed until tears came out. It simply didn't believe that Lu Yi would kill Vermilion Bird, because even an outsider like it knew how good Lu Yi was to Vermilion Bird. You think I don't dare to kill? Seeing Vermilion Bird appear, Lu Yi instantly understood everything. His face was contorted with ferocity, his killing intent unprecedentedly violent. Ha ha ha, kill then, come, I'll let you kill. Vermilion Bird stepped forward, directly arriving in front of Lu Yi, extending her neck for Lu Yi to chop. Who in the world doesn't know that these women are the most important existences in your life, surpassing all treasures in the world? Do you dare to kill? Can you bear to kill? Ha ha ha. Vermilion Bird looked at the scene in the light screen, her heart incredibly cold. After she fainted, such a thing actually happened. So, in her previous life, she had actually been parasitized by the parasitic heavenly demon. But, with the situation having become like this, how did Lu Yi break the deadlock? How did he kill the parasitic heavenly demon without harming himself? Lu Yi swung his sword, and the parasitic heavenly demon's last main body was directly annihilated. The parasitic heavenly demon was startled. You're crazy. Vermilion Bird roared angrily. With the last main body annihilated, it meant that from this moment on, it could only be Vermilion Bird. It absolutely did not want to be Lu Yi's woman. It didn't distinguish between male and female, it seemed, being Lu Yi's woman wasn't so bad either. To be honest, among all the opponents the parasitic heavenly demon had encountered, Lu Yi was the one most worth taking seriously, and even admiring. Apart from his women, he had no other weaknesses, and his methods were frighteningly numerous. Do you know that after you killed my last main body, I can only be Vermilion Bird, and Vermilion Bird can only be me? Lu Yi's lips curved into a cold smile. Is that so? Lu Yi suddenly grabbed Vermilion Bird's arm. His and Vermilion Bird's arms were simultaneously slit open. The next second, the essence blood within their bodies rapidly intertwined, and a massive yin-yang diagram appeared above their heads. Black and white colors flowed, the Taiyan star and the sun erupted, endlessly rotating and transforming. Both of them were enveloped in light. Until, Vermilion Bird was sent flying out. Lu Yi knelt in the void, large drops of sweat falling. The method of yin-yang transformation, for him, transforming so many times was simply much more tiring than cultivating with Bai Chulin. The parasitic heavenly demon was already bewildered by the rotation. Its consciousness was just now frantically rotating, pulling, twisting, and transforming under the power of yin-yang. After everything ended, its consciousness was actually now in Lu Yi's body. The parasitic heavenly demon was greatly alarmed in its heart. It didn't understand how Lu Yi did it, but this method was truly too terrifying. If Lu Yi were to casually find another living being now and use this technique again, wouldn't it transfer it to the body of another living being? And then easily kill it. Thus, the parasitic heavenly demon frantically began to merge with Lu Yi, striving to infect and parasitize every inch of Lu Yi's soul and physical body. Lu Yi didn't pay attention to the parasitic heavenly demon's actions. He placed Vermilion Bird on a spirit ship and his figure disappeared. Chapter 130, The Fall of Suzaku. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, you are truly loyal and righteous, but now that you and I are one, wouldn't that be even better? The parasitic heavenly demon was sure that it had completely merged with Lu Yi and spoke these words through Lu Yi's mouth. Vermilion Bird watched this scene, her eyes starting to show fear. No, 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 it's not like this. It's not like this. In the image, Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly. Lost another life, how helpless. What do you mean? The parasitic heavenly demon was stunned. The next second, it felt the energy within Lu Yi's body begin to become frantic and violent. Lu Yi's face changed drastically. What are you doing? Lu Yi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? How much hatred and resentment do we have that you want to drag me to self-destruct? You will die too, do you want to perish together with me? Madman. Stop. Stop quickly. Madman, damn it, madman. No, don't. Vermilion Bird also roared, don't self-destruct, don't self-destruct. Boom. In the light screen, a brilliant white light, like a rising sun, rose above the azure sea. A huge void appeared in the azure sea, and the seawater stirred up towering waves that swept in all directions. Lu Yi self-destructed. He pulled the parasitic heavenly demon's parasitism onto himself, taking the parasitic heavenly demon's final soul with him to self-destruct. Perish together. Vermilion Bird was completely stunned. So much had happened after she fainted. Lu Yi had actually taken her place, allowing the parasitic heavenly demon to parasitize him, and then self-destructed with the parasitic heavenly demon. His life, just like that because of her stupidity, her trust in by fire spirit, was lost. The scene in the light screen was not over yet. Lu Yi, who had died once, reappeared. He sighed softly, his expression somewhat helpless, clearly having no good way to deal with the women around him. But thankfully, Lu Yi's face showed a smile again. Vermilion Bird, however, understood the second half of the sentence Lu Yi didn't say. He should have been saying, but thankfully, Vermilion Bird is fine. The scene continued. Vermilion Bird saw Lu Yi wake her up on the ship. Why am I here? Vermilion Bird looked at Lu Yi, her eyes red and somewhat confused, she covered her head. You were parasitized by the parasitic heavenly demon and came to stop me from killing him. But thankfully, I was more skilled, not only clearing the parasitism on you but also completely destroying the parasitic heavenly demon. How about that? Impressive, right? Lu Yi's face held a bright smile. He was always so sunny, as if just now, he hadn't died at all. Vermilion Bird didn't look up, just replied in a low voice. Impressive. This reaction is too bland, isn't it? Vermilion Bird raised her head, her face already showing an expression of admiration. With a smile, impressive, Lu Yi is too impressive. Lu Yi was stunned. He looked at Vermilion Bird's smile, for a moment, somewhat at a loss. You. What about me? I've already praised you, isn't that enough? What else do you want from me? Lu Yi was silent. Vermilion Bird's face held a smile, but in her eyes, there was mockery. Aren't you curious how I expelled the parasitic heavenly demon from your body and how I killed it? You used a life, alright. Enough. Lu Yi, I'm very tired, I want to be quiet. Lu Yi. Vermilion Bird watched everything in the scene. Tears streamed down her face. She watched Lu Yi's joy and pride completely extinguished by a few words from her. She clearly remembered what she was thinking at that time. She hated Lu Yi. At that moment, she already hated Lu Yi immensely. She didn't even want to pretend anymore. She didn't know what there was to pretend about with a liar. The light screen disappeared. Shen Zitong looked at Vermilion Bird's tear-streaked face, and the entire system was ecstatic. Ding ding ding, those who don't trust their loved ones are always so stupid. You deserve to end up like this. Can I kill her now? Lu Yi asked Shen Zitong. Wait a moment, I still have a question. Vermilion Bird spoke, her voice full of regret and guilt. What is it? Speak. Shen Zitong was full of anticipation. Come, let this system hear what your last words will be. Vermilion Bird's eyes were full of tears, she stared blankly at Lu Yi. Lu Yi. Vermilion Bird's voice was trembling. Lu Yi's expression was cold. Lu Yi. Vermilion Bird couldn't speak a complete sentence, her body shook like a sieve, crying incessantly. When you self-destructed, were you afraid? Did it hurt? Shen Zitong's expression froze. Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist reformed. He gave Vermilion Bird an answer. Not afraid, and it didn't hurt. Do you regret it? The celestial venerable fist had reached its peak. Lu Yi looked at this Vermilion Bird, whom he truly loved and cherished in his previous life. 1,000 past events flashed through his mind. He gave the most sincere answer. Regret. A tragic smile appeared on Vermilion Bird's face. Regret. She closed her eyes. The celestial venerable fist fell with a crash. Boom. This time, Vermilion Bird completely exploded into a sky full of flames. Her soul, along with the half-dead soul of the myriad spirits demon emperor, turned into dust under this punch. From then on, there was no more Vermilion Bird in the world, no more myriad spirits demon emperor. Vermilion Bird, fallen. Lu Yi looked at the Vermilion Bird true flame floating in the void, his eyes obscure, not knowing what he was thinking. Vermilion Bird had loved him. He had also loved Vermilion Bird. But now it had turned out like this. Let it be. It's just a bit of hardship. Lu Yi formed a seal, and the Vermilion Bird true flame floated towards him, merging into his own flames. Lu Yi turned and left. Shen Zitong was extremely satisfied, transforming into a stream of light and merging into Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi traveled through various small worlds, once again beginning to condense the blood and flesh great pill. Time passed by minute. Finally, when Lu Yi returned to the Great Wilderness, the transmission stone rang immediately. Because the transmission stone could not transmit over such a long distance, he only received the message upon returning to the Great Wilderness. Lu Yi, what is your relationship with Chu Ling? She stole the Sword Mountain of the Supreme Sword Sect, and now the Supreme Sword Sect is chasing her all over the world. The Supreme Sword Sect is an ally of our Great Dao Sect, and their Sword Mountain was stolen because the experts of the Supreme Sword Sect came to help our Great Dao Sect. What do you think should be done? How about you contact Chu Ling and ask her to return the Sword Mountain? If she wants treasures like the Sword Mountain, we can try to find and refine them. If she really needs it, our Great Dao Sect can compensate the Supreme Sword Sect. A series of messages rang out. Lu Yi held the transmission stone and replied. Chu Ling and I are enemies. If the Supreme Sword Sect helps me kill her, I will be eternally grateful. Chapter 131 Obsession x 2 Update 1. Reincarnation Obsession, countless reincarnation obsessions, densely suspended between heaven and earth. Reincarnation Obsession, indestructible. This was not a joke or a jest. Even Reincarnation Heavenly Lord had no way to deal with these reincarnation obsessions, so one could imagine how terrifying these reincarnation obsessions were. Currently, Lu Yi also had no solution. Because this thing already belonged to the kind of existence that had jumped out of the three realms and was no longer within the five elements. You could destroy the reincarnation obsession. But the reincarnation obsession would never be completely destroyed. It would return to reincarnation, absorb the power of reincarnation, and restore itself. Dissipating, reincarnation obsession was a huge pit on Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's body. The reincarnation obsession destroyed the souls of so many living beings, their physical bodies were refined into great flesh and blood pills by Lu Yi, and Lu Yi also tried to put the reincarnation obsession into the 10,000 soul banner, but was unable to do so. He could only leave them be. As time passed, these reincarnation obsessions that no one cared about began to become transparent and ethereal. They merged into the void. All of them flew together towards one place. There, a vast galaxy was slowly rotating. Billions of stars formed the largest vortex, where the gravity of various stars intertwined, creating the most dreamlike scene. In the myriad worlds, souls continuously entered this vortex, reincarnating. Yes, this was reincarnation. 6 paths of reincarnation. The reincarnation created by Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, who exhausted his life's power, was for the operation of heaven and earth, to comply with the Heavenly Dao, and to seek merit through reincarnation to attain the Dao. The entrance to reincarnation. A giant stone statue sat cross-legged, wearing a long robe, looking like a monk, with the Reincarnation Heavenly seal on its brow, emitting a soul-stirring aura. He was at the entrance. In fact, his lifespan had long since ended, but due to reincarnation, he managed to survive for a long time within reincarnation in a self-sealed state, which was enough to prove his power. Watching souls, one by one, enter reincarnation. He was extremely delighted by this. Because all of this was his merit. Suddenly, a reincarnation obsession arrived. No hindrance, reincarnation obsession is always present. Just one reincarnation obsession, it could not cause too much emotional fluctuation in Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. The second reincarnation obsession arrived. No hindrance, reincarnation obsession is always present. The third reincarnation obsession arrived. Could it be that another disaster has occurred in the world? The fourth reincarnation obsession arrived. Alas, all sentient beings suffer, it is regrettable that I cannot deliver all sentient beings. The fifth reincarnation obsession, the sixth reincarnation obsession, the seventh reincarnation obsession. Wait a moment. You wait a moment. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was slightly panicked, when countless reincarnation obsessions, densely packed, arrived at the entrance of reincarnation. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord exploded on the spot. No, why are there so many reincarnation obsessions? Crack. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord detached from the stone statue, and as soon as he detached, he saw a scene that made him doubt life. Reincarnation obsession. Endless reincarnation obsessions, forming an ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see, drifting towards reincarnation. No, Amitabha was on the same level as himself, he should say, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was above. No, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was himself. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's mind was already in chaos from the shock. There were too many, simply because there were too many reincarnation obsessions. It wasn't that he hadn't experienced the Dark Age. During the Dark Age there were too many cruel existences born, the entire world was suffering, with wails of sorrow everywhere. But how many reincarnation obsessions appeared then? Not even a tenth of the reincarnation obsessions appearing now. What on earth happened in the world? Could it be that an existence specializing in creating reincarnation obsessions had appeared? Wouldn't that be his lifelong enemy? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's expression was solemn, his scalp tingled, and he hurriedly deduced the heavenly secrets, wanting to see what the situation was. However, the moment the heavenly secrets formed, collapse. The heavenly secrets collapsed again. An existence so powerful that it made Reincarnation Heavenly Lord tremble, forcefully blocked the heavenly secrets, preventing him from knowing everything that happened. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord widened his eyes. Although he knew that his continuous shock had completely ruined his status as a celestial venerable, he really couldn't help it. Because the scene he faced was unprecedented. The fellow who created these reincarnation obsessions could actually directly block the heavenly secrets, preventing even his own deductions from succeeding, so he must be an existence not weaker than him, or even stronger. Facing such an existence, being a bit shocked seemed acceptable. Too many. There were really too many reincarnation obsessions. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord couldn't help but curse in his heart. This great Tao of reincarnation had been operating here for countless long years, and the total reincarnation obsessions formed were only as many as the reincarnation obsessions that appeared this time. In other words, the reincarnation obsessions that appeared this time were equivalent to all the reincarnation obsessions from all past times combined. No, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was going crazy. Reincarnation had existed for many years. There were only this many reincarnation obsessions in total, and you produced this many all at once. Are you a reincarnation obsession manufacturing machine? Wait, why did this reincarnation obsession look a bit familiar? The reincarnation obsession that appeared before Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was an old man with a pale face, clearly terminally ill. The reason Reincarnation Heavenly Lord found him familiar was because this old man was truly too miserable. Born poor and sick, his family borrowed heavily to treat his illness, but only managed to pull him back from the brink of death, and he remained severely ill. His father collapsed and committed suicide. His mother raised him amidst numerous debts, but also vented all her resentment onto him. Although she never physically harmed him, she used the power of words to severely insult his soul. A blind girl fell in love with him, and he also fell in love with her, but the girl was forced to marry a butcher, who often beat and cursed her. He desperately rushed towards the butcher, but was mercilessly knocked to the ground, and his mother again cast the most vicious curses upon him. He wanted to commit suicide, but was saved by his mother, who tearfully and hoarsely wailed that the family was ruined because they wanted him to live. And now he wanted to die. Why didn't he die sooner? In such pain, he lived his life. The depth of his reincarnation obsession made even Reincarnation Heavenly Lord sigh with emotion. Seeing this reincarnation obsession, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's heart trembled, and he disappeared in an instant. Could it be that the reincarnation obsession took advantage of his inattention and ran out? That's not right. Does reincarnation obsession have this function? His figure appeared in the deepest part of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Here was the place where reincarnation obsessions were originally suppressed. And now, in this deepest part, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord saw, and also saw that reincarnation obsession. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, no. He brought this reincarnation obsession to the entrance of reincarnation, and 2 identical old man reincarnation obsessions stood before Reincarnation Heavenly Lord like this. Exactly the same. Completely identical. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, at this moment, his mentality completely exploded. Who was it? Who on earth was it? He was a celestial venerable, who on earth was playing with him like this? Harming him like this? How was this exact replication achieved? Reincarnation Obsession X2. Chapter 132, Transformed into Obsession, Part 2. This is a pair. This is a pair. This is a pair. Deep within the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord looked at these identical reincarnation obsessions, his expression somewhat collapsed. But he clearly knew that the existence capable of doing this was absolutely someone he could not provoke. It was too inconceivable. That was reincarnation obsession. Even he had no way to deal with reincarnation obsession, yet a terrifying existence had somehow replicated identical obsessions without him noticing. The heavenly secrets were completely concealed, leaving him unable to deduce anything at all. Finally, after all the obsessions were paired up, the only remaining obsession appeared in the eyes of the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. This is Vermilion Bird. Good heavens, one of the four spirits of heaven. An existence of such high standing had actually turned into an obsession. Her eyes were vacant, and she kept muttering to herself. The reincarnation Heavenly Lord listened carefully. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The reincarnation Heavenly Lord frowned, unsure for a moment how he should proceed. However, since she had already turned into reincarnation obsession, she should be dead. In the state of obsession, the true spirit would continuously be in the most painful state, day and night, cycling repeatedly. There were 3 steps for a living being to completely perish. First, physical death. Second, soul death. Third, true spirit death. Most living beings under the heavens die with physical death, their souls automatically gathered by reincarnation. The souls of powerful individuals could break free from the pull of the power of reincarnation, retaining the possibility of rebirth. And for some living beings who died, their souls would be shattered. Those people would then only have their true spirit remaining. If the true spirit wanted to reincarnate, it would first need to repeatedly reincarnate into the weakest living beings within reincarnation, such as paramesha or various microorganisms, to slowly nourish its soul. After successfully nourishing the soul through repeated attempts, it could then reincarnate as a living being again. There was also another situation where even the true spirit was shattered. This situation occurred most often during crossing tribulation, and also during the darkness upheaval when supreme experts attacked ordinary existences. Looking at this vermilion bird true spirit, the reincarnation Heavenly Lord temporarily did not act rashly. Let her stay at the bottom of reincarnation for now and slowly endure the torment. Great Dao sect. Lu Yi's return immediately caused a crowd to gather around him. How is it? What's the situation? Lu Changfeng asked anxiously. Lu Yi wore a gentle smile on his face, but the words he spoke made everyone's hearts pound and their scalps tingle. The situation is quite good. Over 90% of the alien race should be dead. If you think the alien race small worlds are valuable, you can retrieve them. There won't be much resistance left. Immediately, sounds of gasping were heard continuously. 99%. Lu Changfeng confirmed the number again. Yes, 99%. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. The calamity of the alien race is now cleared in one day. The great wilderness should have peace for at least 1,000 years. Lu Yi, you have made a great contribution. Lu Changfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. The entire Dao asking hall was also filled with laughter and flattery. Lu Yi took out a massive amount of storage rings and various storage bags. Most of the things inside were very low level, he had already taken everything he needed. I don't need these things, so I'll hand them over to the sect. Too much. Looking at the pile of storage treasures that formed a small mountain, just classifying this stuff would require a huge amount of manpower and time. But no one felt tired. That's too much. These are all treasures you obtained yourself. You can completely keep them. No need. I've kept what I need. These are for the sect's use. If I need anything, I'll ask the sect for it. Okay, if you need anything, be sure to tell the sect immediately. Also, about Chu Ling. Does she really have a grudge against you? Lu Changfeng hesitated before asking. If there isn't too big of a grudge, you should try to persuade Chu Ling. Sword Mountain is the most important treasure of the Supreme Sword sect, it can be said to be the foundation of the sect. Especially when the Supreme Sword sect is still helping us, stealing Sword Mountain is truly not something a fellow Taoist would do, Lu Changfeng said. Lu Yi smiled lightly. Sect leader, I have already said, I have no relation with Chu Ling whatsoever. If there is any relation, it is as enemies. I cannot contact her, nor will I contact her. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. There is no need to say anything about showing mercy for my sake, kill her if she should be killed. Lu Changfeng hesitated again. Really? Really? Are you sure? Sure. Lu Changfeng was still hesitant, mainly because he understood the love affairs of young people too well. Some couples, though they speak of irreconcilable enmity, in reality, if the other person is truly harmed, the other will become furious and disregard everything. Some young couples giving each other the silent treatment can say the most vicious things, but if you agree with them, they immediately get angry. Isn't this just pure madness? I am truly sure. I swear upon the great Tao that Chu Ling's life or death has nothing to do with me, otherwise my body will perish and my Tao. Hey, hey, hey. Lu Changfeng was startled and rushed forward to cover Lu Yi's mouth. All right, I believe you, I believe you. No need to swear. It seemed that Lu Yi and Chu Ling truly didn't have much of a relationship. Since that's the case, then I can notify the Supreme Sword Sect. Lu Yi smiled slightly. As you wish. If there is nothing else, then this disciple will take his leave. Yes, yes. Cultivate in peace. If you have any difficulties, find the sect in time. Lu Yi left the Dao asking hall. His cultivation had already reached Dao integration 8th layer. The disappearance of the reincarnation obsession allowed him to crawl out of the mire. That moment of relief caused his realm to involuntarily break through a small level. Vermilion Bird's death was unavoidable. When she was parasitized by the myriad spirits demon emperor, her death was already sealed. In his previous life, it was because the myriad spirits demon emperor had always lived that he brought immense trouble to Lu Yi. Too many enemies. Although the great Dao sect rose, it did so through one brutal battle after another, almost rising through the deaths of wave after wave of disciples and elders. Sun Ruowei could even be considered to have died indirectly at the hands of the myriad spirits demon emperor. Therefore, Lu Yi could not let the myriad spirits demon emperor live. Even if Vermilion Bird was one of the 4 spirits of heaven and a great emperor, potentially capable of completely suppressing the myriad spirits demon emperor, Lu Yi would not entrust the myriad spirits demon emperor's life or death to Vermilion Bird. It was cleaner for him to kill his enemies himself. Lu Yi was originally preparing to cultivate, but suddenly looked up. Another breakthrough. It seems the frequency of the chaotic yin poison acting up is getting higher and higher. Lu Yi muttered to himself. Bai Chulin's transcending tribulation realm aura spread throughout the entire Great Dao sect. Another transcending tribulation realm expert was born. A terrifying chill covered the entire Great Dao sect with a layer of frost. Bai Chulin opened her eyes amidst infinite pain. At this moment, the system, transformed into Shen Zitong, vanished. Chapter 133 Meeting the Melon King, Part 3. That's great, you're finally awake. Yu Hongling was emotionally agitated, weeping tears of joy. Bai Chulin's condition had nearly scared her to death. This latest onset of chaotic yin poison was even more severe than the last. Last time, Bai Chulin had only fallen unconscious, but this time, even in her coma, she had been continuously emitting painful groans. Sun Ruowei was also extremely distressed. Watching her good sister become like this with her medical skills proving utterly useless, Sun Ruowei felt extremely lost. Bai Chulin slowly opened her eyes, the pain still lingering within them. Master, how are you? Are you feeling better now? Bai Chulin forced a difficult smile onto her face. I'm fine, don't worry, I'm all right now. Yu Hongling was extremely angry. Did senior brother do something to you? You actually collapsed right outside senior brother's door, and senior brother didn't even bother with you. Is he still a person? It was fine not mentioning Lu Yi, but now that Lu Yi was brought up, Bai Chulin's eyes suddenly dimmed. Don't blame him, I collapsed after he left, he didn't know. Master, go ask senior brother to help you detoxify. Each time this flares up, it's more severe than the last. Sooner or later, you won't be able to endure it. No need. Master. No need. Sun Ruowei watched this scene, realizing that ultimately, the root cause of everything still lay with Lu Yi. She had to go find Lu Yi. She couldn't possibly let her good sister slowly head towards death like this. She got up and left, walking towards Lu Yi's residence. Just then, a figure walked towards her. Sun Ruowei stopped in her tracks, looking at the stunning figure approaching her. Just at the first glance, an indescribable sense of awe couldn't help but rise in Sun Ruowei's heart. Her colorful long dress seemed woven from the heaven and earth great Dao, her graceful figure perfectly interpreted beauty, and her face was beloved by heaven and earth, a face of ultimate beauty and truth. Sun Ruowei had always heard the others say that a stunning woman had appeared by Lu Yi's side, constantly talking about how beautiful she was, and she had been skeptical. Just how beautiful could she be? Among those present, Yu Hongling, Shangguan Wanling, Bai Chulin, which one wasn't beautiful? Which one wasn't a being more beautiful than the last? The most important thing was that she was here holding the fort, yet Yu Hongling kept babbling about how beautiful other women were. Sun Ruowei could only scoff inwardly at this. A bunch of people with no discerning eyes, not knowing the big picture. But now, seeing this woman, Sun Ruowei was instantly stunned. Alright, she had been a bit too confident. She found it somewhat unimaginable that such a beautiful being truly existed in the world, one that could make her avoid direct comparison. Shen Zitong greets fellow Taoist. Shen Zitong looked at Sun Ruowei, her eyes full of smiles, her attitude unusually friendly. A fellow Taoist. A fellow Taoist. With Sun Ruowei present, Shen Zitong felt that her Tao was not lonely. Fellow Taoist, hello, I am Sun Ruowei. Sun Ruowei's speech was a little stuttered. Sister Ruowei, don't be nervous. I feel we are fated. The first time I saw you, I felt a sense of closeness. Could it be that we have something in common? Shen Zitong had finally met someone on the same path as her. Her mood was extremely pleasant, and she smiled happily. With that smile, heaven and earth seemed to lose their color. Sun Ruowei was momentarily lost in a daze. What's wrong? Do I look ugly when I smile? Shen Zitong touched her face. Was her face twisted because she was smiling too happily? No, it's not ugly, it's too beautiful. Fellow Taoist is truly the most beautiful person in heaven and earth. All the women in the world would probably pale in comparison when they see fellow Taoist, Sun Ruowei said with sincere admiration. But fellow Taoist said you felt a sense of closeness upon seeing me, and that we have something in common. What does that refer to? Sun Ruowei couldn't help but feel a little happy in her heart. Could it be that her beauty had finally been noticed by someone? Wasn't Shen Zitong's biggest advantage her beauty? She was also beautiful. Tisk, commonality, how delightful. I don't know what it is either. How about we each talk about our preferences and see if there are any similarities, Shen Zitong said with a smile. Preferences. Sun Ruowei was a little disappointed. Our commonality is our appearance, dear, can't you see that? Such a beautiful girl, yet she's actually blind, how annoying. I'll start by offering a small example. I love gourmet food, Shen Zitong said. Sun Ruowei shook her head, I don't have much interest in gourmet food. I like medical skills. Shen Zitong also shook her head. I don't have much interest in medical skills. I like eating melons. Sun Ruowei started to say, I don't have much interest in eating melons either. What did you say? Sun Ruowei's eyes suddenly widened. Shen Zitong's heart was already blooming with joy, but she put on a shy demeanor, as if a little embarrassed. I like eating melons. Eating watermelon. No, it's eating the melons of other people's love, hate, and grievances. At this moment, Sun Ruowei's eyes widened even further. She truly couldn't understand how such a stunning woman could actually have such a low-class, unpresentable habit as liking to eat melons. Indeed, beauties truly do have commonalities. I like eating melons too, Sun Ruowei said excitedly. Really? Shen Zitong looked surprised. More real than real. I super love eating melons, especially the melons of people around me. As long as I hear even a little rustle, I get incredibly curious. Me too. I also love eating the melons of people around me. We truly are on the same path. No wonder I find you so pleasing to the eye. Yes, it's really too coincidental. I usually eat melons by myself and have no one to share with. Do you really like to eat them? Then can I share a piece with you? Of course you can. I also have lots and lots of melons with no one to share them with, it's almost driving me crazy. The two of them were incredibly excited and happy, grabbing each other's hands, their eyes full of recognition for a fellow traveler. They immediately exchanged sound transmission stones to share melons in the future. Oh right, what are you going to do? Shen Zitong asked. I'm going. Sun Ruowei, who had been swept up in the excitement, suddenly calmed down. This Shen Zitong seemed to be Lu Yi's woman. Do you know Lu Yi? Sun Ruowei asked. I know him. I eat his melons the most. There are tons of them, and they're super interesting, Shen Zitong said matter-of-factly. Does he have a lot of melons? Of course. I'll give you a random example. For instance, the things he and his master Bai Chulin have to tell. The poison Bai Chulin is currently afflicted with is called chaotic yin poison, caused by her chaotic Taiyin divine body physique. As the saying goes, solitary yin cannot be born, and solitary yang cannot grow. Bai Chulin's current situation is one of too much solitary yin. Lu Yi does have a solution. Guess what that solution is? Shen Zitong showed a peculiar expression, her eyes full of smiles, and even covered her face with her hand. Sun Ruowei leaned closer to listen. Although it concerned Bai Chulin's danger, right now, she was both eating melon and gathering information. It was simply perfect. What? Sun Ruowei asked in a low voice. Chapter 134, The Extreme Yin Sutra of the Beautiful Woman, 4th update. Dual cultivation. What? Sun Ruowei's voice suddenly rose by more than one octave. Shish, lower your voice. Don't let gossip reach a third person's ears. Let's talk about this secretly between the two of us. Is it really dual cultivation? Sun Ruowei's voice also lowered, but she was still incredibly shocked. How could I lie to you about this? It's really dual cultivation, not a single bit false. As the saying goes, isolated yin cannot give birth, and isolated yang cannot grow. Bai Chulin is isolated yin, and Lu Yi is isolated yang. It's just that Bai Chulin has a natural constitution, while Lu Yi's constitution was cultivated later. No wonder when I saw Bai Chulin a while ago, I felt a hint of charm appearing on her. Good heavens, could it be that the two of them already? As Sun Ruowei spoke, she gestured, continuously touching her two thumbs together. It seems not yet. Bai Chulin seems unable to accept this kind of relationship, so the chaotic yin poison has been acting up repeatedly, leading to the current situation. So that's how it is. At this moment, Sun Ruowei felt as refreshed as someone who had been basking in the scorching heat all day, returned home to an air-conditioned room set at 20 degrees, and then lay on the sofa eating a large slice of ice-cold watermelon. She trembled uncontrollably from the sheer relief. Bai Chulin's mindset is indeed old-fashioned, but what about Lu Yi? Is Lu Yi also unwilling? Bai Chulin was a stunning beauty, especially her figure, which could simply overwhelm 99.99% of the women in the world. Even she felt envious. Lu Yi must be willing, right? Besides, men always like things that are taboo. Ethical principles were very important to Bai Chulin, but for Lu Yi, it definitely had a different kind of appeal. Lu Yi isn't willing either. You know Bai Chulin's personality. If Lu Yi really did something that goes against his master and ancestors, wouldn't Bai Chulin hate him to death? But making Bai Chulin hate him is better than watching her die, isn't it? Who knows? What if Bai Chulin feels it's better to die, or perhaps she resents Lu Yi, or even retaliates against Lu Yi? Wouldn't Lu Yi be very innocent? Impossible. Sun Ruowei didn't believe it at first. Are you sure? Sun Ruowei. It's really hard to say. Then this dual cultivation, does it have to be with Lu Yi? Can't it be with other men? What if she finds the sect leader? Sun Ruowei asked curiously. Shen Zitong couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. This cultivation method can only be endured by a small number of people. If Lu Changfeng were to help Bai Chulin detoxify, he would likely die on the spot. Really? Of course it's real. I always only consume ripe and sweet gossip. I absolutely don't consume low-quality gossip. Why? Because this cultivation method was created by Lu Yi. Wait a moment, let me think about the content of this method. Shen Zitong tilted her head and began to ponder. Sun Ruowei waited full of curiosity. This method, if modified slightly, seems like women can also use it, but if women use it, it seems very painful. Sun Ruowei's mouth dropped open. 2 women, dual cultivation. How would that even work? 2 women certainly can't be considered dual cultivation. This method originally uses the yang fire of life essence and blood qi to neutralize the chaotic yin poison. If a woman were to use it, it seems they could use heart fire to neutralize it. Can women really do it? Sun Ruowei's mood became excited. No, this method will be quite painful to use. Most people simply cannot endure it. You absolutely cannot endure it. That you Hongling might be able to endure it, Shen Zitong said. Huh, I'm about to reach Dao integration, and Hongling has only just reached the refining void realm. I can't endure it, but you Hongling can. Sun Ruowei was quite puzzled. Lu Yi, Yu Hongling, Bai Chulin, and even Shangguan Wanling, I feel there are enormous secrets on these 4 people, but I haven't fully figured them out yet. I think the 2 of us can explore them thoroughly and strive to have our fill, and a good fill at that. Sun Ruowei nodded frantically. She also felt that these few people carried very significant secrets. Then I will now transmit the cultivation method to you. You can let Yu Hongling try it, of course, you can also try it. Sun Ruowei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then let's try it. This cultivation method was one that Shen Zitong had deduced herself. Previously, Lu Yi had only deduced methods for dual cultivation or for Bai Chulin to resolve the chaotic yin poison herself, but he hadn't considered that women might also be able to help Bai Chulin detoxify. She had now deduced it. It might just be a bit painful. As for other side effects, at most, it would cause weakness. What was interesting was that once this method was activated, Bai Chulin would control the start and end of the method. The practitioner would be in a passive state. Shen Zitong named it the charming girl extreme yin scripture. In Taoist terminology, charming girl refers to Mercury. And Mercury is highly poisonous. This name, Sun Ruowei was a little hesitant. Anyway, that's the name. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Remember, you absolutely must not cultivate this method. I'll find you to chat through a sound transmission stone when I have time. Goodbye. Goodbye. Shen Zitong's figure transformed into multicolored spiritual light, dissipating and vanishing in the void. Sun Ruowei remained rooted to the spot. Looking at the jade slip in her hand, she closed her eyes and examined it with her divine sense. Profound. Or rather, a profound technique. Although it was named a scripture, it was not a cultivation method but belonged to a secret technique. It seemed like a proper secret technique. Should they still go find Lu Yi then? Thinking about what Shen Zitong said, regarding dual cultivation, Bai Chulin was unwilling, and Lu Yi was also unwilling, so what was the point of dual cultivation? She would take the secret technique back first and let Bai Chulin study it, and also let Yu Hongling take a look. Should she cultivate it herself? Let's see how things go first. Sun Ruowei returned to the courtyard where Bai Chulin was located. Everyone, I saw Shen Zitong. Before she could say the next sentence, Shangguan Wanling suddenly exploded. You saw her too? No, why? Yu Hongling saw her, Bai Chulin saw her, and now even you saw her. Why haven't I seen her? Shangguan Wanling was angry. What did this mean? This was discrimination. The three of them. That's not the point. The point is she gave me a set of cultivation methods and said that women can also resolve the chaotic yin poison on Bai Chulin. I brought the method back. Impossible. Yu Hongling's first reaction was disbelief. That woman is utterly green tea, she definitely has a heart of snakes and scorpions. Would she be so kind as to bring back a cultivation method to help Master detoxify? She probably wishes we would die, Yu Hongling said angrily. Sun Ruowei became curious. What exactly caused the enmity between you? Is there such great hatred? Hadn't they met Shen Zitong for the first time just before the big battle? Hating her so much, could it be that she stole your man? That didn't seem right either. Lu Yi had a very poor attitude towards this master and junior sister. It wasn't to the extent of saying he was their man, right? She couldn't figure it out. Chapter 135, A New Storm. What about the cultivation technique? Bai Chulin asked. Sun Ruowei handed the charming girl extreme yin scripture to Bai Chulin. Yu Hongling, however, suddenly acted, snatching the charming girl extreme yin scripture. Master, what do you want to do? Yu Hongling asked vigilantly. Shen Zitong definitely has ill intentions. I want to destroy this cultivation technique to avoid falling into her trap, Bai Chulin said. Master, there's no need to be so hasty. It wouldn't hurt for me to take a look at the cultivation technique first. Hongling, you can't look. That Shen Zitong is absolutely not someone kind. If you look, you will definitely fall into her trap. Master, don't worry, I am very calm and won't be fooled. You, Myriad Ancient Sect. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Myriad Ancient Sect was somewhat oppressive. Strong individuals sat in the main hall, exuding extremely powerful auras. There weren't many people in the Myriad Ancient Sect, but they were absolutely all powerhouses. Any one of them who walked out could shake the entire Great Wilderness 3 times over. Never thought that the Great Dao sect could actually defeat the foreign race allied forces, and that a single Lu Yi could forcefully change the tide of the battle, a Myriad Ancient Sect elder slowly said. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the Myriad Ancient Hall became even more oppressive. It could be said that the Myriad Ancient Sect's failure to defend against the foreign race allied forces this time had caused a great number of the human clan to be disappointed in the Myriad Ancient Sect. Everyone had elevated your Myriad Ancient Sect, proclaiming, 1 sect, 3 dynasties, 5 sects, above and below, I am supreme. Your Myriad Ancient Sect was the very first one mentioned. Yet, when the foreign race allied forces invaded, you actually failed. You didn't help at all. It could be said that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Great Dao sect, however, turned the tide, annihilating the vast majority of the foreign race allied forces in one fell swoop, while suffering minimal losses themselves. In an instant, the Great Dao sect's status and prestige in the Great Wilderness soared. Now, a new saying had already spread. It was, Great Dao before, Myriad Ancient behind, one dynasty, 3 sects, are heaven and earth still there? The meaning was obvious. The Great Dao sect was already ahead of the myriad ancient sect, and now that there was one dynasty and 3 sects in the great wilderness, did the heavenly pavilion in the netherworld still exist? Mockery. Blatant mockery. And yet, this saying, once spoken, was spreading wider and wider. If the Yin-Yang Law sect hadn't suffered no losses among its strong individuals during this invasion by the Yao demon allied forces, if even one person had fallen, the Yin-Yang Law sect would dare to be directly removed from the list. In response, the myriad ancient sect also had no good solution. The reputation of a sect is earned through battles, not boasted about. Nor could the myriad ancient sect force everyone in the world to place the myriad ancient sect first. In a silence, a tall figure wearing a magnificent long robe walked in. Such formal attire indicated that he had just met with a very important person. Greetings, sect leader. Everyone stood up and shouted in unison. The myriad ancient sect was different from other sects. Other sects would choose someone suitable to be the sect leader, such as Lu Changfeng or Li Wuyu. The sect leader's main task was not cultivation, but to lead the sect towards prosperity. The myriad ancient sect was different. The sect leader of the myriad ancient sect was always the most powerful person in the myriad ancient sect, because only the most powerful person could have a clearer communication with the second heaven. We contacted the upper realm. The upper realm issued a mission and provided resources, Wind Long Night said. Everyone's expressions changed. The mission itself was secondary, the key was the resources provided by the upper realm. The first mission, capture Chu Ling, publicly torture her, and lure Lu Yi out. The second mission, kill Lu Yi. As these 2 missions were spoken, the faces of more than half the people in the main hall instantly changed. Lu Yi's strength was already imprinted in their minds. According to reports, the demon emperor was beaten to death by Lu Yi with a single punch. Although there were strong individuals in the myriad ancient sect no weaker than the demon emperor, not less than a handful, facing Lu Yi, they feared it would only take 5 punches. How could they fight? The strength Lu Yi displayed is somewhat strong. Even if we go all out, I'm afraid we won't be his match, right? An elder immediately said. Regarding this, the upper realm has a countermeasure. In his hand, 2 pills appeared. One pill is called Crossing Tribulation Pill. I presume you all know the effects of the Crossing Tribulation Pill. As the Crossing Tribulation Pill was mentioned, the eyes of everyone present instantly became fervent. This single pill could at least increase the success rate of a crossing tribulation by 20%, its value was immeasurably terrifying. In the first heaven, almost no one could refine it, and even if someone could, the important medicinal ingredients for the crossing tribulation pill were almost extinct. The second pill is called Nine-Life Heaven Concealing Pill. Its effect is to allow a great ascension who has successfully crossed tribulation to remain in the first heaven for 10 days. Under normal circumstances, upon successful crossing tribulation, reaching the Great Ascension realm, the second heaven would immediately exert a pulling force. This was also why there were no Great Ascension realm individuals in the first heaven. The 9 heavens great sage truly detested the matter of strong individuals slaughtering the weak. Therefore, the management of ascension was extremely strict. You've reached the Great Ascension realm, have you? Get out. Get out immediately. They wouldn't let you stay for even a minute longer. However, with policies from above, there were countermeasures from below. The Nine-Life Heaven Concealing Pill emerged out of nowhere. Of course, this pill was even more precious than the Crossing Tribulation Pill. For an invincible person to stay in this world for 10 more days, just thinking about it revealed how terrifying it was. There are some other things, which I won't elaborate on one by one, but since the Crossing Tribulation Pill and Nine-Life Heaven Concealing Pill have appeared, everyone should also understand how strong the killing intent from above is towards this Lu Yi. Now, let's hear your opinions and thoughts. An elder immediately stood up. He had already reached the 8th heaven of crossing tribulation and had been slow to break through to the 9th heaven of crossing tribulation precisely because he wasn't very confident about the crossing tribulation. Otherwise, he would have broken through long ago. And now, with this crossing tribulation pill, he didn't mind risking his life. I will make a move to kill Lu Yi. This was his opinion. Good. Wind Long Night didn't waste words and threw a crossing tribulation pill and a Nine-Life Heaven Concealing Pill to this elder. I can also make a move. A crossing tribulation 9th heaven spoke. Good. I can also. Elder Niu, you are only at the first heaven of crossing tribulation, perhaps you should reconsider. What about me being at the first heaven of crossing tribulation? I can still undergo crossing tribulation at the first heaven. If you give me a crossing tribulation pill, I will undergo crossing tribulation right now, immediately, and then go kill that Lu Yi. Windlong Knight shook his head. You cannot. You must at least be a top-tier transcending tribulation realm. There are still 3 crossing tribulation pills and 3 Nitian Dan heaven concealing pills. Is there anyone else who needs them? I. Instantly, 3 people responded. Windlong Knight himself also kept 2 pills. Since that's the case, let's capture Chu Ling first. Capture Chu Ling to lure Lu Yi here. The word from above is, if this matter is successful, everyone will receive rewards, no less than the crossing tribulation pill, to help you achieve the Dao. Yes. Myriad Ancient Sect, move out. Chapter 136 Zhongdai Update 1. The news of the Myriad Ancient Sect taking action to hunt down Chu Ling quickly spread throughout the first heaven. The first thought everyone had upon hearing this news was, their heads were full of question marks. Because it was indeed the case. The Myriad Ancient Sect and Chu Ling, the two had absolutely no connection whatsoever. Chu Ling's exposure in the first heaven had always been extremely low. While Hongling was still staying at the Great Dao sect every day, she had already started traveling throughout the entire first heaven, going wherever there was danger or ruins. She had the memories of her previous life and knew the locations of various blessed lands and grotto heavens. Lu Yi also knew these things, and Hongling and the others knew them too. It was just that Lu Yi was incredibly busy and had no time to collect them. Besides, even if he did collect them, it wouldn't be as fast as killing alien races and human powerhouses. Hongling also fought frequently, but her cultivation was undoubtedly lagging behind Chu Ling's. But it didn't matter, Shen Zitong would help her. With Chu Ling having such low exposure, the Myriad Ancient Sect suddenly coming out to hunt her down was truly inexplicable. The Supreme Sword Sect also didn't know what the Myriad Ancient Sect was up to. They even suspected if this was because the Myriad Ancient Sect felt that the Great Dao sect had too many allies and their position as the first sect was no longer secure, so they wanted to strengthen their relationship with the Supreme Sword Sect. The Myriad Ancient Sect stated reason for this was that all sects were one body, and Chu Ling's betrayal of her allies was undoubtedly a demonic act. Their action was therefore a righteous act of eliminating demons and defending the Dao. The Supreme Sword Sect and the Myriad Ancient Sect, 2 major sects, were hunting down Chu Ling. However, Chu Ling had quite a few tricks up her sleeve. She moved through various forbidden grounds, and although she had only recently broken through to the joining Dao realm, she was as slippery as a loach and exceptionally difficult to catch. Lu Yi also heard the news. He immediately sensed an unusual aura. The Myriad Ancient Sect's inexplicable actions, while seemingly targeting Chu Ling, were likely aimed at him. Who instigated this? A figure appeared in Lu Yi's mind. Zhang Dai. The second heaven, the little princess of the Zhang family, one of the top families in the 9 heavens, an ancient and powerful family whose ancestors included a celestial venerable and 2 great emperors. Zhang Dai was quite different from the group of women in the first heaven, she was a very scheming individual. When Lu Yi was in the first heaven, having these 5 was already enough for him. However, Zhang Dai had forcefully used schemes to join Lu Yi's harem and successfully stirred up inner conflict. Was she testing him now? Lu Yi pondered for a moment and roughly understood. If Chu Ling were captured and he remained indifferent, that would be enough to prove that Lu Yi no longer protected them and had completely broken ties with them. In such a situation, they could then go all out to kill Lu Yi. To eliminate future troubles. If Lu Yi still cared about Chu Ling and rescued her, then things would become even more interesting. Lu Yi didn't quite understand why, knowing how powerful he was in his previous life, they would still come and provoke him. What did this indicate? It indicated that Zhang Dai had great confidence in being able to kill Lu Yi in the first heaven. Or perhaps, the second heaven had already set up a net, waiting for Lu Yi to ascend. However, no matter what, this was the first woman who had taken action against him after his rebirth, and she was worth his full effort. He got up and left. The insights he had promised to write for Qingwo Daorin were already finished. Although they were just insights into alchemy, they could become the most important method for the Great Dao sect. No, not just the Great Dao sect, but for the top alchemy forces. The pharmacopoeia within was even more comprehensive. Qingwo Daorin was overjoyed. You finished it so quickly. It wasn't particularly troublesome either, Lu Yi said with a smile. A great kindness needs no words of thanks. All the alchemy furnaces and medicinal ingredients on Dan Peak are yours to use. I hope you won't refuse, Qingwo Daoren said. Currently, Dan Peak could be said to be incredibly wealthy. Lu Yi had obtained so many storage treasures. Originally, Qingwo Daoren thought that since Lu Yi knew alchemy, he should take the medicinal ingredients. Especially given Lu Yi's method of throwing large quantities of medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace to form a single giant pill. Lu Yi must be very short on medicinal ingredients. As a result, when the sect leader distributed resources, Qingwo Daoren was also notified to collect them. The resources given to Dan Peak were simply unbelievable to him. How could there be so many? Although many of the medicinal ingredients were relatively low grade. But what Dan Peak lacked were low-grade medicinal ingredients. Dan Peak was not only for refining pills but also for training alchemists. If alchemists who were just starting out didn't use low-grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills, what would they use? Lu Yi nodded with a smile. Are you still using the 9-dragon-leaf fire furnace this time? Qingwo Daoren asked. No, I just came to bring you the alchemy insights. I see. Do you have anything important to attend to right now? Otherwise, how about I refine a pill, and you can help me point out the flaws, Qingwo Daoren said. Qingwo Daoren's attitude towards Lu Yi now was no longer just that of a fellow Taoist, he treated Lu Yi more like a senior. Another day, perhaps. I still have some matters to handle, Lu Yi politely declined with a smile. What is it? Perhaps I can help. It's nothing major. I don't need any help. Then, this disciple will take his leave. All right. Be sure to let me know if you need anything. Even if I can't help you, I can still cheer you on. If Qingwo Daoren knew what Lu Yi was about to do, he would definitely hug Lu Yi's leg directly and cry, not letting him leave. Because after Lu Yi left, he went to the forging peak. He wanted to forge an alchemy furnace himself and add some materials to the stone sword. His cultivation was increasing too quickly, and the stone sword should also improve quickly, otherwise, the stone sword might break before reaching the Emperor realm. Peak Master, Lu Yi requests an audience. Forging Peak Master Zheng Tian's expression changed, and changed again. The corners of his mouth trembled wildly, wanting to turn up, but he forcefully stopped them. After a fierce struggle with his facial expression, Zheng Tian revealed a warm smile and quickly walked towards the foot of the mountain. From a distance, Lu Yi heard the sound of loud laughter. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, welcome to Forging Peak. Everyone on Forging Peak welcomes you with open arms. Lu Yi, Peak Master Zheng, I am just a disciple. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use welcome, Lu Yi said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Appropriate. Lu Yi, although I am slightly older than you, in the path of cultivation, the capable come first. With your attainments in formations and alchemy, it's easy to imagine that your forging skills must also be superb. I have wanted to learn from you for a long time. Whether it was the elders, disciples, or even the Supreme Elder of Forging Peak, they all came running out, with enthusiastic smiles on their faces, welcoming him with open arms. Lu Yi was accustomed to and calm about this situation. In his previous life, no matter where he went, he would always receive the warmest welcome. Except for home. This time, Lu Yi's purpose was simply to borrow the forging pool at Forging Peak. Zheng Tianhua patted his chest, feel free to use it. Use it boldly and confidently. Use it for as long as you want. It's just that, can I watch? Chapter 137 Human Emperor Banner Part 2. Artifact Refining. In his previous life, Lu Yi had refined a total of 8 celestial venerable artifacts. One for each person. The celestial venerable artifacts Shangguan Wanling used were borrowed from other celestial venerables. They were not only willing to lend them to Lu Yi, but also willing to be killed by him. They were really good people. As for his own celestial venerable artifact, he hadn't had time to refine it yet. It's funny to think about it. A celestial venerable didn't have a celestial venerable artifact, while the 8 empresses, no matter what they were like, each had one. He was truly a pure simp. Of course, part of the reason he didn't refine a celestial venerable artifact was because the stone sword broke. He was a very emotional person. The stone sword accompanied him from core formation to Great Emperor, becoming his emperor artifact. After it broke, he gave up using weapons. Artifact Forging Pool. Intense high temperature filled the entire cave. The magma below surged, emitting a golden red light. Lu Yi took out a pile of various precious metals and formed seals with both hands. Boom! The vermilion bird true flame shot up into the sky. With the vermilion bird true flame, there was no need to look for other messy divine fires. If there were any, fine, if not, he could directly generate them with the great Dao. Sooner or later, the vermilion bird true flame could reach the highest level of the true four spirits of heaven. Zheng Tianhua watched as the precious metals turned into liquid, and rays of light were constantly imprinted within, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically converged towards them. The metals and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed a special fusion through various strange imprints. There was no vigorous hammering, only a natural evolution. The stone sword hummed and rushed to the top of the artifact forging pool. The metal liquid flowed towards the stone sword, enveloping it. It infiltrated little by little, and the stone sword kept humming. So happy. The stone sword belonged to treasures born from heaven and earth. Once this type of treasure was formed, it would reach the level of a heavenly spiritual treasure, and another leap would bring it to the level of a heavenly supreme treasure. There is no such thing as acquired. Although the original stone sword was sharp, it had not reached the level of a heavenly spiritual treasure. And now, Lu Yi helped it completely form. Whoosh! Powerful sword intent spread in all directions. In the stone cave, dense sword marks appeared. A sense of peerless sharpness radiated from the stone sword. It was a natural progression. The second item was the 10,000 soul banner. Lu Yi felt that the name 10,000 soul banner was actually a bit unpleasant. Perhaps he could help the 10,000 soul banner change its name. He was going to use it to protect the human clan in the future. Since it would protect the human clan, how about changing its name to Human Emperor Banner? Good. As strands of black stone turned into liquid, in the vermilion bird true flame, the liquid emitted a mournful scream, as if containing souls within. A black banner was too ugly. Lu Yi thought for a moment, quickly formed seals with both hands, and integrated the god clan's top treasure, gilded god jade, into the black liquid. The two quickly reacted, and the black liquid began to turn golden. That golden luster, at first glance, gave a feeling of uprightness and be above board. The golden liquid stretched and turned into silk threads. It began to intertwine on the damaged human emperor banner. A touch of golden color gradually began to occupy a large area of the human emperor banner, and black and gold moved alternately. Finally, a banner with a black base and a golden dragon fluttered in the vermilion bird true flame. Looking at it, it resembled a battle flag, a military flag. Zheng Tianhua looked at this scene with a rather strange expression. This, if he wasn't mistaken, that was the 10,000 soul banner just now, wasn't it? Now it has become this appearance. Whose 10,000 soul banner looks so righteous and awe-inspiring? Lu Yi put away the human emperor banner. Unfortunately, the souls within didn't have time to be dyed golden for now. If he waved it, it would still emit black smoke. When he found suitable materials, he would also dye the souls golden. By then, when the human emperor banner was waved, golden light would fill the sky. One by one, vengeful spirits emitting golden light, yet full of resentment due to suffering, would rush towards the enemy. The scene was too beautiful to behold. Is this the 10,000 soul banner? Zheng Tianhua finally couldn't help but ask. No, this is the human emperor banner. Lu Yi's tone was firm. Zheng Tianhua human emperor banner my foot, it's clearly the 10,000 soul banner. The current human emperor banner is also a heavenly spiritual treasure. The last treasure Lu Yi wanted to refine was a pill furnace. Yes, a pill furnace. So, if Qingwo Daoren knew that Lu Yi came to the artifact forging peak to refine a pill furnace, he would probably flip the artifact forging peak over. He relied entirely on the 9-dragon leaf fire furnace to build a good relationship with Lu Yi. If Lu Yi refined a pill furnace, it was obvious he wouldn't go to Dan Peak anymore. However, Lu Yi ultimately needed one. A 3-legged, 2-eared pill furnace gradually took shape in the vermilion bird true fire. A large amount of spiritual energy surged in the artifact forging pool, and the essence of fire continuously refined the pill furnace, removing impurities. It finally took shape. On the pill furnace, a vermilion bird spread its wings, lifelike. Its whole body was reddish gold, with treasure light floating. Inside the furnace wall, there were even 81 great formations engraved, connected to each other, extremely mysterious. It became a heavenly spiritual treasure. Zheng Tianhua was truly shocked. Heavenly spiritual treasure. Let's not mention the previous two treasures. Their foundations were strong, one was promoted, and one was repaired, so it was impossible to see Lu Yi's true artifact refining level. But now, from scratch, in one go, the furnace became a heavenly spiritual treasure, which was truly amazing. Limitless Celestial Venerable, awesome. Peak Master Zheng, these are some of my insights on artifact refining. If you find them useful, please take a look. I still have things to do, so I will take my leave first. Zheng Tianhua looked at the jade slip and hurriedly tried to keep him, but to no avail. In his previous life, because he had to wait for his Dao companion to ascend together, he went to the second heaven very slowly. He was also bored, so while waiting for Yu Hongling and the others, he also started teaching the disciples of the Great Dao sect, which led to the overall strength of the Great Dao sect improving by leaps and bounds. Now he didn't need to take a few burdens to ascend. Then Lu Yi naturally had no time to delay in the first heaven. Currently, it seems that his ascension has already begun to enter the countdown. Although he was only at Dao integration 8th layer. Returning to his room, Lu Yi began refining pills. Before long, an enticing pill fragrance filled the air, and flowers and plants flourished. Within a radius of several kilometers around Lu Yi, a vibrant vitality was displayed. After refining pills, he cultivated the 9th day, Dao integration 9th layer. Accumulation, accumulation, accumulation. Without surprise, he reached Dao integration 10th layer. Keep pushing, keep pushing. It wasn't that Lu Yi was pushing himself, but rather because if he were to break through to the transcending tribulation realm, he would need to face unknown toxins, which would definitely require pushing the Dao integration realm to perfection. Only then could he better face the potent poison. Speaking of which, Lu Yi still didn't know what kind of poison Shangguan Wanling had given him. 8 empresses, 8 kinds of poison. Whether it was the celestial corpse poison from before or the life-slaughtering lotus seed, these people could all obtain them. However, the appearance of the reincarnation obsession made Lu Yi feel the scent of a conspiracy. The 6 paths of reincarnation are guarded by the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. Because of the great merit of shaping the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord is in a very special state, above celestial venerables, below saints, almost immortal and indestructible. Wanting to take out the reincarnation obsession from under his nose. It was almost impossible. And Shangguan Paopao no, Shangguan Wanling, that weakest empress, no, she might not even be able to defeat a quasi-emperor level. Wanting her to find a poison that could be effective against a celestial venerable, one can imagine how difficult it was. Go and ask Shangguan Wanling. Chapter 138 Backstabbing the Empress. Senior brother, this is bad. Chu Ling is surrounded in the waste spirit land, she has nowhere to run, hurry and save her. Yu Hongling shouted anxiously while knocking on the door. Her relationship with Chu Ling was quite good. Both of them felt that they could achieve the Great Emperor realm based on their own strength and were skilled in combat. They met early on, and their relationship was indeed very good. Ding ding ding, hurry, let me see. The system immediately spoke when it heard Yu Hongling's words. A light screen unfolded before Lu Yi. Senior brother, I beg you, Chu Ling already knows she was wrong. Go and save her, she already knows she was wrong, you should give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear, looking at the scene displayed on the light screen. Dong dong dong. Senior brother, you can't be like this, she is your beloved, who isn't a saint or sage and can be without fault. You said that knowing one's mistake and being able to correct it is the greatest good. Senior brother, Lu Yi, what in the world is wrong with you? Just because Chu Ling made one mistake, is she unforgivable? You weren't like this before. Yu Hongling's voice was filled with anxiety and anger. Where did this anger come from? Clearly, Yu Hongling had already blamed Chu Ling's current predicament on Lu Yi. Normal operation. Lu Yi ignored her. Lu Yi, I really misjudged you. From now on, I will never beg you again, even if I die, I will never beg you again. Yu Hongling left in anger. Her eyes were full of tears, and her body trembled with rage. But, if she didn't beg Lu Yi, who could she beg? Who would risk offending the myriad ancient sect and the supreme sword sect, these two super behemoth forces, to save Chu Ling? And who had the strength to save someone from these two super behemoths? At this moment, Yu Hongling hated. She hated why she didn't have strength. She was a great emperor reborn, why was she only at the refining void realm now? Those who were reborn, master, already at the transcending tribulation realm. Chu Ling, had broken through to the joining Dao realm. Senior brother, Dao integration peak, killing transcending tribulation was like slaughtering dogs. Vermilion Bird. There hadn't been any news of Vermilion Bird for a long time, but she definitely wouldn't be too bad. Even Shangguan Wanling, that fool, had reached the peak of the joining Dao realm and could step into the transcending tribulation realm at any time. What about her? Still struggling in the refining void realm. She had cultivated very, very hard, but her cultivation speed was only that fast. She was truly very uncomfortable, very powerless. Reality was like this. Some things could not be accomplished just by effort. Yu Hongling's talent was not enough, and the core formation she condensed was a heavenly pill. Although her cultivation speed, in the eyes of others, was already incredibly astonishing, compared to others, it was still not enough. Far from enough. This was reality. A soft sigh echoed softly behind Yu Hongling. Bai Chulin appeared in a white dress, her skin like snow, her eyebrows like a painting. No, Master, you have just broken through to the transcending tribulation realm, it's very dangerous. Yu Hongling immediately refused. We can't just watch Chu Ling perish, can we? Bai Chulin said. How about you go and persuade senior brother? Senior brother will listen to you, he has always listened the most to Hongling. Bai Chulin's voice deepened. Yu Hongling paused. Now, it's not like before. Bai Chulin's voice carried a sense of desolation as she looked at the distant sky, her expression tinged with a faint sadness. At this moment, Yu Hongling felt a lump in her throat. Large tears rolled down her cheeks, and her body trembled. Thousands of words were on the tip of her tongue but couldn't be spoken. Master, do you think, can we really not go back to how things were before? Yu Hongling asked. Bai Chulin gently wiped away the tears from Yu Hongling's face and smiled gently. Isn't it quite good now? Good. A hint of moisture flickered in Bai Chulin's eyes, and her voice was very firm. Good. Lu Yi watched the waste spirit land on the light screen. Chu Ling was now covered in blood. There were wounds everywhere. She was heavily injured, and her devil sword had large and small nicks. But her eyes were still full of fierceness. Chu Ling, my supreme sword sect and your great Dao sect were originally allies. You were also a disciple of the great Dao sect. Yet while we were helping your great Dao sect, you stole my supreme sword sect Sword Mountain. What is the difference between you and an evil demon? It is truly infuriating. The people of the supreme sword sect roared in anger. HMPH, cultivators contend with heaven for Dao and with others for destiny. Sword Mountain is beneficial to me, what can you do if I took it? Lu Yi heard Chu Ling's words from the light screen, and for a moment, his thoughts couldn't help but return to the past. Ling the returning ruins sword sect is an ally of our human clan, how could you refine their returning ruins sword? Gongzi, young master, the returning ruins sword is beneficial to me, and I also want to catch up with your pace, so I took everything that is beneficial for cultivation. But by doing this, the returning ruins sword sect is very unhappy. If they are dissatisfied with me, they can just come and find me, if they have the ability, they can break my sword too. You will come with me to apologize. Gongzi, young master, the returning ruins sword sect is not a very large sect, you really don't need to be afraid of them. They are our allies, what you did is immoral. Anyway, I'm not going to apologize, I just wanted to catch up with Gongzi, young master's pace, what crime is there? Lu Yi. Chu Ling, did you steal the heavenly sword umbrella of the Xuantian sword sect? Gongzi, young master, I naturally won't lie to you, it was me. The Xuantian sword sect is now the backbone of the human clan, how many times have I told you, don't backstab your teammates, don't backstab your teammates, why don't you listen? I want to improve my strength, sword cultivation is originally a Dao of contention. If the Xuantian sword sect is dissatisfied, they can come and challenge me to a sword fight. If I lose, I will naturally return the heavenly sword umbrella to him. You must apologize with me this time. No, my sword Dao is like this, I won't apologize. I'm going to tie you up and drag you back today. Then why don't you just cut off my head and take it directly to the Xuantian sword sect to apologize? I just don't understand, your current strength is already among the top 3 in the 4th heaven, the entire Xuantian sword sect is not enough for you to fight, why are you so timid? You are also a sword cultivator, don't you understand the Dao of a sword cultivator? Lu Yi. There were too many times, who knows how many. Later, Lu Yi became numb to it. Anyway, as long as she caused trouble, he would clean it up. Lu Yi was willing to call Chu Ling the backstabbing empress. professionally backstabbing her own people. And now, she had picked up her old trait again. Perhaps, some people, their selfishness truly couldn't be changed. This time, without himself to clean up after her, he would see how Chu-Ling would solve it. She must. Lu Yi recalled saying that this person must die, that person must die, but only Vermilion Bird had died so far, and he couldn't help but feel a little sheepish. Fine, he wouldn't say it anymore, his face hurt from being slapped so much. Chapter 139 Chu-Ling is in danger. Yu Hongling wanted to save Chu-Ling. Their friendship was the deepest and most uninhibited, the three of them often played together. More than anyone else, it was truly a friendship forged in battle. If she didn't go to save her, who else could Yu Hongling find? It was obvious, she only had one choice, and that was Bai Chulin. If Bai Chulin also went over, the myriad ancient sect would capture all three women in one go. Hiss. Lu Yi felt his whole being brighten up and become happy just thinking about it. Chu-Ling was still escaping, but her escape range was getting smaller and smaller. One after another, terrifyingly powerful figures arrived from all directions. The waste spirit land had almost no spiritual energy, and it greatly suppressed everyone's strength. As long as you entered it, you were on average suppressed by one major realm. In this situation, Chu-Ling had an advantage because her sword intent was very strong. The gap between joining Dao realm and transcending Tribulation realm was definitely larger than that between refining void and joining Dao realm, provided both had great Dao. Moreover, transcending Tribulation realm powerhouses didn't dare to go all out in the waste spirit land. They probably didn't even know how refreshing it would be if they triggered a heavenly tribulation in a place like this. It should still take a while before they start fighting. His figure disappeared. He would first go find Shangguan Wanling and ask her what poison she had given him. Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling were indeed no longer there. Speaking of which, since his rebirth, he had truly never come here even once. Looking at this courtyard now, it was still the same as in his memory. By that well, under that tree, on that swing, on that bed, that. Damn it! Lu Yi's expression sank. Something wasn't right. It had been a long time since he was reborn. Was he perhaps thinking about women a bit too much recently? Lu Yi lowered his head, looking down at himself, his expression fluctuating between cloudy and clear. Now, his inner self seemed to have a very significant flaw, which was a strong sense of detachment towards women. No matter who it was, even Sun Ruowei, a woman who had struggled for melons her whole life, he didn't want to say much to her. Only the system, which didn't belong to humans, although it took the form of a woman. Lu Yi also knew she didn't belong to humans, so he didn't feel disgusted. Anyway, he wouldn't look for a woman in this life, and after cultivating, he wouldn't need to eat, drink, or excrete, so why not just sever? Limitless Celestial Venerable. Ding, dog Lu Yi, please note, you seem to be really about to break through to the transcending tribulation realm. The system's voice suddenly rang out in Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi also understood in his heart. So, he was about to break through to the transcending tribulation realm. The tribulation energy had already started to affect his mind. It's fine, I won't think of doing anything stupid. He wasn't particularly afraid either. Ding, ong. Shangguan Wanling wasn't here either. Could it be that this fellow also followed to save people? No, she's someone who only knows how to run away. You're asking her to follow and save people. Lu Yi shook his head. Since she wasn't here, then so be it. He would continue watching the show. Returning to his room, the light screen appeared again. Ding, Chu-Ling almost died just now, and you didn't even see it. Lu Yi stared blankly at the melon seeds in Shen Zitong's hand. No, you. Ding, oh, good things should be shared, hold out your hand. Lu Yi extended his hand. A handful of melon seeds was placed in Lu Yi's hand. Ding, let's eat together. Lu Yi cracked open a melon seed, and a rich and high-grade energy entered his body. He felt all the pores on his body open up at that moment. No, what kind of melon seeds are these? Ding, melon seeds. I know these are melon seeds, I'm asking what kind of melon seeds these are. Ding, just melon seeds. Lu Yi. He thought carefully, but still couldn't remember what kind of melon seeds these were, but they were really delicious. At this moment, in a void, a furious roar of grief suddenly echoed for hundreds of millions of miles. Which damned bastard plucked all the seeds from my sky dream sunflower? Are you even human? Are you human? Too much bullying. It was truly too much bullying. If you had come directly and stolen the Sky Dream Sunflower, the Dream Emperor wouldn't have been so angry. It would prove that the Sky Dream Sunflower was a peerless great medicine that was coveted. But you actually plucked out all the seeds of the Sky Dream Sunflower one by one, leaving everything else untouched. This is an insult, this is a blatant insult. Two handsome guys were cracking melon seeds at the moment, watching the content on the light screen, finding it very exciting. In the light screen, above and below, powerful figures surrounded Chu Ling in the very center, their eyes filled with coldness. Chu Ling, you have nowhere to run. Feng Wuhui, the unregretting sword of the Supreme Sword Sect, said in a deep voice. Chu Ling's body was covered in countless wounds, large and small, looking utterly disheveled, her clothes completely soaked in blood. There was a faint bitterness on her face. She hadn't escaped. She actually hadn't escaped. She had already achieved Dao integration and could use the power of the Great Dao, and she could utilize some of her techniques. However, the other party was much stronger than her. A bunch of transcending Tribulation Realm and loose immortals had appeared, and she had only just broken through to the joining Dao realm not long ago. No matter how many techniques she used continuously, the layers of encirclement were still constantly compressing her living space. Ultimately forming this kind of desperate situation. Chu Ling suddenly felt a little regretful. Because in her previous life, it was always Gongzi, young master, who helped her clean up the mess, even though she had prepared herself for not having anyone to back her up. She thought that since Gongzi, young master, had been able to escape the full encirclement and killing of various sects and forces in the past, she should be able to as well. Reality, however, taught her a harsh lesson. Too many powerful figures surrounded her, from front and back, left and right, above and below, birds and insects, heavenly mechanism mirrors. Too many. Let alone a living person like her, even an ant couldn't escape. How did Lu Yi escape time and time again? Also, Gongzi, young master, are you really not going to care about Linger anymore? Just care about her one more time, and from now on, she will definitely not cause trouble for Gongzi, young master, again. I'll give you one last chance, hand over the Sword Mountain. Feng Wuhui shouted loudly. The Sword Mountain has been absorbed by me and integrated into my Sword Dao. If you want the Sword Mountain, then take it with your sword. Upon hearing this, all the powerhouses of the Supreme Sword Sect were filled with rage. Damn it, this woman who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually swallowed the Sword Mountain. If you hand over the Sword Mountain, I can spare your life. Are you sure you swallowed the Sword Mountain? The Supreme Sword Sect was not a wishy-washy group of people. The reason for this was still Lu Yi. Swallowed. Feng Wuhui was completely enraged. Everyone stay back, I will kill her with my own hands. In an instant, the unregretting sword turned into a stream of light. The sword struck without regret, slashing fiercely towards Chu Ling. If Lu Yi became angry, then he would personally take the blame for the Supreme Sword Sect. Ding! The sword light roared, causing sand and stones to fly. How could the heavily injured Chu Ling possibly be the opponent of Feng Wuhui, who was at the 7th level of the Transcending Tribulation Realm? In just 30 sword strikes, half of Chu Ling's arm was cut off, and at this moment, a strong sense of death completely enveloped Chu Ling. Chapter 140 What Technique? Update 1. Has he appeared? The people from the myriad ancient sect were on the periphery, carefully searching for anomalies in the heaven and earth. They had already set up a net here, waiting for Lu Yi's arrival. No, there's no movement at all. He's about to die immediately, and there's really no movement at all. Absolutely true, the heavenly net mirror hasn't detected any fluctuations. Could it be that Lu Yi doesn't know this Chu Ling at all? Foolish, the upper realm is targeting Lu Yi. Lu Yi is famous on the eternal paragon ranking in the 9 heavens, but Chu Ling is an unknown minor cultivator. If the two weren't related, how would the upper realm know about Chu Ling? It seems that's the logic, but what if Lu Yi doesn't come? The Supreme Sword Sect probably won't really kill Chu Ling. They suspect they can't figure out the thoughts of young people. It can be seen that only Feng Wuhui is acting alone. PFF'd. Another arm broke. Chu Ling was kicked away, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, and knelt on the ground. She was really going to die. At this moment, Chu Ling's eyes held confusion. Death. For Chu Ling, it was truly a very distant, very unfamiliar word. It had been a long time since she had faced a death crisis. Facing it again now, the feeling was like endless darkness, completely and deeply enveloping her. Blood flowed non-stop. Her aura rapidly weakened. She was really going to die. Gongzi, young master, really didn't come to save her. He really didn't care about her at all anymore. Blood mixed with tears flowed down together. Die. Feng Wuhui roared, his long sword erupting with sword light. Without giving Chu Ling any chance for sentimentality, the massive sword light slashed down towards Chu Ling. Suddenly, a crisp sound. Clang. Although the sword light didn't shatter, it was deflected. Chu Ling suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. Had Gongzi, young master, come? Gongzi, young master, had come to save her. As expected, Gongzi, young master, still loved her after all. Gongzi, young master, Ling truly knows she was wrong, Ling. Fellow Taoist Feng Wuhui, this woman cannot be killed for now. An old, smiling voice echoed throughout the heaven and earth. A person from the myriad ancient sect, dressed in a purple gold Taoist robe, stepped out with a gentle smile. Fellow Taoist Purple Spring, what is the meaning of this? Fellow Taoist Feng Wuhui, there's no need to be nervous. The myriad ancient sect was also extremely angry upon hearing that the Supreme Sword Sect's Sword Mountain was stolen. However, now this Chu Ling has condensed the Sword Mountain into her own great Tao. Even if you kill her, the Sword Mountain will still be gone. Our myriad ancient sect has a secret technique called the secret art of sky stripping, which can strip away the great Tao of others. Shen Zitong, who was cracking melon seeds, heard the name of this technique. She was about to stuff the melon seeds into her small mouth but suddenly froze, her brows furrowing immediately. Clang, what did he say his technique was called? Shen Zitong asked, not entirely sure. Lu Yi, however, was unaffected, and even secretly laughing inwardly, secret art of sky stripping. Clang, what sky stripping? Stripping. It's the secret art of sky stripping that strips off your clothes, strips off your skin, strips off your flesh, strips off everything about you. Crack. The table in front of Shen Zitong was shattered into pieces. Clang, deceiving heaven, deceiving heaven. Clang, all right, myriad ancient sect, I. Lu Yi saw that Shen Zitong took out a small book shrouded in black smoke and began writing in it. Lu Yi couldn't help but glance at it. Clang, I won't let you see. Shen Zitong turned her body and wrote secretly. Lu Yi was surprisingly happy, ha ha ha, the gossip had come back to bite him. The scene in the light screen continued. Our myriad ancient sect is willing to help strip the Sword Mountain from Chu Ling's great Tao. This way, the Sword Mountain will be returned to your Supreme Sword Sect, and we will take this Chu Ling. How does that sound? Purple Spring Taoist said with a smile. Feng Wuhui frowned slightly. This seemed acceptable. Then we shall trouble the fellow Taoists of the myriad ancient sect. The Supreme Sword Sect will remember this kindness. Ha ha ha, we are all fellow Taoists, no need to be polite. 4 strong individuals from the myriad ancient sect stepped out, rapidly forming seals, and a violent aura bloomed. At this moment, the great Tao itself faintly showed irregular fluctuations. Chu Ling's body automatically floated up. Extreme pain instantly spread throughout her body. It could be seen that her nascent soul in her dantian was emitting an unprecedented radiance, yet it was like an illusion, constantly changing. The blurry Sword Mountain appeared at the heart of the nascent soul. Chu Ling completely couldn't hold back and let out a painful wail. The pain of her heart's great Tao being stripped away inch by inch was absolutely no less than the pain of her soul being torn apart. So, making mistakes would lead to such painful torment. Gongzi, young master, Chu Ling was wrong. Chu Ling truly knows she was wrong. Gongzi, young master. A mournful shriek came from Chu Ling's mouth. They're here. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation bloomed from above the 9 heavens. At this moment, strong individuals raised their heads and looked towards the sky. The strong individuals of the myriad ancient sect were all excited. They've come. They actually came. No, it's not Lu Yi. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying coldness swept across the entire waste spirit land. Everything was covered in frost. Dense rain fell from the sky, and terrifying cold air evaporated into white mist, like the breath of a god, rushing downwards. Bai Chulin, dressed in white, appeared high in the sky, fully activating her chaotic Taiyan power. Even though this chaotic Taiyan power was extremely rare, it erupted with terrifying power. This was an energy that should not appear in the first heaven. Who is this? There was a question in everyone's hearts. Various powerful body protection techniques bloomed, but they still couldn't resist the bone-chilling cold. Their nascent souls at this moment felt as if they were about to freeze. Under this coldness, being able to unleash 70% of their full strength was already a remarkable feat. It seems to be Lu Yi's master, Bai Chulin. Lu Yi didn't come, his master came. His master. Even better, capture her. Streaks of light soared into the sky, rushing towards Bai Chulin. Boom. At this moment, a bloody light, within speed that was impossible to comprehend, suddenly rushed towards Chu Ling. Even the transcending tribulation realm couldn't capture this speed, fast, extremely fast. Shangguan Wanling rushed in front of Chu Ling. Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations. Celestial Venerable Fist. A wisp of peerlessly vast aura erupted from Shangguan Wanling's fist. It was startling. Almost subconsciously, several strong individuals' bodies stiffened. This punch seemed extremely terrifying. Feng Wuhui, however, was fearless. He was just about to strike with his long sword, senior brother. Feng Wuhui paused. He didn't strike. If there was no relationship between Chu Ling and Lu Yi, but now Lu Yi's master, Bai Chulin, had even come, the situation was clearly somewhat unclear. Now that Lu Yi's master had even come out, the situation was hard to say. Shangguan Wanling's eyes were sharp. She grabbed Chu Ling and was once again enveloped by bloody light. Boom. After 2 consecutive heavenly demon blood transformation escapes, Shangguan Wanling's aura had fallen. It could be imagined that Shangguan Wanling was so decisive, fearing that she had been promised a very large reward. Chapter 141 Escape Part 2. The massive light barrier bloomed. Myriad ancient sect did not use many methods, because their goal was no longer on Chu Ling, but on Bai Chulin. They hadn't expected such a surprise. Now that Chu Ling had been beaten like this, Lu Yi still hadn't appeared, indicating that Chu Ling was completely worthless. But what if his master was captured? Whether from an emotional or worldly moral standpoint, he had to care for his master. If he didn't care, the label of heartless and unrighteous would be firmly attached to Lu Yi. No one would care about the grudges and grievances between Lu Yi and his master. Everyone would only know that Lu Yi, when capable, stood by and watched his master face death without saving her. Sometimes public opinion is also a sharp blade. Too much public opinion is enough to make cultivators develop inner demons. Except for demons. Although Lu Yi had killed many people, he was good to Great Dao sect and should not be a demon. The people of Supreme Sword sect also gave up on Chu Ling. On one hand, it was because Shangguan Wanling's speed was too fast. On the other hand, since Lu Yi's master had taken action, they were indeed undecided. In an instant, the blood light broke through the light barrier and disappeared at the end of the world. Heavenly demon blood transformation escape was indeed a panacea. As long as one burned enough essence and energy, which is the origin of a person, the escape was ferocious and most people couldn't catch up. But now, only Bai Chulin was left on the scene. Bai Chulin was at Transcending Tribulation Realm first layer. It was fortunate she was at Transcending Tribulation Realm, otherwise, even the chaotic Taiyin divine body would have been shattered. But now, Taiyin floating world. In an instant, terrifying Taiyin power formed a technique in the sky that enveloped the entire sky. Bolts of Taiyin divine thunder bloomed from the technique, and beams of light flew everywhere, jointly weaving a scene of world destruction. The Transcending Tribulation Realm experts of myriad ancient sect collided with the technique, and the bone-chilling cold caused their aura to plummet. Their souls and nascent souls seemed to be crossing tribulation. But powerful divine abilities still broke through this technique. A bronze cauldron, covered in the mottled marks of time, smashed towards Bai Chulin. Crack crack crack. The bronze cauldron was directly frozen in the void. Sword energy shot up into the sky. Fist imprints whistled towards her. Taiyin myriad things solidify. The chaotic Taiyin divine body was truly too fierce. All attacks were frozen 1,000 meters away from Bai Chulin's divine body, unable to get close to her body. Her surroundings were like an absolute domain. Myriad laws could not invade, nothing could enter. Seeing Chu Ling being rescued, Bai Chulin prepared to withdraw. Stay here. A Transcending Tribulation Realm 9th layer expert attacked with full force, sending a palm strike. Myriad ancient undying palm. As this palm strike came, there were vaguely countless palm imprints, empowered from the time river, merging into one palm. Boom. The palm imprint forcibly struck within 10 meters of Bai Chulin. PFF'd. Bai Chulin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The next second, an imprint, like a part of the world, smashed over. The Transcending Tribulation Realm 9th layer expert turned purple and blue all over, quickly retreating. Bai Chulin had already activated a secret technique. To save Chu Ling, she had pushed herself to the limit. Chaotic Taiyan power formed a terrifying tornado throughout the waste spirit land. The fierce wind carried bone-chilling cold, and beams of light constantly flickered within it. In the end, even the tornado was frozen. Bai Chulin escaped with a pale face. Her eyes were hazy, clearly indicating her consciousness was unclear. Hongling rushed up and carried Bai Chulin on her back. Just as she was about to run, a Supreme Elder from Supreme Sword Sect blocked her path. I will have my senior brother compensate Supreme Sword Sect for their losses. Hongling was naturally no match for a transcending tribulation realm expert. But she could use a big banner to act as a tiger's skin bluff with authority. She would first bring out Lu Yi's name. The Supreme Elder of Supreme Sword Sect hesitated for a moment, as if he had heard a voice transmission, and moved aside. Hongling started running wildly with Bai Chulin. She felt as if she was carrying a piece of thousand-year-old ice. The bone-chilling cold made her body tremble, her flesh and blood were frozen necrotic, and her soul shivered from the cold. But she could endure it. It's just cold, right? What is there to be afraid of? She wanted to return to Great Dao Sect as quickly as possible. The frozen tornado in the waste spirit land exploded with a roar. Figures with pale faces rushed out. They hadn't expected an unknown Bai Chulin to be able to erupt with such terrifying power. Could it be that Great Dao Sect really had great luck? How could geniuses appear one after another? Why didn't you stop them? Someone from Myriad Ancient Sect couldn't help but scold Supreme Sword Sect. Supreme Sword Sect, however, ignored the people from Myriad Ancient Sect. They turned and left. This action enraged the people of Myriad Ancient Sect. Now was not the time to fall out with Supreme Sword Sect. After they broke through to Great Ascension and killed Lu Yi, Supreme Sword Sect should also be taught a lesson. A group of experts began to pursue Hongling. Used all her strength to unleash chaotic Taiyan power. When did their relationship become so good? Lu Yi couldn't help but find it strange. Ding, I know. What do you know? Ding, I know. This is called huddling together for warmth, and also fearing the death of a companion, like a rabbit mourning a fox, so they went all out, making a move that risked mutual destruction. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. You know so many idioms. Ding, I'm super amazing. Shen Zitong was extremely smug. With just one wave of battle, all four women were severely injured. Lu Yi couldn't help but shake his head. Before rebirth, each one of them clamored that they could become a great emperor with their own strength. But now that they were truly reborn, could these people really become great emperors? In any case, Lu Yi didn't believe it. However, the current Bai Chulin had not yet reached a true dead end, the point where her lamp was dry and oil exhausted. Since she had escaped the encirclement, it would still be somewhat difficult for the people of Wangu Sect to catch up. Chu Ling might not be able to return to Great Dao Sect, but Bai Chulin and Hongling would definitely be able to enter. Wangu Sect would likely use this to declare war on Great Dao Sect next. Therefore, he needed to break through to transcending tribulation. As for what kind of poison he would encounter during transcending tribulation realm, it didn't matter. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. Deal with situations as they arise. In his previous life, he was a celestial venerable. There were basically no poisons that could directly cause his death, unless they involved the level of a saint. But in this era, there were no existing saints. Celestial Venerable was already the pinnacle of the world, so the poisons the 8 women had administered should only affect him, not kill him. Otherwise, these poisons wouldn't choose to act up during crossing tribulation, instead of at any time. Breakthrough. Ding, starting cultivation. The great Dao roared within Lu Yi's body. Breaking through to transcending tribulation realm did not require condensing the fourth life. It was only necessary to condense it upon successfully crossing tribulation and reaching great ascension. At this moment, Lu Yi's heart was calm and peaceful, without distractions. A wisp of unstable aura appeared on his body. Dao. Only seeking the Dao. Chapter 142, Taiyan Mara Worm. Ice crystals. Dense ice crystals began to appear on Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi's brow furrowed tightly. Intense pain struck, but it was merely pain. This pain was far less intense than the primordial morning mist. In his void dantian, space slightly blurred, and a crystal-clear worm egg quietly appeared. The mere appearance of this worm egg almost caused Lu Yi to collapse from the cold. Fortunately, just a Taiyan Mara worm. Lu Yi felt a bit fortunate. This thing was a supreme existence that lived within the Taiyan star, possessing an incredibly high status, considered part of the Taiyan star and the sun. If this thing appeared during his crossing tribulation, it would frantically absorb the chaotic Taiyan power Lu Yi had obtained from his master over so many years. Meaning, it could cause Lu Yi's strength to plummet and throw him into an extremely chaotic state. Losing a life would not be a problem at all. Because during Lu Yi's growth process, in the early stages, he could only rely on his life fire and the danger of his cultivation falling to resist the chaotic Taiyan power. Later, the Taiyan transformation scripture showed signs, and Lu Yi finally changed from suffering loss to benefiting. The chaotic Taiyan power was refined by him continuously. This power provided significant assistance to Lu Yi in the middle and later stages. Bai Chulin's position among the women being one of the top wasn't without reason. Firstly, her identity. Secondly, Lu Yi liked to seek her out the most because she could not only assist Lu Yi, but she was also big. Thirdly, Bai Chulin's personality was gentle. But now Lu Yi had never absorbed a single bit of chaotic Taiyan power, and the Taiyan marrow worm couldn't even break out of its egg. Besides being cold, it was still cold. Without the nourishment of chaotic Taiyan power, how could the Taiyan marrow worm break out of its egg? Crossing tribulation first stage, Lu Yi looked up, only feeling the vast power of heaven and earth, like a sharp sword suspended above his head, capable of falling at any moment. At the same time, his mood began to become irritable. Scenes from the past kept appearing in his mind uncontrollably. Amidst a boundless sea of flowers, Hongling lay in the flowers, resting on Lu Yi's lap. She gazed at Lu Yi foolishly. Senior brother, if there were only the two of us in heaven and earth, I would wish for this moment to become eternal. Don't want master anymore. Hongling thought for a moment, a sweet and naive expression appearing on her face. Then include master, and the three of us will become eternal. Okay, become eternal. Senior brother, I love you so much. The two embraced and kissed in the sea of flowers. Lu Yi Gerger, I've Dao integration, guess what Dao I've Dao integration. Shangguan Wanling ran to Lu Yi with a look of surprise and excitement. What Dao? Hee, path of sentience, Lu Yi Gerger, you are my Dao. Wow wow wow, so good, path of sentience, ha ha ha. Lu Yi, hurry down, you'll freeze to death. Master, I'm not afraid, I won't freeze to death, I can save you. No, no, a weak hand tried to push Lu Yi away. Master, I won't die, believe me, I absolutely won't die, because if I die, no one will be able to help you detoxify. Even if it's just to help master, I won't die. Bai Chulin was in tears. Yer, don't call me master anymore, call me by my name, Bai Chulin. Lu Yi, you must remember, I like you. No matter what, I like you. Lu Yi stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Sweet scenes from the past kept appearing in his mind. The scene in his memory suddenly changed. Lu Yi, I am your master, not your Dao companion. From today onwards, you are absolutely forbidden to step into my room again. We only have the relationship of master and disciple, and absolutely no inappropriate actions. Chulin, call me master, but you said before that you liked me. That was just nonsense when the poison acted up. Lu Yi, I'm not joking with you, and you don't need to act so playfully anymore. There's a distinction between master and disciple. Now that I'm no longer suffering from the chaotic yin poison, we should naturally correct our mistakes. Lu Yi, I feel so bored right now. Besides being good to others, is there nothing else you can do? Lu Yi looked at Shangguan Wanling blankly. Forget it, I don't want to say much. I'll just tell you directly, my path of sentience is gone. Lu Yi was instantly struck by lightning. The path of sentience was gone. Since I no longer love you, I can let you leave. Lu Yi, how can you be so irresponsible? I've already given my body to you. Now you're letting me leave, what will I become? You know my path of sentience is gone. Can you act like a man? Either make my path of sentience reappear, or even if I've lost my path of sentience, it doesn't mean I don't love you anymore. I just feel you've been too boring lately. Gongzi, young master, does it hurt? I can't help it either, I really have too little sense of security. Because of my weakness, everyone in Chu Sword Manor died. I can't catch up to your steps either. I really have to give my all. I can help you refine swords. What kind of sword intent does a newly refined sword have? What I need are swords that have witnessed countless battles. Only by integrating those swords can I grow faster and condense stronger sword intent. Isn't this what you taught me? I told you to take the swords of enemies, not the swords of your own allies. Stop being so wishy-washy. You don't have to worry about me. If I die taking swords, then I die. Anyway, I'm just your maid swordswoman. You don't need to be so concerned. Lu Yi took a deep breath. The faint moisture in his eyes turned into mist and evaporated. Heart tribulation. The deeper the love, the deeper the hurt. Even with such a firm Dao heart, the heart tribulation still took advantage of the weakness. His eyes became calm. The Taiyan marrow worm had not hatched. Deduce how to force the Taiyan marrow worm out. Ding, deduction successful. Huh, so fast. Lu Yi was a little surprised. Ding, the question you deduced is too simple. Even a child wouldn't ask such a simple question, so the deduction is naturally very fast. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. All right, is the system getting arrogant? Ding, please help me deduce the second line for lonely cold window, empty widowhood, thank you. Ding, starting deduction. The system fell silent. It fell silent. Silent. Lu Yi couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Can't handle it now, can you? Hiss so cold. Forget it, I won't tease the dog system anymore. Stop deduction. Ding ding ding, dog Lu Yi, this system will fight you. Shen Zitong, filled with anger, suddenly lunged at Lu Yi. Lu Yi used a grappling technique and directly pinned Shen Zitong onto the table. Ding ding ding, stinky Lu Yi, dog Lu Yi, bastard Lu Yi, let go of me. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Aren't I fighting you one-on-one right now? I don't care, let go of me, hurry and let go of me. I want to bite you, bite you. Please, good Lu Yi, good master, let me vent a little. Let me bite you, please, please, please. Chapter 143, Abusing My Wife is a Pleasure, Part 4. Lu Yi was amused by Shen Zitong. Look at this spineless appearance. Fine, let this guy bite me. Loosening his grip on Shen Zitong, she immediately opened her cherry-like mouth and bit fiercely on Lu Yi's arm, leaving behind 2 rows of neat teeth marks. Feeling better. Ding, just so, I want to bite again. I advise you not to push your luck. Ding, if I don't push my luck, would I still be Shen Zitong? Watch my great capture. Ding, boo-hoo-hoo, you dog host, I was wrong. After messing around with Shen Zitong for a while, Lu Yi felt much better. Right, how should I deal with this Taiyan marrow worm that you deduced? Lu Yi asked. Ding, at your current realm, there is only one method, using Bai Chulin's fresh blood as a guide. The Taiyan marrow worm will sense the chaotic Taiyan power and will leave on its own without you needing to do anything. Lu Yi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Help me find Bai Chulin. I want to return the gift she gave me, Lu Yi said. Ding, this system does not have the function to find people. Nonsense. When you're gossiping, you know where everyone is and what they're doing. Now you're telling me you can't find their location. Ding, gossiping is gossiping, and finding locations is finding locations. The two cannot be confused, Shen Zitong said as if it were a matter of course. Lu Yi shivered from the cold. Although the Taiyan marrow worm hadn't hatched yet, its level was too high. Just the egg alone made Lu Yi, a great cultivator in the crossing tribulation realm, unable to bear it. Alright, I'll go find her myself. Lu Yi got up. But before he walked out of the room, he stopped again. If he went out now, and Bai Chulin and the others were about to die, and they happened to encounter people from the Wangu sect, would the Wangu sect people attack him or Bai Chulin? They would definitely attack him. They couldn't defeat him anyway. If he made a move, wouldn't he kill all these people? In that case, wouldn't he be indirectly saving Bai Chulin and her group? He couldn't go. Right, I'll contact Lu Changfeng. If Bai Chulin and the others appear outside the sect, tell me immediately. Lu Yi took out a sound transmission stone to communicate with Lu Changfeng. Sect leader, if my master appears near the Great Dao sect, tell me immediately. Okay, no problem. Do you need the Great Dao sect to rescue them? Of course not. Everyone has their own destiny. When facing them, we must maintain the mindset of letting go of the urge to help and respecting others' fate. Because once you help, you might change someone else's destiny. If that happens, and they blame you, you can only endure it. Lu Yi was speaking from his own experience. It could be said that it was a result he obtained through heartbreaking pain. Alright, then if they return, I'll notify you immediately. Okay, thank you for the trouble. Don't mention it. After instructing Lu Changfeng, Lu Yi resumed his cultivation. He was actually thinking about a problem. The second heaven has a higher limit than the first heaven, so there are naturally many strong cultivators. The realms of the first heaven, starting from Qi gathering realm, are Qi gathering, core formation, nascent soul, refining void, Dao integration, crossing tribulation, and great ascension. And the second heaven has 3 more realms than the first heaven. They are heaven, earth, and human. Human is the true person realm. Earth is the earth immortal realm. Heaven is the heavenly God realm. Of course, the second heaven can't only have these 3 realms, there are also a bunch of great ascension, crossing tribulation, Dao integration, and so on. The human clan has a characteristic, and that is their ability to reproduce. Take a strong cultivator from the third heaven as an example. By himself, through diligent sowing, he had over 3,000 biological children with his Dao companions. Over 3,000. Although they weren't born from a single Dao companion, the higher the cultivation, the harder it is to get pregnant and the longer the pregnancy period. From this, one can see how diligent that strong cultivator was. Therefore, with endless descendants, in the second heaven, great ascension is still a powerful figure, enough to establish a sect. There won't be a situation where after ascending, one immediately becomes a small soldier. He was thinking, the Zhang family is so powerful, with more than one heavenly God realm cultivator, and they also have powerful treasures left behind after the Zhang family's main branch ascended. As soon as he ascends, he will definitely face a great escape. As for death, that's not going to happen. Before rebirth, he had to escape when encountering powerful enemies. If he still has to escape after rebirth, then wouldn't his rebirth be in vain? Is there a way for him to immediately have the strength to kill wantonly and sweep through the second heaven after ascending? He could try it. Perhaps it would give Zhang Dai a huge surprise. Lu Changfeng was sitting in the main hall at this time, with Ji Changming sitting beside him. Old Ji, what do you think Lu Yi meant by that? Lu Changfeng asked, stroking his beard. Ji Changming was also contemplating. Before, during the genius competition, he had once suspected that the Great Dao sect had become the Heihuan sect, or even the Great Dao Heihuan sect. From the current situation, Lu Yi is keeping his distance from both Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin, not interfering at all. However, I am still quite worried that they will stage a scene in the Great Dao sect where, you chase me, I can't escape even with wings, abusing my wife is fun for a while, chasing my wife leads to the crematorium. Lu Changfeng was stunned. He was a person devoted to cultivation and didn't particularly understand the words Ji Changming was saying. What do you mean? It's often written in romance novels. When I loved you, you didn't love me. Now I don't love you, but you start to love me madly. One escapes, one chases, they escape and chase, and in the end, they still get married happily and harmoniously. Sect leader, you don't know, those romance novels make my liver ache from the abuse and my stomach hurt from laughing. The content of one book wrote that the female lead formed her core formation in her dantian, but the senior brother at the beginning told the female lead to move her core formation to her brain, saying that forming the core formation in the dantian might affect future children. Ha ha ha, it's killing me with laughter. Lu Changfeng. Ji Changming was clearly older than him, so why was Ji Changming living a happier life than him now? So, although Lu Yi appears heartless now, if Bai Shimei and the others really get into trouble, who knows how crazy Lu Yi will become. Furthermore, if Lu Yi truly didn't care at all, he wouldn't have needed to specially transmit a message. Doesn't the implication mean that we shouldn't keep Bai Chulin and the others outside the sect? If they die before notifying Lu Yi, wouldn't it be too late? We can choose not to protect them, and everything will be handled according to the sect rules. When disciples of the Great Dao sect return to the sect, if there are grievances or enmities, we will first discern right from wrong and then handle it. We cannot just watch as people from our sect die tragically at the entrance of the Great Dao sect. This would be harmful to the reputation of our Great Dao sect. Since Lu Yi said to respect others' fate, he most likely means to follow the rules. We won't deliberately organize anything, nor will we deliberately harm them. If Lu Yi really has a rift with them, and if he has grudges, he will take revenge, and if he has grievances, he will settle them, right? Ji Changming analyzed thoroughly. Lu Changfeng felt it made a lot of sense. Then it's settled. If they return, everything will be handled according to the sect rules. Chapter 144 Facing the Storm Part 5. Old Ji, why didn't I know you actually read romance novels? This matter has to start from the last sect genius competition. You don't know, during one match, Chu Ling almost threw herself into Lu Yi's arms. Yu Hongling secretly looked at Lu Yi more than 30 times, and Bai Shimei always wanted to look at Lu Yi, but she forcefully turned her head away from looking. You say Bai Shimei is clearly Lu Yi's master. If she looked openly, there would be nothing to criticize, just caring for her disciple. But when you look secretly, looking like you want to see but can't, isn't there something fishy going on? So I suspected whether Bai Shimei also developed different feelings for Lu Yi. Ji Changming was originally very excited while speaking, but as he spoke, he found Lu Changfeng's face getting darker and darker. His voice also became softer and softer. Oops, he forgot. Lu Changfeng likes Bai Chulin. He seems to have caused trouble. At this moment, Lu Changfeng smiled without smiling. I didn't expect Deputy Sect Leader Ji to not only care about the disciples' cultivation but also care about the disciples' emotional life, Lu Changfeng said with a faint voice. Cough, that. Don't worry, being able to care about the disciples' emotional life shows that Deputy Sect Leader Ji is not only dedicated and responsible, but also has quite a lot of free time. The trade between the Great Dao sect and outside the sect will also be handed over to you from now on. You must make the sect's income soar. Sect leader, I was wrong. Ji Changming instantly admitted his mistake. Hey, I shouldn't have come out of seclusion. I should have left everything to you. Ji Changming, Bai Shimei and Lu Yi are master and disciple. Bai Shimei is even a traditional person. How could she have any improper involvement with her disciple? Do you know that what you said can be called spreading rumors? I was wrong. Your spiritual stones offerings for 1 month are forfeited. If you commit this again next time, the punishment will be increased. Yes. Ji Changming became obedient. He wanted to slap himself twice. How could he forget that Lu Changfeng likes Bai Chulin? He was just jumping into a pit of fire. Indeed, they all say that romance novels occupy people's brains. He had lost his mind too many times, to the point that he had become foolish. Get out, let me be quiet. Senior brother bids farewell. Ji Changming quickly ran out. In the end, he couldn't help but slap himself. Getting carried away, brainless. Lu Changfeng sat alone in the Dao asking hall, his gaze distant, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he sighed. If he were someone else, perhaps he could still compete. But, he is the sect leader of the Great Dao sect. At this moment, Shangguan Wanling had already run to the Great Dao sect, holding the heavily injured Chu Ling. Her whole body trembled slightly, her face was like gold leaf, and her original peak Dao integration realm cultivation had now fallen to the 7th layer of Dao integration. Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape, using this thing really consumes cultivation in one go. I don't know if Bai Jiji can escape, Shangguan Wanling muttered. Chu Ling endured the intense pain. Her foundation was severely damaged, and her cultivation would likely be unstable from now on, possibly falling out of the joining Dao realm. Gongzi, young master, still didn't come to save her after all. Gongzi, young master, really didn't care about her at all. She thought of the contract that was ignited by flames when she first reborn. That contract, in her previous life, was seen as a disgrace by her. Now it seems, that was the closest bond between her and Lu Yi. But now it had been burned to ashes by fire. Thank you. Chu Ling thanked Shangguan Wanling in a weak voice. Shangguan Wanling waved her hand. Give me some spiritual treasures when the time comes, that's the best thanks. Okay, I will give them to you. At this moment, Bai Chulin was fleeing madly. Originally, Yu Hongling was carrying her, but now it was her turn to carry Yu Hongling. Because Yu Hongling's cultivation was quite far from the transcending tribulation realm, if Yu Hongling continued to carry her, they would likely be caught up by the people of the myriad ancient sect very quickly. Although her chaotic yin poison had begun to condense rapidly. Using chaotic Taiyin power like this would only make the chaotic Taiyin power grow rapidly and the chaotic yin poison condense faster. But Bai Chulin couldn't care about that much anymore. Streaks of spells quickly disappeared into the void. If a pursuing transcending tribulation realm cultivator accidentally hit a spell, they would instantly turn into an ice sculpture. Run hard. The Great Dao sect was almost here. Bai Chulin was a little worried. If the Great Dao sect was unwilling to take them in, they would truly be on a dead end. But, what could they do? They were already at the end of their rope. These people, it seemed, had never been forced to this point before. Lu Yi was always at the forefront, blocking all the storm for them. And they ridiculously thought that Lu Yi was delaying them from seeing the magnificent storm. Now they were truly facing the storm, and could only say, they brought it upon themselves. The Great Dao sect was already ahead. PFF'd. Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin simultaneously were shaken and vomited blood, the blood staining Bai Chulin's white dress red. Great Dao sect, Great Dao sect. We are disciples of the Great Dao sect, there are enemies chasing us, quickly let us in. Yu Hongling shouted loudly. The sect protecting array instantly opened. Shangguan Wanling and Chu Ling met up and rushed into the sect protecting array, which instantly closed. Boom! An attack heavily struck the sect protecting array. Dong! The Great Dao bell rang, signaling the appearance of enemies. Transcending tribulation realm cultivators from the myriad ancient sect approached the Great Dao sect one by one. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, covering the entire Great Dao sect. That was the aura of the transcending tribulation realm cultivators, causing the heaven and earth to change color. Lu Yi opened his eyes and received a message from Lu Changfeng. Your master and junior sister have returned to the Great Dao sect, they are at the mountain gate. Upon hearing the news, Lu Yi's figure instantly disappeared. Shen Zitong also followed, and in a blink of an eye, the two of them appeared at the mountain gate together. Tisk! 4 miserable women. Each of them had a terribly pale face. Senior brother, you're here, Yu Hongling looked at Lu Yi with surprise. The others were filled with surprise and hope when they saw Lu Yi appear at the first moment. They had just escaped back to the sect, and Lu Yi arrived in such a short time. What did this indicate? It indicated that Lu Yi had been paying attention to them. Lu Yi was not a heartless person after all, he really still cared about them. Gongzi, young master, I'm sorry, I embarrassed Gongzi, young master. Lu Yi, don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Yi Gerger, long time no see. Senior brother, the people from the myriad ancient sect bullied us, can you kill them? We all know we were wrong, we will definitely serve you well from now on, and we will never make you angry again. We can also accept this woman joining us, please. Lu Yi came in front of Bai Chulin. Looking down. His shadow covered Bai Chulin. Forming a sword with 2 fingers, he gently swiped, and the sleeping Taiyan marrow worm eggs instantly began to tremble. Chapter 145, Return Everything, 6th Update. What is Lu Yi doing? Everyone's gaze was focused on Lu Yi. Lu Changfeng, Yu Hongling, Ji Changming, Qingwo Daoren, Linggu Wushuang. So many. As they watched Lu Yi's actions, their hearts all skipped a beat. Because what Lu Yi was doing right now really didn't look like he was trying to save Bai Chulin. This guy isn't going to kill his master in broad daylight, is he? Senior brother, what are you doing? Yu Hongling's eyes widened. The excitement and joy that had just arisen were extinguished by Lu Yi's action, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her from head to toe. She pounced towards Lu Yi. Shen Zitong stepped out. Former wife Yu, what are you so anxious about? Could it be that you still think brother will kill Venerable Master Bai? Shen Zitong blinked her innocent eyes and said sweetly to Yu Hongling. Get out of my way. Yu Hongling attacked in anger. This time, Shen Zitong didn't indulge her. She extended her finger and lightly tapped. Instantly, Yu Hongling completely froze. Except her mouth could move. Why can't you ever believe brother? If brother wanted to kill you, he would have already done so. How could you possibly be alive now? Brother is clearly such a kind person, yet you always treat him as the worst villain in the world. No wonder brother is so sad. Unlike me, I only feel heartache for brother. Yu Hongling was furious upon hearing Shen Zitong's words, but she also calmed down. That's right, if senior brother wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. She had thought the worst of senior brother again. Yu Hongling couldn't help but feel disgusted with herself and disgusted with Shen Zitong. Can you stop being such a green tea bitch? It's disgusting, always being so pretentious, disgusting. Ding giggle giggle. Shen Zitong almost let out a cheerful ding 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 laughter. There's nothing I can do. Only women who are in happiness can be so delicate, unlike you who are in happiness and only know how to poison. With one sentence, the expressions of the 3 women who weren't unconscious changed. Yu Hongling was filled with rage. She felt like she was just a little bit away from breaking free from this restraint. If she hadn't been injured, this little restraint wouldn't affect her at all. Brother. Shen Zitong walked towards Lu Yi with a beaming smile on her face, opening her arms in a gesture of wanting a hug. She was going for a face right output. Lu Yi glanced at her. Shen Zitong's steps paused, and her expression returned to its cold and aloof look. It's truly boring. A group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people, completely unable to ignite my fighting spirit. Lu Yi's scram was already at his lips, but seeing Shen Zitong return from her floating state to being grounded, he swallowed the word. The Taiyan marrow worm egg integrated into Lu Yi's blood. Feeling the attraction of the chaotic Taiyan power, the entire Taiyan marrow worm trembled with excitement. It rapidly approached Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin seemed to wake up under the stimulation, perhaps because the Taiyan power within her body was too abnormal. She vaguely saw Lu Yi. Endless coldness invaded her. This feeling was too familiar, and Lu Yi was in front of her again. It was as if she had truly returned to the past. Husband, so cold. Master, you are mistaken. I am Lu Yi, your disciple, not someone else, Lu Yi said calmly. With one sentence, the hazy Bai Chulin instantly sobered up. A sickly blush appeared on her face. Sorry. It's okay. Only then did Bai Chulin realize her situation. Her arm was bleeding continuously, and Lu Yi's finger was pointed at the blood. What are you doing? Bai Chulin asked, her body trembling. A hint of a smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. The treasure master bestowed upon this disciple is not blessed enough to enjoy. I can only presume to return it to master. Please forgive me, master. Bai Chulin. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Taiyan marrow worm. Lu Yi nodded lightly. It was at this moment that the Taiyan marrow worm reached Lu Yi's finger, and his skin gently split open. The insect egg impatiently escaped from Lu Yi's body, like a dragon returning to the sea, and integrated into Bai Chulin's body. In an instant, Bai Chulin directly turned into an ice sculpture. Her face displayed a pained and twisted expression. The Taiyan marrow worm broke out of its egg and instantly detonated all the chaotic yin poison. Madly devouring. Was the Taiyan marrow worm good or bad for Bai Chulin? Of course, it was bad. It would induce a large amount of chaotic Taiyan power to erupt and choose the purest Taiyan power to absorb, leaving behind the Taiyan power containing impurities. Because it broke out of its egg this time, it would inevitably absorb a large amount of Taiyan power. Bai Chulin's aura began to weaken, dropping all the way from the transcending tribulation realm. Waves of chaotic Taiyan power continuously erupted and were wolfed down by the Taiyan marrow worm. At this moment, Bai Chulin could only be said to be constantly hovering between life and death. Whether she could survive depended on her luck. Of course, it couldn't be said that there were absolutely no benefits. To absorb chaotic Taiyan power for a long time, the Taiyan marrow worm might become Bai Chulin's guardian. Plundering on one hand, protecting on the other. This kind of pain was long-lasting. A warm feeling reappeared in Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi revealed a smile. It felt comfortable. There were still things that weren't finished. He turned and walked towards Chu Ling. Outside the Great Dao sect, tribulation clouds had already begun to brew. The myriad ancient sect could no longer hold back and started preparing for the crossing tribulation breakthrough. Lu Yi didn't care. In the joining Dao realm, he was somewhat wary of Great Ascension. Now that he was in the transcending tribulation realm, Great Ascension was not so invincible to him either. He arrived in front of Chu Ling. Gongzi, young master. Chu Ling wanted to bow, but her injuries were too severe. Both her arms had been chopped off. Although the bleeding had stopped, her face was pale without any hint of color. I've said it many times, don't backstab allies, Lu Yi said. Ling knows she was wrong, Ling won't dare to do it again next time. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. See, when you loved her, no matter how hard you tried to persuade her, she ignored you and did as she pleased. Now that you don't love her, you tell her the same thing, and she immediately admits her mistake and promises not to do it again. Is this what they call the beloved being fearless? How cheap. Lu Yi struck out with a palm. Boom. Chu Ling's body didn't move, but a phantom sword mountain was forcibly struck out from within Chu Ling's nascent soul. The nascent soul coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Chu Ling was also coughing up blood. Her aura completely dropped to the refining void realm, and it was even the 8th layer of the refining void realm. If it belongs to someone else, return it to them. There's no logic in saying you were wrong and won't dare to do it again, and then the other person's sword mountain is no longer needed. Chu Ling's body softly collapsed onto the ground. Lu Yi then looked at Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling. Chapter 146, Seed of Nirvana Part 1. What do you want to do? Shangguan Wanling was trembling as she spoke, the current Lu Yi was too terrifying. He was completely different from the Lu Yi she remembered. The Lu Yi she knew had a sunny smile on his face, spoke humorously and endearingly, and would occasionally say some fresh words. She had never heard those words before, and Lu Yi would even write beautiful novels for her and read them to her. Things like, overbearing husband's fierce love, evil king pampers his wife, you have nowhere to escape, immortal king runs with the ball, great chase for his wife. They were many times better than the novels available on the market. And what about the current Lu Yi? His eyes were as calm as water, and although there was a faint smile on his face, the smile never reached his eyes at all. Looking at her, there was no longer any trace of love. Only coldness. What poison did you give me? Lu Yi asked. Shangguan Wanling's face showed an embarrassed expression. Is it still too late for me to admit my mistake now? Lu Yi shook his head powerlessly. This guy, no wonder even Shen Zitong was unwilling to face her head on. She was truly worrying. Then can you help me change my Dao? I don't want to cultivate the Dao of invincibility anymore. If you help me change my Dao, I'll tell you what poison I gave you. Shen Zitong looked at Shangguan Wanling. At this moment, she actually felt a sense of relief, like surviving a disaster. Oh my gosh, thankfully she didn't fight Shangguan Wanling head on, otherwise her intelligence would have plummeted to rock bottom. If Yu Hongling wasn't currently in a state of confinement, she would have rolled her eyes to the sky. This Shangguan Wanling always had a way of making people laugh with her foolishness. You couldn't even get angry. You felt you shouldn't argue with a fool. What was she thinking? When they encountered the other 4 women, they all honestly told him what poison they had given him, because they knew that if they didn't, Lu Yi would really kill them. But now, Shangguan Wanling not only didn't say, but also threatened Lu Yi. She, a joining Dao realm cultivator, not even a disciple of the great Dao sect, still threatened Lu Yi. Her buffs were instantly maxed out. Lu Yi was so angry he laughed. Damn it! He slapped Shangguan Wanling's shoulder and pulled her back. Instantly, Lu Yi's aura strengthened by a point. Try using your celestial venerable fist again and see if you still can, Lu Yi said. Shangguan Wanling was startled. Celestial venerable fist. A plain and unremarkable punch was thrown out. There was no longer the vast and invincible feeling of the celestial venerable fist, because Lu Yi had already withdrawn the celestial venerable fist intent that remained within Shangguan Wanling's body. How could someone who didn't even have a great Dao punch the celestial venerable fist? If Lu Yi hadn't imprinted the celestial venerable fist intent on the fake celestial venerable fist she cultivated, Shangguan Wanling wouldn't have been able to punch it at all. Shangguan Wanling's punch was still aimed at Lu Yi. Boom! Shangguan Wanling flew backward. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Yi had a headache. He hadn't intended to attack Shangguan Wanling at first. After all, Shangguan Wanling didn't have any affection for him, and there was no question of regret or not regretting. But you aimed your fist at me, how could I resist hitting you? Shangguan Wanling was both in pain and terrified. Her celestial venerable fist, her most powerful skill, was now gone. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't tell me, I will strip away your other 2 divine abilities. What poison did you give me? Shangguan Wanling was completely scared. She finally became obedient and quickly spoke. It's the Extinction Dao Seed, the Extinction Dao Seed. Lu Yi listened to this new term and couldn't help but sigh softly. This was a seed formed by the former Extinction Heavenly Venerable sect sacrificing the entire sect for the sake of supreme extinction, in an attempt to extinguish the heaven and earth Great Dao. At that time, they almost succeeded. The Great Dao of the entire heaven and earth suffered a terrifying shock at that moment. Countless living beings' cultivation realms plummeted. Because at that time, when a saint reached the end of their road, the heaven and earth Great Dao mourned for them. Extinction Heavenly Venerable made this crazy move to become a new saint himself. But he didn't expect that even a decaying saint could undergo endless sublimation at the end of their life and ultimately shatter Extinction Heavenly Venerable's delusion. The entire Extinction Heavenly Venerable sect became a thing of the past, leaving only a Dao seed that disappeared into the boundless void. Saints also die. Let alone saints, even the Heavenly Dao has been replaced by the system. In this world, there are too many possibilities. Where did you get this Dao seed? Lu Yi asked with a grim expression. I picked it up. It seems you really want to die. Shangguan Wanling instantly looked wronged. I really picked it up, why would I lie to you? Lu Yi had been carefully observing Shangguan Wanling's expression. If it were anyone else, there might be a possibility of lying. But this was Shangguan Wanling. Picked it up. Picked it up. At this moment, Lu Yi could finally be certain that there was 100% someone plotting against him. He just hadn't figured out who it was yet. Darkness source. There was a certain possibility. That Yandere. Also possible. Even Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was possible. Because besides Lu Yi, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord also had a chance to become a saint. If Lu Yi became a saint, then Reincarnation Heavenly Lord would have to continue waiting. Lu Yi got the answer he wanted and turned to leave. "Brother, wait for me," Shen Zitong shouted, then paused again. "Oh right, former wife Yu, Venerable Master Bai is dying. If you want to save her, the charming girl Extreme Yin scripture can save her. Also, Maid Chu and Shangguan Shazi can cultivate the nymph Extreme Yin Sutra. You guys work hard. If you don't work harder, brother and I will ascend together, and then you'll never see brother again for all eternity. Wait for me." Shen Zitong threw out this sentence and quickly followed Lu Yi. Lu Yi himself did not possess the secret art of sky stripping that was contained within Sword Mountain, nor was he omnipotent. However, because the Sword Dao of Sword Mountain was affected by the secret art of sky stripping, it was almost in a precarious state. Lu Yi watched the process of the secret art of sky stripping being performed and gained some insights, which was why he slapped Sword Mountain down. The main body of Sword Mountain had already been destroyed, leaving only this illusory Sword Mountain. Lu Yi wasn't going to reshape a Sword Mountain, it was too troublesome. However, as compensation, he could condense a supremely powerful sword intent and leave it to the Supreme Sword Sect. Presumably, the Supreme Sword Sect would be satisfied. What kind of sword intent should he choose? After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi had an idea. Supreme Sword Sect, then let's condense a Supreme Sword Dao and give it to the Supreme Sword Sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, the myriad ancient sect was very angry because they failed to capture Bai Chulin. They couldn't understand. Lu Yi was the number one on the Eternal Paragon ranking, so it was understandable for him to kill enemies across realms, but what kind of existence was Bai Chulin? Why did she erupt with such terrifying strength? A group of transcending tribulation realm peak powerhouses along with loose immortal's siege were all overcome by Bai Chulin's crossing tribulation. Exaggeratedly strong. Crossing tribulation. Must cross tribulation. Become great ascension, crush the great Dao sect. Thus, the first transcending tribulation 9th level expert, after all preparations were made, took the crossing tribulation pill and officially began to cross tribulation. Chapter 147 Such a Big Calamity Cloud Part 2. Dark clouds rolled. Tribulation energy steamed. The myriad ancient sect powerhouses hovered 1,000 miles away, most with smiles on their faces, watching Purple Sun Taoist begin his crossing tribulation. Purple Sun Taoist and Purple Spring Taoist were twins, both in the transcending tribulation realm, and they had left a good story in the great wilderness back then. Cultivating the Tao for nearly 1,000 years, today I can finally undergo the crossing tribulation and ascend. From now on, I will be one step closer to the great Tao. This is truly filled with emotion. Ha ha ha, on the path of cultivation, tribulations are destined to be endless, but crossing 1,000 mountains, passing 1,000 waves, and breaking through thorns and thistles, is it not also a joyful thing? That's right, Purple Sun Elder is the Purple Sun Divine Body, and his cultivation has already reached perfection. There is no further progress in the transcending tribulation realm. With the crossing tribulation pill and multiple preparations, his crossing tribulation is sure to be as easy as picking something out of a bag. The great ascension realm, it is truly something to aspire to. Watching the tribulation clouds continuously grow. Everyone once again expressed their emotions. Purple Sun Taoist's strength is indeed formidable. The tribulation clouds he attracted this time are actually on such a large scale. After successfully crossing tribulation, he will likely leap to become a peak great ascension. The tribulation clouds have actually expanded to a radius of 300 miles, so strong. Fortunately, there is the crossing tribulation pill, otherwise this crossing tribulation would truly be full of crises. The tribulation clouds continued to expand. Why are they still expanding? This must be 400 miles already. Is this the terror of the Purple Sun Divine Body? The tribulation clouds were still expanding. 500 miles. 500 miles of tribulation clouds. How long has it been since a cultivator with 500 miles of tribulation clouds appeared in the great wilderness? Purple Sun Elder is mighty, myriad ancient sect is mighty. 600 miles. Everyone's expressions finally began to turn serious. These tribulation clouds, the way they are rolling, something isn't right. Why do they still look so imposing? 700 miles. 800 miles. Purple Sun Taoist, beneath the tribulation clouds, looked up at the boundless tribulation clouds in the sky. The vast heavenly might poured down, covering everything, and all Hongling fell silent. Purple Sun Taoist was somewhat complacent at first, because the size of the tribulation clouds actually reflected a person's strength. Large tribulation clouds were a very face-giving matter. But now, these tribulation clouds are simply too big. 1,000 miles. The group of myriad ancient sect powerhouses were so scared they hurriedly retreated, their expressions terrified. No, how could this be? 1,000 miles of tribulation clouds. No matter how strong the Purple Sun divine body is, it shouldn't be this strong, right? Still expanding. Purple Sun Taoist smile froze on his face. He had only one thought in his mind. Limitless celestial venerable. Boom. Thunder rumbled through the tribulation clouds. Pure silver lightning erupted with the most terrifying divine might. It's over. At this moment, Purple Sun Taoist felt a chill to his core. Silver tribulation lightning, no, shouldn't the lightning before this be white? And then gradually turn silver. The myriad ancient sect had long since cleared this area, ensuring nothing existed that could affect the crossing tribulation. The result, such huge tribulation clouds. Limitless celestial venerable, what the F? Boom. Wildly dancing silver snakes of lightning streaked through heaven and earth. The darkness of the world suddenly became brighter than ever before. The huge roar spread to who knows how far, and the earth trembled violently. Boom. The second bolt of tribulation lightning fell again, giving people almost no time to breathe. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of tribulation lightning, each more terrifying than the last, fell continuously. From the thickness of an arm, to the thickness of a bucket, and then to the thickness of several people embracing. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. The tribulation lightning stopped. On the earth, a large black pit smoked white, the soil appearing like sand due to the high temperature. Purple Sun Taoist, not even dregs remained. Brother. Purple Spring Taoist let out a cry of grief. Purple Sun Elder. A group of people, after the tribulation clouds dispersed, quickly rushed towards the center of the crossing tribulation. A small storage ring, even its setting was tattered, becoming the only thing Purple Sun Taoist left in this world. Tragic. Too tragic. Why did this happen? Purple Spring Taoist couldn't accept it and roared in anger. Heavenly tribulation is a tribulation, a trial, not a death trap. Why would such a terrifying heavenly tribulation appear now? A transcending tribulation realm cultivator, attracting tribulation clouds even larger than 1,000 miles, starting directly with silver lightning. This gives the tribulation crosser no chance of survival. Where did something go wrong? Everyone in the myriad ancient sect felt their scalps tingle, unable to figure out the situation. Could it be the crossing tribulation pill? An elder said, not quite sure. Apart from the crossing tribulation pill, everything else was prepared by Purple Sun Taoist himself. Of course, Purple Sun Taoist couldn't possibly harm himself. The only extra thing was a crossing tribulation pill. Impossible. Wind Long Night immediately denied it. This crossing tribulation pill was given by someone the myriad ancient sect is on good terms with. The other party is also a peak power, they couldn't possibly harm us without reason. There's no logic to that. Then what is this situation now? Everyone was silent. Is it some accidental event? How about we try another crossing tribulation? The elders looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. Crossing tribulation can be said to be the biggest event for a cultivator, it's not as simple as eating a meal or taking a bath. Forget it, the plan is postponed. I'll go ask the upper realm. Ding, I laugh proudly, laughing away the mundane world. Shen Zitong was already happily humming a song, hum hum hum, let you use the secret art of sky stripping, still stripping the sky. I'll turn you to ashes, see if you can still strip. Boom, a bolt from the blue suddenly exploded. Shen Zitong looked up, shut up. I only wrote 6 names, don't I even have this much authority? Lu Yi looked at Shen Zitong's inexplicable nerves. He recalled the names Shen Zitong had written in the small black notebook before, and he already knew in his heart that someone had suffered a disaster. After this matter is over, it seems he needs to take a trip to the myriad ancient sect. This person, he was just afraid of being thought about by others. As long as someone thought about him, he would feel itchy all over. If he didn't go and say something, he always felt like he was letting down the other person's thoughts. Lu Yi retracted his thoughts. Looking at the illusory sword mountain before him, the stone sword hummed. It turned into a streak of light and landed on Sword Mountain. In an instant, countless sword intents resonated with the stone sword. The stone sword was sensing the sword intent of the Supreme Sword Sect from so many years, and at the same time, under Lu Yi's urging, it produced a brand new sword intent. The Supreme, Heavenly Dao's ruthless, and myriad things unified sword intent appeared on the stone sword. At this moment, this sword intent rapidly ascended, carrying an invincible posture, and landed fiercely on the peak of Sword Mountain. 10,000 sword intents simultaneously let out soft hums, expressing respect and submission to the Supreme Sword Intent. Done. Lu Yi reached out, and Sword Mountain turned into a streak of light, rushing into Lu Yi's sleeve. Come back, let's go out and wander. Lu Yi shouted towards Shen Zitong. Ding, got it. The system suddenly turned into points of light and merged into Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Chapter 148, The Lady's Extreme Yin. Supreme Sword Sect. Great Dao Sect's Lu Yi, requesting an audience with sect leader Wu Yu. Lu Yi appeared at the foot of the Supreme Sword Sect mountain and said with cupped hands. He was like a gentle breeze and bright moon, with a smile on his face. Anyone who saw him would praise his excellent temperament. Lu Yi's name had already spread throughout the great wilderness. Great Dao Sect's Lu Yi naturally couldn't be impersonated. The Supreme Sword Sect disciples heard this and respectfully returned the greeting. Please wait a moment, senior. We will immediately report upwards. Thank you. Before long, a group of people flew down from the mountain. Some people looked at Lu Yi with a hint of vigilance. Could it be that he was here for revenge? Those 4 people were not lightly injured. Fellow Taoist Lu Yi, your visit to our Supreme Sword Sect truly brings radiance to our humble abode. Please come in, let's talk in the Supreme Hall. Sect leader Wu Yu is too polite. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't enter the Supreme Sword Sect. This visit is to return the Supreme Sword Sect's Sword Mountain. The matter of the Great Dao Sect disciples backstabbing their allies is indeed due to the Great Dao Sect's inadequate discipline. On behalf of the Great Dao Sect, I apologize to the Supreme Sword Sect and hope this matter does not harm the 1,000-year friendship between the two sects. Not at all, not at all. Every sect has 1 or 2 lawless individuals. We have seen and taken note of the Great Dao Sect's performance. Regardless, it will not affect the friendship between the two sects. Although that was said, if the Sword Mountain really didn't return, the Supreme Sword Sect would definitely have a knot in their hearts. Back then, when Lu Yi was besieged by a group of crossing tribulation experts, the Supreme Sword Sect still came to help out. In the previous life, the Supreme Sword Sect and the Great Dao Sect also had an extremely close relationship, one of mutual dependence. Lu Yi himself was also a sword cultivator, and his impression of the Supreme Sword Sect was not bad. Lu Yi flicked his sleeve. The illusory Sword Mountain floated between heaven and earth. My apologies, the main body of the Sword Mountain has already shattered. Fortunately, the Sword Dao still remains. As a token of apology, I have left this Supreme Sword Intent on the Sword Mountain. It should be of some use to the Supreme Sword Sect. One by one, the experts of the Supreme Sword Sect looked at the Sword Intent at the very top of the Sword Mountain. Instantly, they shivered, and their eyes revealed a look of fanaticism. This Sword Intent, it's too terrifying. Such grand and advanced Sword Intent seems like it shouldn't appear in this world at all. And it is incredibly compatible with the Supreme Sword Sect's cultivation methods and Sword Dao. Just this single Sword Intent, standing on the Sword Mountain, provides endless benefits to the Supreme Sword Sect. It's even a bit of an exaggeration to say that this Sword Intent is more important to the Supreme Sword Sect than the entire Sword Mountain. Sect leader Wu Yu, are you satisfied? Lu Yi asked with a smile. Satisfied, extremely satisfied. I even feel this Sword Intent is too precious. Good, as long as you are satisfied. Since the Sword Mountain has been returned and I still have some matters, I shall take my leave now. Lu Yi said with a smile. Does the Supreme Sword Sect need any help? Since Lu Yi had produced such a Sword Intent, his sincerity was truly overwhelming. Li Wuyu felt he should also express the Supreme Sword Sect's attitude. No need, it's just a small matter. I can handle it quickly. Alright then. When you have time and are not busy, you must come and visit the Supreme Sword Sect. Our Sword Sect's library will be fully open to you. Perhaps you can innovate and gain deeper insights into the Sword Dao. Alright, I'll definitely come when I'm free. Lu Yi bid farewell and left. His next stop was the Myriad Ancient Sect. Since the Myriad Ancient Sect wanted to target him, he would rush before the Myriad Ancient Sect and let them target him properly. Moreover, Lu Yi remembered that the sky-piercing snail in the Myriad Ancient Sect should be able to contact the upper realm. He also wanted to say hello to Zhang Dai and tell her to wash her neck and wait for his ascension. Great Dao Sect. In a courtyard, there were 5 women. Sun Ruowei continuously released healing skills to help Bai Chulin recover, but the effect was minimal. Bai Chulin was constantly in a frozen state, and judging by her expression, she was in great pain. Her aura was extremely weak, as if she could die at any moment. Yu Hongling's injuries had recovered. Seeing this scene, she finally couldn't bear it. Let me do it. I'll use the charming girl extreme yin scripture to help Master heal. Yu Hongling said. No, that woman likely doesn't have good intentions. The cultivation method she gave is probably extremely malicious. Chu Ling's arms were slowly recovering, but her face was still pale. I know that woman is malicious, but now there's no other way. Master has become like this, and senior brother doesn't care. I can only try this method. Moreover, based on my understanding of this cultivation method, it is definitely beneficial and harmless to Master. I cannot just watch Master continue like this. If something really happens, it will be too late to regret it. Yu Hongling insisted on using the charming girl extreme yin scripture. At this moment, the others had no better solution and could only nod helplessly. Yu Hongling sat cross-legged on the bed, helped by Chulin up, formed hand seals, and circulated her true essence according to the scriptures of the charming girl extreme yin scripture. A special aura appeared on Yu Hongling's body. Yu Hongling placed her hands on Bai Chulin's back. A suction force came from her hands. In an instant, extreme cold invaded Yu Hongling's body. At this moment, Yu Hongling felt as if countless ice blades were slicing her flesh and blood. While unconscious, Bai Chulin constantly felt herself in a bone-chilling ice river. That boundless cold made Bai Chulin's soul tremble in pain. She was a great emperor. She possessed an extremely strong Dao heart and could endure pain. However, it hurt. It was too painful. This pain was more intense than in the previous life. There were also insects biting at her origin, as if devouring her soul. Why was it this painful? This pain was 10, even 100 times more painful than when her chaotic yin poison flared up in her previous life. Suddenly, she felt a loophole appear within the endless ice river. Almost instinctively, she poured the water from the ice river towards this loophole. A small part of her body was exposed outside the ice river, and an unimaginable warmth appeared where she wasn't in the ice river. It was so warm. It was so comfortable. Just like how Lu Yi had used his fervor to warm her back then. It was just that the Lu Yi back then was like a red-hot copper pillar, a torture of branding for others, but for Bai Chulin, he was a warm sun. And now, a loophole had appeared. She wanted to send all of this ice river into this loophole. She truly didn't want even a bit of this cold anymore. Yu Hongling's eyes were bloodshot. Her body quickly became covered in thick frost. Her soul was being scraped alive by this chilling cold. She let out a mournful scream, "Master, stop pouring. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Master, regain consciousness. Regain consciousness." Chapter 149, Testing Humanity Part 4. Everyone was startled by Yu Hongling's desperate scream. Chu Ling instantly made a move. She didn't have hands right now either. She kicked Yu Hongling's arm, wanting to shake her off. But it was too stable. Yu Hongling's hands seemed to be growing on Bai Chulin's back. "Cut off my hands. It hurts. It hurts too much. Hurry and cut off my hands." Yu Hongling's voice was shrill, and thick cold air spewed from her mouth. Her throat was frozen by the cold mist, and she immediately couldn't speak anymore. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Chu Ling's eyes. The devil sword automatically flew up and immediately slashed over. Ding! The devil sword collided with Yu Hongling's arms, producing a sound like metal striking metal, and finally cut off her arms forcefully. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. You could see that the cuts were full of frost. Yu Hongling's body was stiff, but she was still trembling non-stop. Too cold, too cold. What should she do? Quickly cultivate the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra Close Double Angle Bracket. Sun Ruowei said in a hurry. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongling quickly began to cultivate. The frozen feeling slightly lessened, but a more painful sensation came over her. Yu Hongling felt as if countless ice blades were stored within her flesh and blood, and cultivating the nymph Extreme Yin Sutra was making these ice blades move, generating heat through friction with her flesh and blood to melt the ice blades. Pain. Too painful. At this moment, a strong sense of regret arose in Yu Hongling's heart. Perhaps she shouldn't have used the Charming Girl Extreme Yin scripture. The Charming Girl Extreme Yin scripture could indeed help Bai Chulin alleviate the pain because that pain needed to be borne by another person. The Taiyin power could indeed be resolved, but it required resolving it with extreme pain. As long as you can endure this pain, you can even refine this Taiyin power into your own true essence, helping you increase your strength. The premise is that you need to endure the pain. Yu Hongling roaring and asking Chu Ling to help her chop off her arms was enough to know how much it hurt. Her arms were still sticking straight onto Bai Chulin's back. Bai Chulin's pain lessened somewhat, and her brows weren't furrowed as deeply as they were at first. However, she hadn't woken up yet. Now, one person was frozen, and it turned into two people being frozen. Sun Ruowei took a deep breath. Indeed, what a vicious cultivation method. This cultivation method is vicious yet effective, simply an open scheme. Shen Zitong's purpose in creating this cultivation method was very interesting. Bai Chulin didn't let Lu Yi save her. She couldn't bear the pressure of human ethics and morals. Lu Yi had been reborn, so he certainly wouldn't save her either. In this situation, Bai Chulin naturally understood that Lu Yi wouldn't save her again. Her fate could only be to walk towards death step by step in increasing pain. But with the Charming Girl Extreme Yin scripture close double angle bracket, it was different. Bai Chulin no longer needed to let Lu Yi save her. Because Yu Hongling could also save her, Chu Ling could also save her. Shangguan Wanling most likely couldn't save her because she most likely couldn't bear this kind of pain. If others saved her, without a top-tier Taoist heart, this pain could make one's soul scatter in an instant. Then the interesting part comes. Would Bai Chulin, knowing the extent of this pain, let Yu Hongling save her? Under this kind of pain, Yu Hongling would definitely have lingering fears. Would she still be willing to save Bai Chulin? Bai Chulin, the control of this cultivation method is in your hands. If you release the Taiyin power, you can indeed reduce the pain, but the one who hurts will become another person. If you output less Taiyin power, the other person's pain will be less, but your pain won't be reduced much. If you output more Taiyin power, the other person's pain will increase, and your pain will decrease. Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin have the best relationship. She constantly said that Lu Yi was heartless and unwilling to save Master. Now that you have the ability to save her, are you willing to endure such terrifying pain to save your dearest master? Shen Zitong didn't feel that what she did was vicious. Because she did indeed expend effort to find a method that benefited both sides. It was just a slight test of human nature. As for whether human nature can withstand the test, that depends on how deep the relationship between these master and disciple is. Chu Ling understood. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. Who gave this cultivation method? Chu Ling asked. It was given by that incredibly beautiful Shen Zitong who is by Lu Yi's side. Sun Ruowei said. Chu Ling took a deep breath. This is a ruthless person, a very vicious person. We must be careful. Too vicious. What do you mean? Shangguan Wanling asked in confusion. Chu Ling didn't answer Shangguan Wanling's words. She was considering a very realistic question. Should she learn this cultivation method? If she learned it, she would also become Bai Chulin's medicinal primer. If she didn't learn it, all the pain would be borne by Yu Hongling. Considering the situation where Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling risked their lives to save her, Chu Ling's heart was struggling fiercely. To learn, or not to learn? Who has the Charming Girl Extreme Yin scripture close double angle bracket? Chu Ling asked. This cultivation method was taken by Yu Hongling. If you want to learn it too, you might have to learn from Hongling, Sun Ruowei said. Undeniably, at this moment, a feeling of relief spontaneously arose in Chu Ling's heart. Fortunately, for Bai Chulin to recover, it should be enough for Yu Hongling to use the Charming Girl Extreme Yin scripture one more time. But it's not known when Yu Hongling will recover either. Lu Yi's figure had already appeared outside the myriad ancient sect. Looking at the grand and tall mountain gate of the myriad ancient sect, Lu Yi's figure soared into the air. He formed hand seals. Tribulation clouds gathered. Boom boom boom. Dozens of white tribulation lightning bolts fiercely struck the myriad ancient sect's protective formation. This was like poking a hornet's nest. A group of strong individuals rushed out. Where did this thing looking for death come from, daring to attack the myriad ancient sect formation? What greeted them was a sword light. In an instant, blood dyed the earth red. A group of figures were cut in half and fell onto the ground. The myriad ancient sect disciples who were just preparing to walk out of the myriad ancient sect's protective formation. Woo woo woo. A powerful sound resounded throughout the entire myriad ancient sect. One powerful aura after another surged up like rolling wolf smoke. Lu Yi is here. Windlong Knight's figure appeared. I heard that your myriad ancient sect has been looking for me everywhere, Lu Yi asked with an indifferent expression. Lu Yi, there is a path to life but you don't take it, there is no path to death but you barge in, seeking death. Lu Yi lightly smiled. With his mastery of formations, the myriad ancient sect's protective formation was simply like nothing to him. But he deliberately didn't sneak in. Because he wanted to kill his way in with absolute strength, to shroud the entire myriad ancient sect in the deepest fear. He took a step forward. Countless sword lights whistled, transforming into a river of swords, circling in the void, directly rushing towards the myriad ancient sect. Kill. Chapter 150, Kill the Eternal Cult Part 5. What? Lu Yi is fighting the entire myriad ancient sect by himself. At Great Dao sect, Lu Changfeng instantly stood up. According to the news from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, that is the case, and this news is spreading rapidly, about to shock the entire Great Wilderness. Why didn't he even tell the sect? Immediately pass on my order. All powerhouses above Dao integration in the Great Dao sect, assemble immediately and rush to reinforce Lu Yi. Ah, sect leader, if he didn't tell us, isn't it because he didn't want us to get involved? Whether he wants to or not is his business, whether we go to support him is our business. Now we are already tied to Lu Yi on the same battleship. If Lu Yi dies today, the Great Dao sect will be annihilated tomorrow. Bring all the spiritual treasures with you. Reinforce. This news indeed exploded. Lu Yi charging onto the myriad ancient sect alone truly dropped countless jaws. For a time, a large number of powerhouses rushed towards the myriad ancient sect. Some were there to support, while others were simply there to watch the show. Awesome, so awesome. One person attacking the myriad ancient sect, this was simply a major event rarely seen in 1,000 years. Who would want to miss such excitement? Countless spells, overwhelming the heaven and earth, smashed towards Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Yi's figure was like a floating feather. The floating void feather technique was most suitable for the current situation. Pure defense against so many spells would be enough to blast the strongest defense into dust, but the floating void feather was like a feather, moving with the wind. The wind formed by the spells allowed Lu Yi to accurately dodge every single spell, and he strolled leisurely in the void. Yet, he was approaching the myriad ancient sect step by step. This calm demeanor made the people of the myriad ancient sect feel breathless. What kind of divine ability is this? How can he so easily dodge these countless spells? Keep blasting. I don't believe he can dodge all of them. Windlong Knight put on a heavenly spiritual treasure glove, and terrifying power gathered in his hands. Myriad ancient undying palm. At this moment, Lu Yi felt himself being locked onto. Palm shadows gathered, collectively transforming into a giant palm that covered the sky, and fiercely slapped towards Lu Yi. Supreme Sword. A brilliant sword light suddenly contracted, turning into a thin line. The giant palm was instantly sliced open, split into two. The palm wind howled, but it couldn't do anything to Lu Yi. Windlong Knight gasped. Too terrifying. This guy. No wonder he could reverse the situation of the alien race invasion with his own strength. Such a monster, other than the Great Ascension realm, no other existence could defeat him. Great Ascension. He must break through to Great Ascension. Hold on for now. Wind Marquis, immediately go and break through to Great Ascension. Remember to use the Pure Spirit Divine Talisman. The Pure Spirit Divine Talisman was a talisman bestowed by the upper realm, capable of clearing everything around one's body. Regarding the Purple Sun Taoist's matter, the upper realm believed it might be due to the Purple Sun Taoist being cursed. Okay. Wind Marquis quickly retreated, running to the rear of the myriad ancient sect. In just a moment, the tribulation clouds in the rear were vast and began to expand madly. It's like that again. Windlong Knight's face was extremely grim. He felt that they should change the person breaking through. Those who were originally given the transcending tribulation pills were probably cursed, and even the pure spirit divine talisman was useless. Jiànjī, you go and undergo the tribulation. Feng Hua, you give her your transcending tribulation pill. Yes. Lu Yi punched the myriad ancient sect protecting array, and the array trembled slightly. Wind-Long Night couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Lu Yi can't break through the myriad ancient sect protecting array so easily either. There's still time is enough. Xuanji ran to the rear and began to undergo the tribulation. Wind-Long Night stared intently at the rear. The tribulation clouds finally expanded to 300 miles, and then stopped. Wind-Long Night finally let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, it's like this. Xuans, you also go and undergo the tribulation. Feng Yin, you go and undergo the tribulation. Chong Sheng, you go and undergo the tribulation. Quick. There were a total of 7 transcending tribulation pills. 2 were destroyed before, and now the other 4 have been given to different people. Wind-Long Night also took 1 transcending tribulation pill and 1 Nitian Dan heaven concealing pill. Actually, he was the strongest in the transcending tribulation realm. But now, he didn't dare to undergo the tribulation at all. Who knows if his tribulation clouds would expand 2,000 miles, or if those tribulation lightning bolts with golden light within the silver would appear. If such a scene appeared, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. This matter must be Lu Yi's doing. After killing Lu Yi, it would not be too late for him to undergo the tribulation. Dong. Lu Yi punched the sect-protecting array again, and the array still trembled slightly. Various spells did not touch his body. Why was he so slow? This clearly did not fit Lu Yi's style. Lu Yi's style had always been to charge in and kill, collect the resources after killing, and be done with it. This time, he was dawdling, like a woman, which was really annoying. Lu Yi did this, of course, with his own plans. The human emperor banner was repaired. He hadn't played with this thing in his previous life, and he wanted to try it out in this life. It is said that when people are in fear, their souls are more suitable to become the nourishment for the myriad souls of the human emperor banner. Lu Yi also wanted to explore this. The 4th punch, the 5th punch, the 6th punch. As the 7th punch fell. Crack. With a crisp sound, countless cracks instantly appeared, as if tempered glass had shattered. Everyone in the myriad ancient sect gasped. The sect-protecting array cracked. How could it crack? How is that possible? This was the strongest sect-protecting array that the myriad ancient sect had spent countless hours, consumed massive amounts of heaven and earth treasures, and crafted with countless ingenious efforts. It was no exaggeration to say that this array was the #1 array in the great wilderness, yet it just cracked like this. Lu Yi leisurely swayed between the various spells, punching the sect-protecting array again and again. Because the sect-protecting array had just shattered, Lu Yi's punches, one after another, were like hammers hitting their hearts, making their hearts beat violently. Fear, inevitably, rose from their hearts. And it grew thicker and thicker. Lu Yi estimated that the person who was first undergoing the tribulation should be almost done. Double fear, let's see if the many souls of the myriad ancient sect are delicious enough. His palm touched the light screen of the sect-protecting array. He suddenly exerted force. Boom. The sect-protecting array that had stood for thousands or even tens of thousands of years collapsed at this moment. Lu Yi, your death is here. An incomparably vast aura quickly rushed over from afar. That was an aura that should not appear in the first heaven. Great Ascension Realm. Golden light pierced through the void, and the myriad ancient undying palm was pushed to the extreme by a great Ascension Realm expert. Massive palm shadows gathered, and some even flew from the sky. Lu Yi lightly inhaled. Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations. In an instant, transcending tribulation stage 9. Crossing major realms, it was impossible to increase 9 levels. Without crossing major realms, increasing 9 levels was completely not a problem. Great Dao rumbled. Heaven and earth worked together. Celestial Venerable Fist. A punch, extremely violent and beautiful. It fiercely collided with the myriad ancient undying palm released by the great Ascension Realm expert. The punch force pierced through thousands of miles in one go. The myriad ancient undying palm was crushed like withered weeds, and even the body of the great Ascension Realm expert turned into fragments filling the sky. Lu Yi lowered his head and looked at everyone in the myriad ancient sect. The black banner with golden patterns flapped in the wind. Welcome destruction. Chapter 151, The Eternal Religion is Destroyed. One punch shattered a great ascension stage cultivator. Every single person from the myriad ancient sect, to a man, had their eyes wide with disbelief at this moment. Great ascension. That was great ascension. The peak realm of the first heaven, a great ascension realm that was not even allowed to stay in this first heaven without an Etienne Dant heaven concealing pill. Killed in one punch. Killed. The original Lu Yi could crack the sect protecting formation, inflicting psychological damage on the myriad ancient sect, and completely shattering the formation deepened that damage. Now, killing a great ascension cultivator with one punch. The fear in the hearts of everyone in the myriad ancient sect had reached its peak. No, no, no. This must be a hallucination. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The stone sword soared into the sky, unleashing a monstrous sword intent. Dividing into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, a sea of swords appeared in the sky. Go. The sea of swords crashed down. The entire myriad ancient sect was collapsing, and countless screams rang out. Then Lu Yi vigorously waved the human emperor banner, and rolling black mist surged out, the piercing screams instantly causing a tearing pain in people's souls. The power of the 10,000 soul banner lay in its various attacks on the soul. Impact, tearing, illusions, pulling, exploding. Some disciples of the myriad ancient sect were directly pulled into the human emperor banner by the vengeful spirits, becoming one of the countless souls within, and from now on, they would fight their entire lives to protect the beautiful happiness of the human clan. Even if they turned into soul oil, they would burn themselves to illuminate others. What a spirit of selfless dedication this was. Lu Yi, my myriad ancient sect exists throughout the 9 heavens. Do you truly want to become a mortal enemy of my myriad ancient sect? You are invincible in the first heaven, but can you guarantee you will be invincible in all 9 heavens? Today you slaughter my myriad ancient sect, but when you enter the second heaven in the future, you will surely be the mortal enemy of my myriad ancient sect. Wind-long night roared. Lu Yi didn't speak either. The Jia sect and the mountain and river pagoda sect had lost so many disciples, perhaps some of them were innocent. Lu Yi had never sought trouble with these two sects. But the myriad ancient sect had never been innocent from beginning to end. Back in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, it was the myriad ancient sect that actively provoked Lu Yi. And that wasn't the end of it, provoking him again and again, and now you're still threatening. The stone sword landed in Lu Yi's hand. Kill. Puff, puff, puff. Blood mist erupted. Wherever Lu Yi's sword passed, nothing could resist it. Everything was cut in half. Black smoke soared into the sky, and sword light whistled. Lu Yi charged towards Wind-long night. A great ascension was killed in one punch. Who else could stop Lu Yi? The answer was very certain. No one. By the time Lu Yi had finished killing everyone in the myriad ancient sect, the second cultivator undergoing crossing tribulation had not yet finished. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. He had already appeared next to the tribulation clouds. The cultivator undergoing crossing tribulation glanced at him, their expression changing drastically. Lu Yi appearing here, the outcome was already very clear. The myriad ancient sect had been annihilated. The myriad ancient sect, which had stood in the great wilderness for so long, became a thing of the past today. Don't be nervous, you focus on your crossing tribulation. I'll kill you after you're done, Lu Yi comforted him. Of the 3 undergoing crossing tribulation, 2 died because their minds were frightened. Only one successfully completed the crossing tribulation, and what awaited him was still a punch, a very strong punch. Thus, the myriad ancient sect was annihilated. Lu Yi began to clean up the battlefield. The myriad ancient sect truly deserved to be the #1 power in the first heaven. The heavenly pavilion and the netherworld were semi-reclusive forces. Although their disciples were fierce, there weren't particularly many of them. If it came down to a fight, they still couldn't defeat the myriad ancient sect. The human emperor banner floated in midair, strands of black smoke constantly being exhaled and inhaled within it. A group of powerful auras, full of momentum, rushed towards the myriad ancient sect. What met their eyes was a scene of desolation and bloodshed. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yi appeared in the void, glancing at them. You're here. Since you're here, help me deal with the corpses. Flesh and blood pills couldn't be refined indiscriminately. At the very least, they couldn't be refined from humans. If he did that, what difference would he have from those old and undying things? Actually, among the protagonists of the darkness upheaval, there were also the most peak human clan powerhouses. They had lived for a long time. Some had even lived a second life. Initially, they fought bloody battles against the darkness upheaval, protecting the heaven and earth, protecting living beings. Unfortunately, there were too many, too strong. Living another life, continuing the bloody battle. Living another life, fellow Taoist, please make way, this humble Taoist is also here. Time is the most ruthless thing. It buries all ambitions, it smooths out all love and hate. Lu Yi had almost finished collecting the higher grade items from the myriad ancient sect. He came to the final myriad ancient hall, staring at the statue of myriad ancient celestial venerable at the very top. This fellow was also one of the biggest masterminds behind the darkness upheaval. He wouldn't go as far as to attack a statue, there was no meaning in that. A key appeared in his hand, and he came behind the statue. The most primitive security was often guarded by the most primitive means. Formations could be broken, but this secret chamber, built from billions of pounds of 10,000-year profound iron, was almost impossible to enter without a key. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanical gears turning rang out. A secret door opened. From within the secret door, a dense spiritual energy rushed out, a strange fragrance filling the air. What a wonderful place. Lu Yi walked inside. Various statues, large and small, were placed to the side. On the surface of the 10,000-year profound iron, a huge formation was formed with priceless spiritual silver, one formation covering another, all used for concealment and shielding the heavenly secrets. At the very center was another formation, complex to an exaggerated degree. A teleportation formation. Lu Yi looked at it for a few moments and understood the function of this formation. This thing should be the formation used by the upper realm to transport resources to the myriad ancient sect. A pure white snail floated quietly in the void, emitting the aura of a supreme treasure. A half-innate supreme treasure. The sky-piercing snail itself was a special and powerful creature, and its shell was an extremely peculiar substance, similar to an innate object. Someone had refined this thing into a half-innate treasure, which could be considered ingenious. Lu Yi obtained the sky-piercing snail. He poured true essence into it. The sky-piercing snail immediately emitted a faint white light, and the special patterns on its surface began to brighten. A mysterious and profound aura entered the void, forming a special connection with a very distant place. Connected. Silence. Dead silence. Neither side spoke, yet they both guessed the other's identity. Lu Yi. A clear female voice came from within the sky-piercing snail. You're amazing, as expected of you. In such a short time, you're already invincible in the first heaven. Zhang Dai said with emotion. Then are you ready? Lu Yi asked. Ready for what? Death. Zhang Dai on the other side paused, her voice becoming pitiful. Lu Yi, could it be that you're willing to kill me? I'm your most cherished woman. Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly. You'll know when the time comes. Then I'll wait for you to come up and kill me, and see if you can kill me, or if I kill you. Lu Yi, this time you're definitely dead, you're absolutely dead. Chapter 152 Moral Kidnapping. Crack. The sky-piercing snail shattered. The two sky-piercing snails were a pair. When one shattered, the other shattered with it. He actually told me to wait for death. He hasn't even come up to the second heaven, what right does he have? What right? Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, and in an instant, the main hall crumbled, as a woman in a black dress, with skin like snow and a strange, mysterious divine mark on her brow, rushed out of the hall. Inform the myriad ancient sect that all their forces in the first heaven have been destroyed. The enemy is expected to ascend to the second heaven within 3 years. Tell them to prepare for an all-out siege. Yes. Issue my order, command all Zhang family ancestors to come out of seclusion and enter a state of readiness, awaiting the arrival of a powerful enemy. Yes. Issue my order, release the Zhang family void order, summoning cultivators from all corners to gather and discuss the matter of surrounding and killing the demon. Yes. One command after another was passed down. Zhang Dai felt a slight chill in her heart. Lu Yi's growth speed was too fast, his cultivation realm was improving crazily. He absolutely cannot be allowed to enter the second heaven and begin cultivating there. He must be strangled at the very first moment he enters the second heaven. For this, she didn't mind using all her power. What enmity was there between her and Lu Yi? Perhaps only Zhang Dai herself knew this. In any case, Lu Yi racked his brain but couldn't figure out how he had offended Zhang Dai. He and Zhang Dai met in the second heaven. They became acquainted through conflict. Zhang Dai had formidable natural talent, possessing a primal chaos saint embryo, the same physique as the Zhang family's ancestor. Lu Yi helped several confidantes ascend and entered the third heaven together with Zhang Dai. In the illusion of floating life in the third heaven, she actively guided Lu Yi into the illusion of red dust, and from then on, Zhang Dai became a member of Lu Yi's harem. Everything was very normal. Lu Yi sat cross-legged, carefully pondering the process of how he met Zhang Dai. If there had to be some enmity between them, could it be that she blamed Lu Yi for killing their ancestor? No, the Zhang family ancestor had already fallen into the demonic Dao and didn't even know Zhang Dai. It wouldn't be because of such a matter that she would want him dead. It didn't matter, Lu Yi didn't want to know anymore. He could imagine now that countless powerhouses in the second heaven were waiting for him to ascend. At that time, it would be like a pack of hungry wolves. As soon as he went up, this pack of hungry wolves would immediately pounce on him and fiercely tear off his flesh and blood. With a wave of his hand, all the formations in the secret chamber, which had taken who knows how much effort to set up, were shattered. Stepping out of the secret chamber, all the resources were in hand. He needed to address the issue of the second heaven preventing him from ascending. Resolve it now. Using the art of concealing heaven as the foundation, deduce the Heavenly Dao illusion art. Lu Yi issued the command to the system. Ding, deducing. The art of concealing heaven can deceive the Heavenly Dao under certain conditions. Reaching a certain realm requires ascension. This is a rule jointly set by the nine heavens great sage and the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, just the art of concealing heaven is not enough. He must also conceal the Dao of the nine heavens great sage. The myriad ancient sect was also taken care of. Lu Yi packed all the treasures he needed into his storage space. Thank you everyone for coming to reinforce us. As for the remaining things from the myriad ancient sect, you can handle them as you see fit. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lu Yi. Lu Changfeng called out. Lu Yi, are you going too? Oh, there's also the Yin-Yang Law sect that hasn't been dealt with, as well as the Netherworld and the Heavenly Pavilion. I'll pay them all a visit, Lu Yi said with a slight smile. And be careful. Lu Yi cupped his hands, and Lu Changfeng spoke again. The Jia sect also supported us during the last alien race invasion, do you think you could? It has nothing to do with the Jia sect. Let them rest assured. The current Lu Yi was no longer the Lu Yi of his previous life. His mind was clear and insightful, he saw through everything. Good and bad, whether one knew their mistakes or not, he had a scale in his heart for all of it. He absolutely would not allow the chaotic affairs of his previous life to occur a second time. All right, be careful with everything. Lu Yi nodded, and this time his figure directly disappeared. The Yin-Yang Law sect was not far from the myriad ancient sect. He arrived after just half an hour's journey. Lu Yi was already prepared for battle. Who would have thought that the Yin-Yang Law sect's protective formation wasn't activated at all? All the sect members stood neatly outside the sect, waiting for Lu Yi's arrival. As soon as Lu Yi's figure appeared, the sect leader of the Yin-Yang Law sect, true person Qingshe, quickly came forward to greet him. Her beauty could captivate a city. Although she was quite old, her charm could simply mesmerize everyone in the world. Maidens have the good points of maidens, and married women have the wonders of married women. And this true person Qingshe, in terms of figure, had brought the wonders of a married woman to the extreme, yet her expression was cool and aloof, creating a strong sense of contrast. Similar to Bai Chulin. However, Bai Chulin was ultimately reserved, and the contrast wasn't as strong or as moving as that of true person Qingshe. We surrender. The entirety of the Yin-Yang Law sect has realized their mistakes and sincerely surrenders. We implore Taoist Lu Yi, please show mercy and spare the Yin-Yang Law sect. From now on, we will certainly be cautious in our words and actions, distinguishing right from wrong. The entire Yin-Yang Law sect has been waiting for a long time, with not a single person absent. Please, Taoist Lu Yi, deal with us as you see fit. To be slaves or maids, we are all willing, we only ask to keep our lives and pursue the great Tao. All the people of the Yin-Yang Law sect uniformly cupped their hands and bowed towards Lu Yi. This whole display left Lu Yi a bit flustered. They surrendered. No, how could you surrender? What kind of situation is this? Lu Yi looked at those lowered heads, their necks exposed, as if allowing Lu Yi to casually hack at them with his saber, one strike after another. The Yin-Yang Law sect members wore black and white for men, black for women. Regardless of gender, they were all people of top-tier appearance. This sect was very strict about appearance. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yi understood. They didn't know they were wrong, they knew they were going to die, which was why they put on such a display of being at his mercy. Those who truly knew their mistakes would have already chosen to end their own lives, and wouldn't leave such a difficult choice for others. Kill them, and you're cold-blooded and heartless. Don't kill them, and you're a holy mother. What a difficult choice. Lu Yi smiled faintly. He brandished his sword, striking directly at the sect leader of the Yin-Yang Law sect. True person Qing Shui's expression instantly changed dramatically. Taoist Lu Yi, we truly know our mistakes. You know your mistakes yet still leave such a difficult problem for me. You deserve to be killed. Holy Mother or cold-blooded, whoever puts this difficult choice before you, you kill them. Kill randomly, and you're sure not to be wrong. Demon, you are a demon. All disciples, heed my command, Yin-Yang slay the demon. True person Qing Shui felt Lu Yi's killing intent, her face changed drastically, and she let out an angry shout. The black and white colors rapidly shifted. It was clear they had practiced this countless times. A mocking smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. If true person Qing Shui had remained still and allowed him to attack, Lu Yi would have respected her as a responsible sect leader. Perhaps he could have truly spared the Yin-Yang Law sect. Indeed, not everyone was Lu Changfeng. If the Great Dao sect had reached this point today, and Lu Changfeng couldn't bear to see the Dao lineage destroyed, he would absolutely be willing to die to show the Great Dao sect's resolve to surrender. Kill. Chapter 153 The End of Cause and Effect. Moral kidnapping. It will never disappear. But if you have no morals, then you can never be kidnapped. Yin-Yang Law sect was annihilated. Countless handsome men and beautiful women entered the human emperor banner. Lu Yi estimated that the Heihuan sect had spread throughout the great wilderness, and now they were opening one in the human emperor banner as well. It was reasonable. Moreover, with such high quality, surely many souls would be willing to enter voluntarily. Thinking about it, Lu Yi couldn't help but show a smile. This time, no one helped clean up the battlefield, so Lu Yi could only work hard. Next stop, Heavenly Pavilion. Heavenly Pavilion is located in a small world on the peak of Tian Mountain. It is usually difficult to find traces of immortals. Lu Yi did not plan to destroy the Heavenly Pavilion. Originally, he should have had a certain good relationship with the Heavenly Pavilion. In his previous life, it was in the Heavenly Pavilion that he obtained the seven-colored sky lotus. When he was besieged back then, the Heavenly Pavilion did not come over. One can only say that an idiot came out of the Heavenly Pavilion, who was only thinking of watching the excitement, and ended up watching himself to death. The annihilation of the Yin-Yang Law sect spread rapidly throughout the first heaven. All the cultivators in the great wilderness felt numb. The myriad ancient sect was already annihilated, so what's a mere Yin-Yang Law sect? Annihilated is annihilated. As long as the Heihuan sect doesn't close down, they can accept it. Lu Yi's figure appeared outside the Heavenly Pavilion. An old man and a young man had been waiting for a long time. This poor Taoist Wang Yu greets fellow Taoist Lu Yi, Taoist Wang Yu said, bowing to Lu Yi. This junior Taoist Li Yu greets Taoist Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and returned the greeting to the two of them. May I ask why fellow Taoist has come to the Heavenly Pavilion this time? Taoist Wang Yu asked with a smile, without any tension. Li Yu was a bit nervous. He had a particularly good impression of Lu Yi, thinking that Lu Yi was a good person and incredibly powerful, capable of being called the number one person of the younger generation. When he returned, he couldn't help but brag to his senior brother a bit. Who would have thought that his senior brother would not be convinced by Lu Yi and run over to challenge Lu Yi? Li Yu was worried that this matter would make Lu Yi resent the Heavenly Pavilion. Fellow Taoist Li, there's no need to be nervous. I've come to the Heavenly Pavilion not for fighting and killing, but to seek a seven-colored sky lotus for cultivation. Taoist Wang Yu, I wonder if the Heavenly Pavilion still has one, Lu Yi asked with a smile. Seven-colored sky lotus, there is still one. If fellow Taoist needs it, then I will give it to fellow Taoist, Taoist Wang Yu said with a chuckle. That won't do. I, Lu, have never had the habit of taking things for free. I have now collected treasures from the myriad ancient sect and the Yin-Yang Law sect. Taoist Wang Yu, just say what you need. Anything I have in my hands now can be exchanged. Taoist Wang Yu thought for a moment. Fellow Taoist is very skilled in formations. Slightly understand. If fellow Taoist can teach my disciple a little, then I will use the seven-colored sky lotus as compensation. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Taoist Wang Yu said with a smile. Lu Yi glanced at Li Huayu, not expecting this child to be truly favored. Okay. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi didn't waste any words, took out a blank jade slip, and used his divine sense as a pen to engrave about 1% of his formation insights from his mind onto the jade slip. Taoist Wang Yu couldn't help but be startled. Making it on the spot. No need to think. However, being the number 1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking, being a bit of a monster is also considered normal. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Yi finished engraving. Alright, fellow Taoist, take a look and see if you are satisfied. Lu Yi handed the jade slip to Taoist Wang Yu. Just let my junior disciple take a look. I'm not afraid of fellow Taoist laughing, but I really know nothing about formations. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so troubled by him learning formations, Taoist Wang Yu said helplessly. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it's truly painful for an outsider to teach an insider. And honestly, chatting with Taoist Wang Yu felt quite relaxed. His whole body relaxed. His smile was a little more frequent than usual. Perhaps it was because Taoist Wang Yu's state of mind was extremely peaceful, not influenced by things or by himself, which also led Lu Yi to fall into this state. Let's go into the Heavenly Pavilion for a chat. I'm not afraid of fellow Taoist laughing, but I'm afraid it's been several hundred years since someone from outside the Heavenly Pavilion has entered. Fellow Taoist is living as a recluse. Ha ha ha, what recluse? It's just living in a corner. I've already seen through the disputes of the cultivation world at my age. I just need to be in this quiet place, look at the great Tao, look at myself, and I'll be satisfied and endlessly happy. What fellow Taoist said is truly good. Looking at mountains and water, watching the world's disputes, watching the rise and fall of the wind and clouds, it's all just a fleeting moment. Only by looking at the eternal great Tao and looking at one's true self can one find joy and be carefree. Taoist Wang Yu looked at Lu Yi with some surprise. Logically speaking, at Lu Yi's age, he should be at the age where if he doesn't fight today, his hands will itch, and if he doesn't fight tomorrow, his whole body will itch. But he didn't expect that he would have such insights. Li Huayu listened to their words, feeling a little confused, but soon, he was completely immersed in the jade slip Lu Yi gave him. Formations. Endless profound mysteries of the Tao of formations. If his formations were like a star, then with a casual wave of Lu Yi's hand, in just a quarter of an hour, he placed a vast expanse of stars in front of him. Lu Yi and Taoist Wang Yu had a pleasant conversation, so they couldn't help but have some tea in the Heavenly Pavilion. After obtaining the 7-colored sky lotus, Lu Yi took his leave. Are you going to find the netherworld next? Taoist Wang Yu asked curiously. That's right. The netherworld and I still have karma that has not yet been settled. This trip is to settle this karma. I'm afraid it can't be settled. The day you defeated the foreign race allied forces, the entire netherworld had already fled, Taoist Wang Yu said with a smile. Fled so quickly. The netherworld has had contact with Buddhism. Hearing Taoist Wang Yu say this, Lu Yi immediately understood. Fleeing quickly was normal then. Then I will take my leave first. Lu Yi didn't waste any words. Even if the netherworld had fled, he still had to go and see. His conversation with Taoist Wang Yu wasn't because Taoist Wang Yu was deliberately delaying time. The two of them were just speaking from the heart, talking with great interest. Only with someone to discuss the Tao with does life have a little bit of fun. Arriving at the location of the netherworld. As expected, the place had been emptied, not even a single stone was left behind. Lu Yi closed his eyes and used a bit of Heavenly Dao illusion art. They had indeed fled very early. Then so be it. Lu Yi was also too lazy to chase after them. At this point, his karma in the first heaven seemed to have all ended. As for the matters with those few women, that was the karma of his previous life. In this life, Lu Yi truly hadn't generated any karma with them. The 3 divine objects for condensing the 4th life had all been obtained. The God-sealing jade tree, obtained from the myriad ancient sect treasury. The supreme gold sky stone, obtained from the Yin-Yang Law sect treasury. The 7-colored sky lotus, exchanged with the Heavenly Pavilion. Next, he could focus on cultivating, crossing tribulation to condense his life, ascend to the 2nd heaven, and kill people. Ding, deduction complete. Host can view the contents of the Heavenly Dao illusion art. Chapter 154 First Use Update 1. Great Dao Sect. By GG Venerable Master Bai, you're finally awake. As a soft groan sounded, Chuling was overjoyed and hurried to Bai Chulin's side, saying, Bai Chulin slowly opened her eyes, a look of confusion still in them. Her memory remained at the moment Lu Yi returned the Taiyan marrow worm to her, followed by endless pain. Only Chu Ling was here. Shangguan Wanling and Sun Ruowei were both taking care of Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling was truly devoted to Bai Chulin. Despite suffering so much pain, she still absorbed most of Bai Chulin's rampant chaotic yin poison. Transcending Tribulation Realm. After Bai Chulin woke up, she was still in the Transcending Tribulation Realm. Previously, the Taiyan marrow worm's frantic devouring had caused her realm to drop, and then the Taiyan marrow worm exploding the Taiyan power had caused her realm to rise back up. The Transcending Tribulation Realm Bai Chulin recovered very quickly. The first thing she thought of was what she had experienced during the pain. Ling why did my yin poison disappear? Who did it? Bai Chulin asked anxiously. Chu Ling did not hide anything and told her truthfully. It was Hongling. She used the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra to absorb your yin poison and is currently in a coma. However, Master, you don't need to worry too much. The Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra is indeed a top-tier secret technique and can completely eliminate yin poison. Hongling is slowly recovering, Chu Ling said. Bai Chulin immediately got up. I'll go see Hongling. Master, slow down. The two arrived at Yu Hongling's room. Before entering, they felt a bone-chilling coldness permeate the air. Bai Chulin saw Yu Hongling lying on the bed, her body frozen stiff, her face pale and contorted in pain. Tears instantly streamed down Bai Chulin's face. Hongling, how could you be so foolish? I already told you that you absolutely mustn't use the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra. Why did you still use it? This cultivation method is completely harmful to both you and me, Bai Chulin cried as she came to Yu Hongling's side, reaching out to grasp Yu Hongling's hand. But, where was her hand? Where are Hongling's hands? Bai Chulin almost went mad and asked loudly. Shangguan Wanling held two stiff hands. Bai Jiji, they're here. How could her hands be broken? Who cut them off? Bai Chulin's eyes were full of fury. I cut them. There was no other way. At that time, Hongling wanted to temporarily stop using the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra, but her hands were frozen, making it impossible to stop. She could only choose the method of severing her hands. It was truly a last resort. Chu Ling said. Bai Chulin's tears fell continuously like pearls. She took Yu Hongling's hands, and a bone-chilling coldness struck her. She touched Yu Hongling's body, which was even colder. From now on, Yu Hongling is absolutely forbidden from using the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra. Even if I die, she is not allowed to use it. You must help me watch over her, do you hear me? Bai Chulin said sternly. Everyone could only nod in agreement. Hongling, how could you be so foolish? Why are you so foolish? It's not worth it. This is my physique, this is my fate. 1 month later, Yu Hongling finally recovered, and her hands were reattached. Her strength actually advanced by leaps and bounds because she absorbed the altered Taiyan power. She reached refining void 6th heaven. Oh, Master, don't worry anymore. Haven't I recovered? Look, I'm completely fine, without any side effects. Moreover, I turned misfortune into fortune, breaking through 3 minor realms in one go, and the purity of my true essence has also improved. It's really great. Yu Hongling said with a naive and charming expression. Bai Chulin was still nagging. Next time the chaotic yin poison flares up, you absolutely cannot use the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra again. Did you destroy that cultivation method? You absolutely must not let Chu Ling and Shangguan Wanling learn it, Bai Chulin said. Don't worry, I've already destroyed it. Bai Chulin sighed with emotion, having a disciple like you is truly this master's good fortune. Oh, Master. Right, Master, where is senior brother? I haven't heard any news about senior brother for a long time, Yu Hongling asked. He's in seclusion. Ever since he returned after destroying Wangu sect and Yin-Yang Law sect, he's been in seclusion. I heard that the Yin-Yang Law sect surrendered as a whole, but he killed all of them, Bai Chulin said. Yu Hongling was silent for a moment. He is indeed much more ruthless than in his previous life. Sometimes I even suspect if he was possessed. How could a person change so much? Perhaps he was hurt too deeply by us. When Lu Yi was mentioned, the atmosphere between the two became somewhat heavy. Is he about to cross tribulation and ascend? Yu Hongling asked. He already broke through to the transcending tribulation realm before. With his cultivation speed, I'm afraid he will ascend in 2 years at the latest. Yu Hongling became anxious. It's too fast. Senior brother's cultivation speed is too fast. If this continues, he won't take long to ascend to the 2nd heaven. By then, none of us will be able to see his back. Master, what should we do? Yu Hongling asked anxiously. Bai Chulin also didn't have a very good solution for this. No, I absolutely won't allow this to happen. Call Chu Ling over immediately. We must discuss a good strategy. Okay. Bai Chulin surprisingly did not refute. Watching Yu Hongling's figure hurrying away, Bai Chulin suddenly frowned, lightly bit her lip, and suppressed the surging coldness. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Hongling helping her alleviate the chaotic yin poison indeed did not violate ethical principles, but if Hongling could endure this time, what about the next time? What about the time after that? What about the time after the time after that? Chaotic yin poison is not a one-time thing, but permanent and long-term. Without the appearance of the Taiyin marrow worm, she might still be able to rapidly increase her strength to slow down the onset of the chaotic yin poison. But now the Taiyin marrow worm is in her body, the purest chaotic Taiyin power is absorbed by the Taiyin marrow worm, leaving her with some lower quality Taiyin power. It is very difficult for her to break through rapidly. At this moment, an idea couldn't help but rise in her heart. This Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra close double angle bracket, the user seems unable to voluntarily stop it. If she found some heinous demons and taught them this cultivation method, would she not need Yu Hongling to help absorb it? If so, she would also be considered as eliminating demons and harms for the common people. Once this thought arose, it grew wildly like weeds. If Bai Chulin acted on this idea, the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra was still in Yu Hongling's hands, and she hadn't thought of how to bring it up to Yu Hongling without being too direct. Soon, the four women gathered together. They held a meeting. Yu Hongling gave this meeting a name. It was called the Husband Chasing War Pre-War Mobilization Meeting. Bai Chulin, Shangguan Wanling, Chu Ling, and Yu Hongling, the four of them, attended the meeting. Unfortunately, Vermilion Bird was missing. Chapter 155, Chasing the Husband, Part 2. Everyone, I'll speak first. Calling this meeting, aside from Master, the three of us should have already realized our mistakes. Senior brother in his previous life undoubtedly loved us. It was because of our misunderstanding of him, and the instigation of malicious individuals, that we attacked him, resulting in betrayal and harm. This is indeed our mistake. Yu Hongling was the first to speak, her high ponytail swaying gently, her eyes gleaming. She couldn't help but fantasize, if Lu Yi accepted them again, would they be able to live that carefree life once more? If they needed any treasure, they only needed to ask Lu Yi. If they were a bit more demanding, they would act spoiled. If they were even more demanding, they would agree to some of Lu Yi's excessive requests. No matter where they went, they were always treated with courtesy, and all the women who looked at them did so with envy. After living like this for a long time, they found it quite boring. For example, regarding the matter of courtesy, Yu Hongling even felt that this world had covered them with a layer of unreal gauze, and she was tired of this feeling. Now, the gauze had been lifted. Beneath the gauze, it turned out to be truly bloody, a scene of suffering. Bai Chulin did not speak. She actually also wanted Lu Yi to forgive them. After all, she was his master, and now they were like enemies, which was truly inappropriate. Facing senior brother, we cannot be as arrogant as before. We should proceed gradually, slowly re-entering senior brother's life. Everyone, let's first discuss where we should start. Chu Ling spoke. I think we should start with Gongzi Young Master's clothing, food, housing, and transportation. In Gongzi Young Master's previous life, all of his clothing, food, housing, and transportation were handled by me. In this life, without me, I see that he has never eaten, and senior brother only has those 2 sets of clothes. Although Gongzi Young Master is very handsome, always looking the same can easily cause aesthetic fatigue. What do you all think? It's meaningless. Lu Yi has always been a self-reliant person. He doesn't change clothes often because he doesn't see the need. He also doesn't have much interest in food, often saying that the food here is unappetizing. Bai Chulin rejected Chu Ling's suggestion. I see that Lu Yi hasn't been close to women for a long time. How about I go and tempt him? Every time he goes out for a while and comes back, he's like a hungry wolf, tormenting people. Since he was reborn, he's probably only been achieving his dreams with his hands. Shangguan Wanling suggested. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes. Did you forget that there's a dead green tea next to him? Shangguan Wanling was startled for a moment. She and Lu Yi don't seem to be Dao companion, right? How do you know? Anyone with eyes can see that she's that stinky senior brother's Dao companion. Shangguan Wanling was also unsure, she could only mutter, anyway, I don't think so, at least not yet. Although Shangguan Wanling seemed not very smart, her observation skills were quite good. The system, transformed into Shen Zitong, also had no intention of becoming Lu Yi's Dao companion. She was just there to enjoy the gossip more intensely, to eat sweeter melons. She was crazy, letting this dog Lu Yi lead her from her system form. Lu Yi had even less of this intention. This child had been backstabbed by 8 women and now had a psychological shadow over women. It was only because Shen Zitong was the system. If it were anyone else, Lu Yi would have driven them away long ago. The others also successively proposed a few ideas. But they all felt that they weren't particularly good entry points. How about we just expose that woman? Anyway, we've all been reborn, and Lu Yi doesn't plan to find another woman. That woman also has no capital to be arrogant. Shangguan Wanling said, giving up. The others looked at Shangguan Wanling simultaneously. Shangguan Wanling shrunk her head. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Shangguan Wanling asked, puzzled. You're not stupid after all. Who spread the nickname Shangguan Shazi? This is possible. The 3 women agreed in unison. The matter of poisoning was definitely not something they decided on a whim and acted on in tacit agreement. There must have been a general commander. This general commander also needed to have the ability to command respect. Bai Chulin was one, but she didn't hate Lu Yi that much. Although Lu Yi broke ethical norms, he was initially forced to do so. Then it could only be the other person. Who will go and say it? I will. Chu Ling was the first to raise her hand. I want to go too. Yu Hongling did not give way. Neither of them wanted to miss this opportunity to gain favor. Hongling, let me go. I can't do without Gongzi, young master. Chu Ling pleaded. Ling senior brother's resentment towards you hasn't completely disappeared yet. If you go, he really might not pay attention to you. But I'm different. Senior brother has already punched me several times, so his anger towards me must have lessened a lot. That's why it's better if I go. Shangguan Wanling and Bai Chulin watched the 2 arguing. Stop arguing, let's draw lots. Whoever draws it goes. Lu Yi was indeed cultivating diligently. Cultivating the Heavenly Dao illusion art was truly difficult. Even sitting under the enlightenment tree and activating the enlightenment state, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to succeed. His cultivation was also steadily increasing, having reached crossing tribulation 3rd heaven. Various spiritual herbs and divine gold equipment were continuously refined by him, all becoming his aid. Knock knock knock. The courtyard gate was gently knocked. Lu Yi remained motionless. The person outside was Chu Ling. He ignored it, but Shen Zitong couldn't stay idle. 5-colored light permeated the air, and a figure of exquisite beauty stepped out, leaving Lu Yi's body. With a sweet smile, she walked towards the gate. The gate opened. Maid Chu is quite polite, unlike former wife Yu, who knocks so loudly, it's annoying. Shen Zitong said with a smile. It wasn't the first time Chu Ling had seen Shen Zitong, but she was still captivated by Shen Zitong's appearance and aura. Taoist, I'm looking for. Stop. Shen Zitong instantly interrupted Chu Ling. Don't call me Taoist. I'm afraid you'll backstab me. There's no need for a title. It's better for us to be strangers. After all, the closer our relationship, the faster the possibility of being backstabbed by you increases. Strangers are good, strangers are good. Chu Ling's face immediately darkened. She was very unconvinced. How could I have backstabbed so many people? Don't slander me. Oh, is that so? Let me count. 5 Peaks Sword Sect, Primordial Chaos Sword Sect, Heavenly Net Sword Sect, Xuantian Sword Sect, Returning Ruins Sword Sect. With each name she spoke, Chu Ling's momentum weakened a bit. Shen Zitong listed several names in one breath, as if she were listing dishes on a menu. Chu Ling instantly felt like a frosted eggplant. In her previous life, she hadn't even realized that she had backstabbed so many people. In her previous life, Lu Yi gave her the fewest treasures, because everything that should have been given to her was used to compensate others. Originally, Lu Yi thought that Chu Ling truly lacked resources, but later he discovered that she simply liked backstabbing. Now it seemed that she simply wanted to cause trouble for Lu Yi. Chapter 156, Calling the Mistress. Shen Zitong looked down at Chu Ling, full of disdain. Go on, tell me, what identity are you using to see Lu Yi now? Shen Zitong asked. I am Gongzi, young master's maidservant. Chu Ling braced herself and said. Evidence. Shen Zitong spread her hands. What evidence? Chu Ling was taken aback. You say you're Lu Yi's maidservant and you're Lu Yi's maidservant. I could say I'm Lu Yi's mother, does that mean I'd really become his mother? How can you curse Gongzi, young master, like that? Chu Ling was furious. Shen Zitong laughed happily, I curse him because we have a good relationship. You try saying you're his mother, see if Lu Yi won't sew your mouth shut. Chu Ling was both angry and helpless. She had come to apologize to Lu Yi, not to fight with someone. No evidence. The deed of sale had already been burned within 3 minutes of her rebirth. No evidence, yet you claim to be a maidservant. I even doubt Lu Yi recognizes you. All right, leave. If Lu Yi had to meet everyone who claims to be his maidservant, then Lu Yi wouldn't need to cultivate anymore. No, I really have important matters to tell Gongzi, young master. You must let me in, otherwise, if you delay Gongzi, young master's important affairs, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Shen Zitong, however, had no intention of moving her body at all. Instead, she continued blocking the way. Of course, if you don't have evidence to prove you're Lu Yi's maidservant, it doesn't really matter much. I do have a way for you to prove it. Chu Ling suppressed the urge to attack. What method? Shen Zitong smiled lightly, and heaven and earth seemed to lose their color at this moment. Simple, call me, mistress. Chu Ling was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Although she kept saying she was Lu Yi's maidservant, she hadn't truly placed herself in the position of a maidservant. Gongzi, young master, was also a habitual title. Lu Yi had also said that among them, there would be no distinction between wife and concubine, and he treated all women equally, showing them great affection. Chu Ling wasn't even a concubine, so how could she truly make her identity a maidservant? Her identity as a maidservant was like Hongling's identity as a junior sister, using a special title to defend her position. Didn't you see she called by Chulin, by Gigi? Now she's being told to call Shen Zitong, mistress. You're dreaming. Shen Zitong wasn't surprised by this reaction and shrugged. See, since you're not Lu Yi's maidservant, then you have no connection to Lu Yi. You can leave. I'm not Gongzi, young master's maidservant, I'm Gongzi, young master's wife. Let me in. Shen Zitong's eyes almost rolled up to the sky. You don't even have the qualifications to be Lu Yi's maidservant now, yet you're delusionally hoping to become Lu Yi's wife. I think you're purely a toad chasing a frog, ugly but playing fancy tricks. Someone like you, with a mediocre face, mediocre figure, and mediocre cultivation, has the qualifications to be Lu Yi's maidservant. If Lu Yi wanted to recruit maidservants, those more outstanding than you could line up from the Great Dao sect to the end of the East Sea. What are you thinking? Chu Ling felt like her steel teeth were about to shatter. How was she a toad? How was she mediocre? Her face was stunningly beautiful, her waist was slender enough to be grasped with one hand, and every part of her body was firm and supple. Yet now she was being criticized by Shen Zitong as utterly worthless. Chu Ling wanted to retort, but seeing Shen Zitong's face that amazed everyone in her flawless figure, she couldn't compare. She truly couldn't compare. Compared to Shen Zitong, she was completely suppressed in all aspects, including that aura. The aura Shen Zitong displayed was just like the title she gave herself. Mistress. That was completely the aura of a mistress. You should know that originally, Shen Zitong had wanted to turn into a cute little loli. Bouncing and hopping, like a little rabbit, who wouldn't love it? But after thinking about it, a loli. What kind of aura does a loli have? This system wants to be a queen. A queen who crushes everything and outshines all other beauties. Chu Ling was stared at by Shen Zitong, her aura weakening again and again. Shen Zitong also didn't speak, just stared at her like that. Calling you, mistress, can that really prove I am Gongzi, young master's maidservant? Chu Ling asked through gritted teeth. Shen Zitong nodded. This mistress makes the decision, it can prove it. Chu Ling's mouth moved, her heart struggling fiercely. Everything was for the sake of winning back Gongzi, young master. Enduring some humiliation was worth it. Finally, Chu Ling mustered all her courage and called out softly. Mistress. Shen Zitong picked her ears. What? I didn't hear clearly. Chu Ling bit her lip fiercely. Mistress. This time her voice was loud enough, and Shen Zitong heard it clearly. Shen Zitong responded. All right then, that counts as you proving you were Lu Yi's maidservant. Shen Zitong said with a smile. Then can I go in and see Gongzi, young master? Chu Ling was already impatient to walk inside. Presumptuous. Shen Zitong shouted loudly. You, a mere maidservant, what are you doing seeing the master? If you have anything, report it to me first. Dressed so gaudily, looking like a vixen, go immediately and change into plain clothes, then come back and tell me what matter you have. Chu Ling's eyes turned red. She stared fixedly at Shen Zitong. Shen Zitong's gaze also stared at Chu Ling, without any fear, instead carrying mockery and disdain. What? Glaring like that, treating your mistress with such an attitude. You don't understand any rules. Someone like you can't even be a maidservant properly, you don't even deserve to be a maidservant. Backstabbing the master, disrespecting your mistress, not knowing proper etiquette, idle hands, dull eyes, constantly thinking of climbing the social ladder, truly shameful. If you're a maidservant, then properly learn the rules of a maidservant. When you hadn't left the master's side, others treated you well because of the master's face. Now that you've left the master's side, what are you? Innate sword body. I can throw a stone and hit 100 innate sword bodies. Chu Ling's eyes were already bloodshot. The devil's sword was trembling incessantly. What? You want to murder your mistress? Chu Ling endured the violent killing intent in her heart. She had come to ease the relationship, not to make it more rigid. She had always heard Yu Hongling say how green tea this Shen Zitong was, how infuriating she was, but she hadn't quite believed it. Green tea stuff, she felt it was useless. If you act coy and affected, others will only find you disgusting. But now, what Shen Zitong was displaying wasn't green tea either, right? But she truly infuriated Chu Ling greatly. Infuriated, she ran away on the spot. Chu Ling suspected that if she stayed here for another second, her devil sword wouldn't be able to restrain itself and would hack Shen Zitong to death. Looking at Chu Ling's fleeing back, Shen Zitong proudly lifted her little face. Easily defeated. This system is mighty. Chapter 157. Why are you not laughing? Part 4. I'm so angry. Ah, I'm so angry. Chu Ling wielded the devil's sword, frantically slashing at the rocks. But she still couldn't dispel her anger. The other three women approached. Ling calm down, Bai Chulin advised. This Shen Zitong, she makes me so angry, truly so angry. Chu Ling's chest heaved violently, but unfortunately, her innate talent was limited, so it didn't cause too much of a stir. I told you, you must be careful of this Shen Zitong, she's very green tea. Bai Chulin recalled her confrontation with Shen Zitong. Shen Zitong was particularly rigid and didn't understand any flexibility. How did she treat you? Bai Chulin asked. She actually tricked me into calling her mistress, Chu Ling said angrily. Bai Chulin. She suddenly felt a slight sense of fear towards this Shen Zitong. Against the hot-tempered Yu Hongling, she presented a green tea demeanor, making the irritable Yu Hongling even more irritable. Against her traditional self, she presented an even more traditional demeanor, completely fixing her identity as master. Against Chu Ling, she undoubtedly adopted a full display of dominance, suppressing Chu Ling into the position of a maid. In other words, what she was best at was using identity, personality, and weaknesses to attack others. Her combat power was too strong. So what should they do next? If Hongling went, she would definitely explode. If she herself went, honestly, Bai Chulin felt a little apprehensive. Shen Zitong's words last time had made her extremely uncomfortable. Shangguan Wanling, you go. Finally, Bai Chulin decided to let Shangguan Wanling go. Ah, me go. Shangguan Wanling also saw that this Shen Zitong was a tough nut to crack. Could she really handle it if she went? Only you can go. You must be calm and composed. No matter what the other party says, don't take it to heart. As long as you maintain this mindset, you will definitely succeed, Bai Chulin encouraged. Shangguan Wanling squirmed a bit. In the end, she still nodded. She also really couldn't stand this invincible great path anymore. What was this? She had the realm but no combat power at all. After using heavenly demon blood transformation escape several times, her strength not only didn't increase but actually decreased. She didn't even have a single heavenly spiritual treasure. She didn't even have post-heaven spiritual treasures. What kind of life did she used to live? Spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures didn't even enter her sight. What she ate were all supreme treasures, even heavenly artifacts, imperial artifacts, emperor artifacts. What kind of things was she eating now? No, now she didn't even have anything to eat. Shangguan Wanling didn't want to live such a hard life anymore. Okay, then I'll go. Wait for my good news. Shangguan Wanling was full of confidence and rushed towards Lu Yi's location with great momentum. She felt that Lu Yi's hostility towards her was much less compared to others. She could feel it. Therefore, she was the person most likely to get Lu Yi's forgiveness. Knock knock knock. Knocking sounds rang out. Shen Zitong looked. Oh, Shangguan Shazi. Can't afford to provoke, can't afford to provoke. Shen Zitong disappeared directly. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't pay attention to Shangguan Wanling either and continued cultivating. Knock knock knock. Lu Yi, are you there? Knock knock knock. Lu Yi. I have something important to tell you, it's about the culprit who harmed you back then. Don't you want to know? Lu Yi, open the door. As long as you come out to see me, I will tell you exactly who it was and why they wanted us to poison you. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear. No, he completely blocked out Shangguan Wanling's voice. Shangguan Wanling knocked on the door for a long time, completely dumbfounded. No, is no one going to pay attention to me? Is it true that no one is paying attention to me? I am a living person, not some animal. Even if it were an animal scratching at the door for so long, shouldn't someone come out and see? Shangguan Wanling felt a strong sense of insult. Open the door for me immediately. If you don't open the door again, I'm going to break in. Shangguan Wanling shouted loudly. Silence, a deadly silence. I'm really going to smash the door. Ah, so annoying. What do you guys mean? Come out and hit me, come out and scold me, what does it mean not to pay attention to me? In the end, Shangguan Wanling still didn't smash the door. In a fit of anger, she was angry for a moment. Finally, she left dejectedly. It was too bullying, truly too bullying. What's with not paying attention to people? How can anyone be like this? How is it? How is it? Did Lu Yi see you? Yu Hongling asked impatiently. Tears were already welling up in Shangguan Wanling's eyes, and her mouth pursed. They all ignored me, why? Chu Ling's mouth twitched slightly, and her feeling of disappointment was instantly diluted a lot. Yu Hongling turned her head, her voice a little strange. It's okay, we're still thinking of a way. Her shoulders twitched slightly. Are you laughing at me? Shangguan Wanling's eyes widened. PFF no, ha ha ha, I'm not laughing at you, I just thought of something funny. What's so funny? Shangguan Wanling asked. The pet I raised gave birth today. PFF, giggle giggle. Chu Ling also couldn't hold back and let out a goose-like laugh. What are you laughing at? Shangguan Wanling looked at Chu Ling furiously. The pet I raised also gave birth. Are you two each other's pets? Yes, no. Shangguan Wanling looked at the two people who were laughing uncontrollably, and her expression darkened. It seems none of us can ever gain Lu Yi's forgiveness again. Lu Yi will ascend on a chosen day, and he won't even see us one last time. He hates us to the core. The reason he doesn't kill us is to make us live in the painful regret of a life worse than death, Shangguan Wanling roared in despair. The laughter came to an abrupt halt. Shangguan Wanling stared at the two of them, watching the smiles on their faces quickly disappear, replaced by pain. Laugh. Keep laughing. Don't you like to laugh? You're not laughing now, ha ha ha, it's my turn to laugh. Ha ha ha, we deserve it, we all deserve it, none of us are good people, we didn't know how to cherish, and only regret after losing. What's the use of regretting? Can regretting erase the harm done to others? At this moment, Shangguan Wanling was like a madwoman. Suddenly, a boom sounded within her body. The next second, a large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Her aura rapidly plummeted, finally dropping to the refining void realm. She had crippled her great Dao. Invincible great path, invincible my ass great path. I regret it. Tears flowed from the corners of Shangguan Wanling's eyes. Everything from the past seemed to appear in her mind at this moment. Lu Yi Gerger, I truly regret it. Bai Chulin watched this farce, her heart filled with confusion. Could such a group of people truly make Lu Yi abandon the past and fall in love again? A pipe dream. Her body instantly froze, and she fell straight backward. The chaotic yin poison had erupted again. Chapter 158, Hypocrisy or Not, Part 5. Master. Yu Hongling immediately helped Bai Chulin up. The bone-chilling cold reminded her of her own pain, making her tremble uncontrollably. How did it relapse again? The relapse was too fast. Chu Ling watched this scene in silence. Operation Chase Husband. A bunch of rabble, they hadn't even taken the first step, and two people were already incapacitated. It hurts so much. It hurts to death. Feeling the cold, Yu Hongling gritted her teeth. Ling if you see I can't take it, immediately send me flying. I'll help Master alleviate the chaotic yin poison. Chu Ling nodded, okay. Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra. Yu Hongling's hands pressed against Bai Chulin's back, and intense pain instantly spread throughout her body. A large amount of Taiyin power was poured into Yu Hongling. Master, Master, don't pour it so fast, I can't bear it. Yu Hongling shouted loudly. She didn't know if Bai Chulin could hear her cries, but it was truly too painful. As soon as she shouted this sentence, her throat was instantly frozen. Woo woo woo. Chu Ling understood immediately and gently pushed with both hands. Boom. Yu Hongling was sent flying, carrying intense cold air. Bai Chulin's body was also carried along, and at this moment, the two seemed to have become one. Unless Chu Ling took her sword and chopped off Yu Hongling's arm, the two would be completely inseparable. Chopping off an arm wasn't just for fun. Over time, it might leave permanent, irreparable damage. Venerable Master Bai, stop it, don't transfer so much to Hongling at once, transfer it slowly. Don't be so crazy, Venerable Master Bai, snap out of it. Chu Ling felt a chill just watching. Yu Hongling was completely frozen at this moment, her face contorted in a way that showed the unknown pain she was enduring. If it were her, could she bear it? This was a question. She didn't know if Bai Chulin was conscious at this moment. If she wasn't, then there was nothing to say. If she had some consciousness and was still so frantically pouring the chaotic yin poison into Yu Hongling, that was truly terrifying. Chu Ling had already gripped her devil sword. Suddenly, Bai Chulin trembled violently. Yu Hongling was shaken off. Bai Chulin seemed to have escaped death, panting heavily. Hongling, Hongling, Hongling. She turned around in a panic, hugged the ice-cold Yu Hongling tightly, and tears streamed down. I didn't do it on purpose, I was in a coma, I wasn't conscious, I truly didn't do it on purpose. Chu Ling watched this scene, and she no longer knew what she was thinking. Bai Chulin, was she really unconscious? Regardless of whether she was conscious or not, Chu Ling had already made a decision in her heart. This Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra was indeed an extremely poisonous thing. At this moment, Chu Ling couldn't imagine how Gongzi, young master, could have borne it if Bai Chulin was like this every time the chaotic yin poison flared up, trying her best to expel the chaotic yin poison with all her might. Ling Hongling alone absolutely cannot bear all the chaotic yin poison, Bai Chulin said to Chu Ling, holding Yu Hongling. Chu Ling was startled. What did that sentence mean? Yu Hongling alone couldn't bear it. Did that mean she had to help bear it too? Then what should we do? Chu Ling asked in return. Bai Chulin's lips moved, and she looked at Chu Ling's expression. Next time, absolutely don't let Hongling help me alleviate the chaotic yin poison again. With a physique like mine, it's heaven's will for me to fall. I can't drag others down anymore. Bai Chulin's eyes were full of sorrow and despair. Chu Ling quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Master, there will be a way when the time comes. Although Hongling has endured pain, her strength has made significant progress. The myriad ages reverse Dao Sutra she cultivates is inherently faster the more fearless and intrepid one is. This is actually a very important cultivation and tempering experience for her. If she can persevere, perhaps it won't be long before she can soar into the sky. It should be effortless for you and Gongzi, young master, to ascend to the second heaven together, Chu Ling said comfortingly. What about you? Bai Chulin asked. Me? I don't know what I should do either, I can only say when the time comes. Chu Ling firmly refused to cultivate the charming girl extreme yin scripture close double angle bracket, yet Shangguan Wanling had actually started cultivating it. This made Chu Ling's scalp tingle slightly. Bai Chulin. What kind of person are you exactly? Yu Hongling has already been pulled into this, are you going to pull Shangguan Wanling in too? Yu Hongling and you are master and disciple, it's normal for her to save you. But what is Shangguan Wanling's relationship with you? Does she need to endure such intense pain to save you? Chu Ling felt her heart growing colder and colder. Time slowly flowed by. Shangguan Wanling, whether she was foolish or clever, had cultivated for so long and still hadn't completed the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra. This secret method didn't seem particularly difficult either. Hongling, remember, absolutely don't do anything foolish this time, absolutely don't save me again. When my chaotic yin poison flares up, I'm completely unconscious, you won't be able to bear it. Did you hear me? This is your master's command. If your master dies, then that's your master's fate. Absolutely don't save me again, Hongling. Take care of yourself, you must take good care of yourself. Frost, little by little, covered by Chulin's body. Yu Hongling trembled all over. At this moment, a trace of fear couldn't help but rise in her heart. Fearless and intrepid, her great Dao slowly began to show faint cracks. Could she not save her? She had a way to save her master. In this situation, how could she possibly just watch her master die? Master was so good to her. She would rather die than drag her down. However, facing such a chaotic yin poison that flared up periodically, each time more violent than the last. Not knowing where the end was, not knowing when it would finally be over. Could she really persevere? She could. A determined look flashed in Yu Hongling's eyes. No matter how many times, no matter how difficult, she could save her master. Senior brother could persevere, there was no reason why she couldn't. The great Dao that had shown cracks began to heal at this moment. Yu Hongling saved by Chulin once again. Lu Yi and Shen Zitong were currently watching the light screen, observing everything happening in the courtyard. Ding, I didn't expect former wife Yu to be so steadfast in her great Dao. It actually healed after cracking, Shen Zitong said with some surprise. Lu Yi, however, gently shook his head. This is only the third time using the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra, and a slight fear has already arisen. What about 30 times, 300 times? Being fearless and intrepid at this moment doesn't mean one can still be fearless and intrepid amidst endless despair. That's still quite impressive. Former wife Yu, keep it up. Make good use of the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra and ascend to the second heaven with us. Bai Chulin woke up. Looking at the unconscious Yu Hongling, she remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Chu Ling. Ling I truly don't want Hongling to bear such pain for me. If we catch some wicked people and let them cultivate the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra to absorb my chaotic yin poison, wouldn't Hongling not suffer so much? Moreover, as long as we catch wicked people, we can also be considered to be eliminating demons and defending the Taoist path for the world. Chu Ling. Chapter 159, Indecent. Bai Chulin's idea was still very terrifying. As for this idea, Chu Ling didn't find anything unacceptable about it. She wasn't a good person anyway. She just felt that the current Bai Chulin made her extremely uncomfortable. It was like a long-lost figure suddenly appeared in Chu Ling's mind. Zheng Shuiyu. Truly, in Chu Ling's mind, the figures of Bai Chulin and Zheng Shuiyu overlapped infinitely, both becoming that hypocritical appearance. How could this be? Bai Chulin, who had always been gentle and virtuous, like a big sister, how could she be so hypocritical? Could it be that all the gentleness and virtue were just a disguise? Chu Ling. Bai Chulin looked at the silent Chu Ling, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be that the words she said were a bit too strange? Venerable Master Bai, according to the name of charming girl Extreme Yin Scripture close double angle bracket, it can almost be concluded that this cultivation method can only be cultivated by women, and Gongzi young master had previously purged the world. The Yaoan demon had already fled. It might not be that easy to catch some female evil cultivators, Chu Ling said slowly. Bai Chulin furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed, why didn't I think of this? The reduction of evil cultivators is a great thing for the entire first heaven, but even if there are few evil cultivators, there must still be some somewhere, Bai Chulin said. Where? Chu Ling asked. Bai Chulin frowned. I can't quite remember for a moment either. Chu Ling was puzzled internally, but still pondered. After all, having others help Bai Chulin alleviate the chaotic yin poison was better than her constantly thinking about herself, right? But she still couldn't figure out where female evil cultivators existed. Never mind, if I can't remember, so be it. Ling I'm feeling restless staying on this mountain, are you willing to accompany me for a walk down the mountain? Bai Chulin asked. Chu Ling didn't feel that any danger might occur. Because Bai Chulin had no reason to kill her at all. The two left the Great Dao sect. Outside the sect was not so peaceful, but it was a bit freer. Bai Chulin led the way and arrived at a city located quite far from the Great Dao sect. In the city, voices were bustling, shoulders rubbed against shoulders. There were shops everywhere, and many people set up stalls, a scene of prosperity. Bai Chulin bought 2 sugar figurines and 2 candied haws on a stick. Each person held one in their left hand and one in their right hand, looking truly like they were sightseeing and playing. Chu Ling also lowered her guard, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Master, this hairpin flower is so beautiful, do you want one? Bai Chulin smiled and nodded. Then we'll each have one. Okay. I feel like it's been a long time since I've strolled around in a city. Bai Chulin was also filled with emotion. Yes, the higher one's cultivation, the more detached one becomes from the common people. Coming back now to see this scene of the common people indeed has a different flavor. Chu Ling also sighed. The two were still quite happy while shopping. At this moment, soft and delicate voices reached the ears of the two. Fellow Taoist, come and play. Our harmonious joy pavilion just got a beauty with skin like ice and jade. She's dancing now, and in 3 days, we will even auction off the first night of this beauty with skin like ice and jade. Fellow Taoist, we have musk fighting bull pills here, do you want to buy one? It's very cheap, only 30 spirit stones, and the important thing is, you can try the pills for free here. Fellow Taoist, your physique is so strong, your yang energy is overwhelming, this slave's heart is about to melt. Fellow Taoist, quickly come in and help this slave alleviate this pain of a melting heart. Come on, Taoist master. The voices were seductive, like soft silk wrapped around a finger, bone-scraping hooks, and soul-piercing blades. The two stopped in their tracks. Bai Chulin looked up, watching the women on the upper and lower floors of the harmonious joy pavilion, dressed in various colored clothes. The women all had beautiful faces and excellent figures. Although the Yin-Yang Law sect had already perished, the Heihuan sect was still there, and without the blood-sucking of the Yin-Yang Law sect, the Heihuan sect seemed to have developed even better. Those going in and out came and went. Chu Ling looked at the harmonious joy pavilion, then looked at Bai Chulin. At this moment, she finally understood what Bai Chulin had brought her out to do. Corrupting customs and morals, the atmosphere of the cultivation world is being ruined by these people. The Yin-Yang Great Tao is the most pure Great Tao of heaven and earth, yet these people are using the name of the Yin-Yang Great Tao to engage in illicit activities. Ling do you think this is evil demon? Bai Chulin said in a calm voice. Chu Ling nodded. Yes. Then let's catch two and try. Okay. No matter how powerful the Heihuan sect was, there weren't many strong cultivators after all. If it was further divided into the harmonious joy pavilion, having one breaking infant realm cultivator in the harmonious joy pavilion would already be an extraordinary expert. Facing refining void and crossing tribulation, there was naturally no possibility of resistance. Soon, an elder from the Heihuan sect, and the newly promoted courtesan with skin like ice and jade, were captured together. The two did not return to the Great Tao sect. Chu Ling watched how Bai Chulin coldly threatened the two. She stood from a high position, reprimanding the two for causing the cultivation world's atmosphere to be impure. What could these two do? Bai Chulin's cultivation was too high, just releasing a wisp of aura made the two unable to bear it, fear penetrating deep into their souls. To survive, they began cultivating the charming girl extreme yin scripture. Chu Ling's head was in a daze the whole time. Wasn't it said that only you Hongling knew the content of the charming girl extreme yin scripture close double angle bracket, but Bai Chulin actually knew it too. Watching Bai Chulin personally teach the two. This cultivation method was indeed not difficult. In just 6 days, that breaking infant realm Heihuan sect elder had already succeeded in cultivating it. Ling help me protect the Tao. Bai Chulin said. Chu Ling took a deep breath. Okay. At this point, she had completely seen through Bai Chulin's character. Under duress, the Heihuan sect elder circulated the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra. She didn't know what kind of cultivation method this was. Although these two people didn't look like bad people, she could only hope that these two were truly not bad people. And the cultivation method was not some fatal cultivation method. The charming girl extreme yin scripture circulated. The Heihuan sect elder's hands landed on Bai Chulin's body. In an instant, the Heihuan sect elder let out a roar. Her soul couldn't even withstand it for a second, directly scattering under the Taiyin power. Bai Chulin had just poured the chaotic yin poison into that gap, and the gap had already disappeared. She opened her eyes and looked at this elder who had turned into an ice sculpture. Her face turned deathly pale. Other people's souls couldn't bear it. At this moment, Bai Chulin completely became dispirited and dejected. The last method she thought of, a method that had already broken through what she considered her moral bottom line, was officially declared a failure. Her chaotic yin poison needed to be alleviated by those who had reincarnated, had reached the great emperor realm before, and had tough souls, only they could withstand the impact of the chaotic yin poison. Chu Ling let out a sigh. Bai Jiji, teach me the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra. Bai Chulin's dull eyes became filled with disbelief. I've thought it through. Helping you resolve the yin poison is indeed extremely painful, but Gongzi Young Master's ascension is already close at hand. At this moment, I only want to follow Gongzi Young Master's footsteps. Even if it means enduring boundless pain, as long as it can allow me to improve, I am willing. Chu Ling had ultimately compromised. Let's just say she repaid by Chulin's life-saving grace. Chapter 160 Disappearance. I cultivated it. Ha ha ha, I cultivated it again. An extremely excited voice echoed within Bai Lan Peak. Yu Hongling walked out with a pale and weak appearance. With the help of Taiyin power, her cultivation had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds. However, each time she helped Bai Chulin alleviate the chaotic yin poison, it was a huge test for her Dao heart. Although Chu Ling and Shangguan Wanling had each cultivated the charming girl extreme yin scripture close double angle bracket, they were ultimately not as close as Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin. They could only replace Yu Hongling when she truly couldn't bear it anymore. Shangguan Wanling's Dao heart. She fundamentally had no Dao heart. It was only because she possessed the origin devouring heaven scripture that she wasn't instantly frozen and shattered like the elder from Heihuan sect. What did you cultivate? Yu Hongling couldn't help but ask. I cultivated the path of sentience. Shangguan Wanling's single sentence caused Yu Hongling's brain to crash on the spot. What? Yu Hongling's voice suddenly rose. The path of sentience. I've cultivated the path of sentience again. As expected, I still love Lu Yi Gerger, I still love him. I'm going to find him right now and let him know that I still love him. Shangguan Wanling had already flown towards Lu Yi's residence impatiently. Lu Yi Gerger, I've cultivated the path of sentience again. Come quickly and see my path of sentience. Yu Hongling watched Shangguan Wanling leave. She fell silent. Deeply silent. So, this is what they mean by fools having good fortune. Shangguan Wanling, with the simplest thoughts, repented the fastest and recultivated the path of sentience. Or is it that there's no limit to foolishness, only more foolishness? When Lu Yi loved you, you destroyed your path of sentience. When Lu Yi doesn't love you, you cultivate the path of sentience again. At this moment, Yu Hongling didn't even know how to evaluate this matter. Hearing Shangguan Wanling's words, Lu Yi couldn't help but be startled. No, you. Forget it. I won't stay at Great Dao sect for now. It's too noisy. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the myriad ancient sect ruins. With a simple arrangement, vast spiritual energy gathered. He was getting closer and closer to crossing tribulation 9th level. He would use the Heavenly Dao illusion art and art of concealing heaven together after successfully crossing tribulation. Whether it would succeed or not, we'll wait and see. If it doesn't succeed, he will flee desperately. If it succeeds, the human emperor banner will definitely cover the entire second heaven. Shangguan Wanling didn't find Lu Yi, and her heart sank. Could it be that Lu Yi had already ascended? No way. She brought this situation back, and Bai Chulin personally came and opened Lu Yi's courtyard door. He is indeed no longer here. Could it be that he really ascended? I haven't heard any news about his ascension. I'll go ask the sect leader. Bai Chulin flew towards the Dao asking hall. At this time, in the Dao asking hall, Lu Changfeng was playing chess with a silver-haired, short-haired woman. The woman had a sword on her back and looked heroic and spirited. Although she was clearly older, she had a unique charm. Sect leader, Bai Chulin requests an audience. Lu Changfeng's hand, holding a chess piece, paused slightly. A meaningful smile couldn't help but appear on the silver-haired woman's face. Old Lu, should I avoid her? Qin Yinyu said with a smile. Lu Changfeng gently shook his head, extended his hand, and held Qin Yinyu's hand, which held a sword every day. No need. Perhaps today is a good day. The matter of the Supreme Sword Sect and Great Dao Sect forming a marriage alliance should also be announced to the public. Qin Yinyu's cheeks immediately flushed, but she didn't back down verbally. You and I, merely a marriage alliance. Lu Changfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Look at my mouth, I said it wrong. It should be, of one heart. Let Bai Shimei come in. Lu Changfeng stood up and sat on the sect leader's seat, his face wearing a friendly yet dignified smile. As Great Dao Sect became the #1 sect in the Great Wilderness, the authority on Lu Changfeng's body grew thicker, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. The entire Great Dao Sect was improving like crazy. 5 more crossing tribulation realm cultivators had appeared recently, and there were many more joining Dao realm and refining void realm cultivators. Bai Chulin received permission and quickly entered. Bai Chulin greets the sect leader. Bai Chulin bowed. Bai Shimei, this is Silver Moon Sword Immortal, do you still remember her? Lu Changfeng said with a smile. Of course I remember. When I exchanged blows with Silver Moon Sword Immortal in the past, her sharp sword light made Chulin suffer immensely. The memory is still fresh. Seeing Silver Moon Sword Immortal now, her cultivation has advanced even further, which is cause for celebration. Bai Chulin said with a smile. Silver Moon Sword Immortal and I will hold the Dao Companion ceremony next month. If Bai Shimei is free then, you can come and attend. Lu Changfeng said with a smile. Bai Chulin was a little surprised. In the previous life, Lu Changfeng was not with Qin Yinyu. In this life, they were actually together. Indeed, times change, and people's hearts are hard to determine. But Bai Chulin truly had no interest in Lu Changfeng, even if Lu Changfeng could repeatedly make the right choices and lead the sect step by step towards prosperity. This was a very strong personal charisma. But no matter how strong, could he be stronger than Lu Yi? She didn't even accept Lu Yi, let alone Lu Changfeng. Then I must congratulate the sect leader and Silver Moon Sword Immortal. I will definitely come to have a celebratory drink at that time. At this moment, Lu Changfeng also completely let go and became completely relieved. Ha ha ha, good, thank you for Bai Elder's blessing. May I ask what brings you here this time? Sect leader, do you know the whereabouts of my disciple Lu Yi? Bai Chulin asked. Lu Yi, I don't know. Lu Yi hasn't ascended yet, right? Lu Changfeng pondered for a moment. He should not have ascended. If he had ascended, he should have informed the sect. Bai Chulin breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. Chulin bids farewell. Bai Chulin turned around, ready to leave. Lu Changfeng spoke again. Bai Shimei. Bai Chulin paused her steps. Sometimes, rules aren't that important. Your own happiness is the most important thing. Bai Chulin fell silent. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, she finally took another step and left quickly. It was already too late. That day, the matter of Lu Yi's disappearance caused ripples in the hearts of the four women. Lu Yi had disappeared after all. Perhaps, when Lu Yi returned from Rebirth, he didn't leave Great Dao sect immediately because he still held a glimmer of hope for them. But now, it was clear that Lu Yi had completely lost hope and chose to leave. When was the last time they saw Lu Yi? It seemed to be when Lu Yi returned the Taiyan marrow worm to her. Bai Chulin clenched her fists. Lu Yi is probably already preparing to ascend. Hongling, Ling Wanling, if the three of you want to continue following Lu Yi's footsteps, then you must cultivate even harder from now on. It might be even more painful. But to find Lu Yi, can you endure it? Yes. Yu Hongling's voice was the most resolute. I want to find Gongzi, young master. Chu Ling was also resolute. It really hurts. Shangguan Wanling was truly finding it difficult to bear. Chapter 161, Long Sickness Bed. Who is the culprit? Actually, Lu Yi already knew in his heart that it wasn't Zhang Dai, but a yandere from the sixth heaven named Yin Qingcheng. Her possessiveness was extremely strong. She single-mindedly wanted to monopolize Lu Yi, making all other women get lost. Likewise, her strength was also the strongest. It was just that Yin Qingcheng met Lu Yi later, otherwise, Lu Yi might have truly had a lifelong, one-on-one romance. And it was also possible that he wouldn't have suffered betrayal again. Unfortunately, on the path of love, there is also an order of appearance. Lu Yi's Taoist in his previous life was protection, so naturally, he couldn't abandon his protection just because of a yandere's affection. Yin Qingcheng had no choice but to enter Lu Yi's harem. And she was determined to become the main wife. In the end, of course, she failed. It was completely normal for her to instigate these women to attack Lu Yi. Wanting to imprison and keep Lu Yi in captivity at the end was probably also her idea. It's even possible that after crippling Lu Yi, Yin Qingcheng might directly kill the other 7 women, finally possessing and enjoying Lu Yi alone, and the 2 of them would become eternal. However, Yin Qingcheng should only be a pawn on the surface, right? If Lu Yi guessed correctly, the other women would at most know about Yin Qingcheng. The existence behind Yin Qingcheng was something Bai Chulin and others couldn't accept. Time passed day by day. The crack on Yu Hongling's Taoist heart became real and clear. Helping Bai Chulin clear the chaotic yin poison again and again was simply too painful. Moreover, the frequency was too high. It used to be once every more than a month, then once a month, then once every 25 days. Now, it's already less than once every 20 days. Every time after operating the charming girl extreme yin scripture, the time she was frozen and unable to move alone was 4 to 5 days, followed by refining the Taiyin power. It can be said that Honglin's cycle every time was the pain of being frozen, the pain of thawing, the pain of absorbing the Taiyin power, the pain of digestion, and before she could even catch her breath, a new cycle would begin again. Hongling, the time has advanced again. Master, what's wrong with you? Can't you endure the chaotic yin poison for a little longer yourself? I am a person, not a puppet. I also need to rest after enduring pain. I am really in so much pain. Hongling roared with extreme irritation. Bai Chulin's body froze, her eyes filled with heartache and disbelief. I just wanted you to eat some supplements. Hongling was stunned. Did she misunderstand Bai Chulin? Never mind, it's annoying. She doesn't lack this bit of whatever damn supplement. Hongling's figure disappeared. Bai Chulin looked at Hongling's disappearing back, her expression gradually becoming lonely. Originally, when Lu Yi helped her detoxify, it was always Lu Yi who proactively suggested it, with a bright smile on his face, and even if she scolded him, he didn't care at all. If she stubbornly refused, he would even use force. How could it be like this now? She could clearly increase her strength by simply enduring the pain, yet Hongling was so impatient. Back then, Lu Yi not only had to endure the pain, but his strength would also decrease. They were all her disciples, she treated them all so well, so why was the gap between Hongling and Lu Yi so huge? Alright, since you don't want to continue, then she would rather be tortured to death by the chaotic yin poison than actively ask Hongling to help her detoxify again. Bai Chulin might have forgotten a saying. That saying is, a long illness saps filial piety. If there truly is filial piety after a long illness in bed, that is a stroke of luck. Not long after, Bai Chulin's chaotic yin poison erupted again. Her strength had already reached the transcending tribulation realm's 7th heaven. Cold, pain, so cold, so painful. However, she didn't notify anyone and endured the pain alone. As a result, no one appeared before her to help her absorb the chaotic yin poison. This time, she actually relied on her willpower to tough it out. However, only she herself knew how intense the pain was. Bai Chulin was truly heartbroken. Hongling never appeared before Bai Chulin again. Perhaps she was also tired. Now, these few people were like a joke. When Lu Yi was present, their common goal was Lu Yi, and the conflicts between them could be easily resolved. When Lu Yi completely disappeared, the conflicts between them would become increasingly sharp, until finally, they would torment each other madly. Unknowingly, Bai Chulin's yin poison erupted for the second time. The chaotic yin poison could accumulate, and without Bai Chulin effectively absorbing it, the chaotic yin poison would only become stronger each time. This time, no one came to help her either. Bai Chulin couldn't help but start to ponder. Why did she fall to this point? Was she really not worth others' effort? However, she didn't want to die. She could only save herself, accelerate her cultivation speed, and constantly improve. But the purest chaotic Taiyin power was absorbed by the Taiyin marrow worms. Even if she wanted to fully improve, her speed wasn't considered fast. Bai Chulin was truly very helpless and very desperate. But the chaotic yin poison would not delay its onset because of her despair or her helplessness. The third time the chaotic yin poison erupted. This time, Hongling and Chuling appeared at the same time. This time, she should understand, Chuling said calmly. Hongling sighed. Her hands touched Bai Chulin's back, and once again, an extreme cold surged into Hongling's body. At first, the violent cold wanted to tear Hongling into pieces, but after just 1 minute, the Taiyin power was no longer so ferocious. The Taiyin power seemed to turn into a trickling stream, surging towards Hongling. Hongling's extremely painful and distorted face finally relaxed a little. Although it was still very painful, it was much better than before. Chuling looked at this scene and finally couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery in her eyes. Why bother? Lu Yi certainly didn't know what this group of women was doing. Shen Zitong might know. With a rumble within him, the transcending tribulation 9th heaven was officially broken through. However, the resources were not used up yet, or rather, there were still plenty. After all, he had obtained the treasures of 2 top sects in one go, as well as the massive resources he had obtained before. Cultivate some more. There is nothing to say about cultivation, the main thing is to constantly operate the cultivation technique, devour various natural treasures and earthly treasures, and transform them into surging true essence. Day after day, year after year. His body and mind were completely immersed in it, not happy for external things, and not sad for his losses. There is no concept of time in the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. He cultivated to the limit. Lu Yi looked up. Respected Lord Shen Zitong, we can begin. Ding, received. The tribulation clouds began to gather. Chapter 162 Ascension. Lu Yi was not a fool. The connection between the system and the Heavenly Dao, even with time rewinding, had never been severed, this was obvious. The only question was, who was in charge of the Heavenly Dao now? Was it the true Heavenly Dao, or was it led by the system? Who held the control? It was hard to say. If it was in Shen Zitong's hands, then the Heavenly Dao was just a laborer. If it was in the Heavenly Dao's hands, then Shen Zitong was the biggest rebel against heaven. Now it seemed the control was likely in Shen Zitong's hands. Boom! A tribulation lightning bolt crashed down. The silver tribulation lightning carried the might of the Heavenly Dao. Lu Yi cleaved it open with a sword, and the 9 tribulation undying body frantically absorbed the power of the tribulation lightning. Boom! The power unleashed by the second tribulation lightning directly reached the full force of a great ascension first heaven strike. However, for Lu Yi, it was effortless. The third, the fourth. Silver snakes danced wildly. The ground rumbled incessantly, and all living beings within thousands of miles felt an unspeakable dread. Lu Yi calmly underwent his crossing tribulation. To be honest, in the first heaven, no matter how strong the heavenly tribulation was, how much stronger could it get? In his previous life, when he underwent his crossing tribulation, he had also prepared thoroughly. But in this life, whatever. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. The 9th lightning tribulation descended. A mountain-like mass of lightning poured down on Lu Yi, covering the sky and the earth, with lightning flashing for hundreds of miles around. The terrifying might seemed capable of shattering everything. Lu Yi simply threw a punch, and all the lightning shattered. A huge suction force surged from his body. No, it's not enough. Let the tribulation clouds dissipate slower, Lu Yi said. Ding, received. The tribulation clouds, which were about to disperse, stopped disintegrating. Lu Yi's aura climbed steadily, yet it also vanished into thin air. He appeared within the tribulation clouds, forming hand seals. In an instant, countless silver lights within the tribulation clouds began to boil, rushing towards Lu Yi, vying for first place, and every inch of Lu Yi's body was radiating light. A large amount of tribulation lightning power was integrated into every corner of his body. The 9 tribulation undying body, the second tribulation, was completed. His physical body had surged to a level where he didn't need to use any true essence. Just by standing there, even heavenly spiritual treasures couldn't compare to his hardness. The art of concealing heaven and the Heavenly Dao illusion art were activated simultaneously. At this moment, Lu Yi seemed as if he didn't belong to this world, his aura completely disappearing. There was no feeling of ascending. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shen Zitong might be the Heavenly Dao, Lu Yi still showed her respect, so the art of concealing heaven still needed to be activated. Ding, your art of concealing heaven is quite fun. I really can't find you, hey. You're talking to me, and you say you can't find me, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and said. Oh, really can't find you, this system is this system, the Heavenly Dao is the Heavenly Dao, the Heavenly Dao not being able to find you has nothing to do with this system. Lu Yi, only this guy could be so sophistical. Huh. Someone's coming. Lu Yi's figure instantly vanished. When he first entered the transcending tribulation realm, he was already invincible in the first heaven, now he was in the great ascension first heaven. His true essence was undergoing a rapid transformation. After reaching great ascension, the quality of true essence would change significantly, becoming much stronger. This was also why the great ascension realm was not allowed to stay in the first heaven. However, the complete transformation would still take some time. This was also why Lu Yi was so relaxed, killing the great ascension cultivator who had just successfully crossed tribulation from the myriad ancient sect with a single punch. Lu Yi's figure was hidden, but he did not leave such a large area of tribulation clouds, and he clearly succeeded in crossing tribulation at the end. To be able to attract tribulation clouds covering thousands of miles in this area, there is probably only one person in the entire great wilderness. Right, it's Lu Yi. Doesn't that mean Lu Yi has already successfully crossed tribulation and ascended? According to the rules, that is indeed the case, so quickly go and inform the heavenly pavilion in the second heaven, and tell them Lu Yi has ascended. At the same time, sell this piece of news. And write about the enmity between Lu Yi and Zhang Dai, the current family head of the Zhang family in the second heaven. Although we don't know why they became enemies, Zhang Dai used a void token and allied with the myriad ancient sect, and the Zhang family ancestor even came out, so there must be an irreconcilable hatred. If Lu Yi is immediately killed forcefully as soon as he arrives in the second heaven, that would be the most explosive news. Anyway, Lu Yi has already ascended, so there's no need to hide this news, publish it and let the entire first heaven pay attention. Okay. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lu Yi knew they were from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. During the crossing tribulation, the Heavenly Secrets were chaotic, and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion needed to send people to investigate. Zhang Dai had actually become the family head of the Zhang family in the second heaven. It seemed that after her rebirth, her cultivation had also become stronger. She was probably already at the heavenly god level. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such great energy. True person, earth immortal, heavenly god. The three realms of the second heaven. The Zhang family head must at least be in the heavenly god realm. It seems that if I can slaughter heavenly god realm powerhouses like killing chickens and dogs, then I can start preparing to ascend. Soon, the news of Lu Yi's ascension to the second heaven was spread everywhere by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Bai Chulin and the others also received the news. Now, we can be sure, senior brother has ascended, we just don't know where that green tea went. Gongzi, young master, is very good to those around him. Shen Zitong was able to appear by Gongzi, young master's side, so Gongzi, young master, will definitely take her with him to ascend. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth upon hearing this. Damn it, it turns out senior brother took us to ascend. Although she knew Lu Yi disliked them, this ascension, without even a greeting, meant he completely didn't care about them. No, he didn't even have them in his eyes. Recalling his previous life, Lu Yi waited for their completing the grand scene of 6 people ascending together. We also need to speed up our cultivation. We have already widened the gap, and if we delay any longer, senior brother will run to the third heaven, and that will truly leave us far behind. I'm afraid we will only see senior brother again when we return to the great emperor realm. At that time, we will truly have no chance. Bai Jiji, do you have chaotic yin poison now? Let me absorb some. Bai Chulin. I'm sorry, I don't have it yet, Bai Chulin said awkwardly. Then hurry up and give birth to it. We need to hurry, otherwise senior brother might be completely taken over by Zhang Dai. Impossible. Yu Hongling immediately denied it. Zhang Dai is definitely no match for that green tea. Even if senior brother goes up, he will be in an invincible posture, looking down on the entire second heaven. Zhang Dai might be even more miserable than us. Hopefully. Hurry up and cultivate. A group of women, having confirmed Lu Yi's ascension, once again began to huddle together for warmth. At the same time, Buddhism, and the netherworld, in the distant void, heard the news of Lu Yi's ascension and were immediately invigorated. Amitabha, the holy light of Buddhism, will eventually reappear on the great wilderness land. This evil god has finally left. Return. Chapter 163, Not Backstabbing, 5th update. Lu Yi ascended. Zhang Dai received the news and was stunned for a moment. She carefully examined the content of the message, deliberating over every word. Impossible, I've deployed powerful experts at all the major reception points. If Lu Yi ascended, he would definitely be apprehended immediately. Unless, he arrived at the second heaven through an unusual path. There were no traces. There was no trace of Lu Yi in the second heaven at all. Thinking of Lu Yi watching her silently from the shadows with cold eyes, as if looking at a dead person, Zhang Dai couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over her body. Send out more people for me, we must find him, find out where he is. Zhang Dai was somewhat frantic. At the same time, pay attention to everyone related to Lu Yi. As long as they ascend to the second heaven, immediately arrest them and bring them back to me. Lu Yi completely disappeared. No one knew where he went. Buddhism and the netherworld both returned from the void, and the surviving powerful experts of the alien race also began to return. Lu Changfeng held his Dao companion ceremony on time a month later. The great wilderness came to congratulate. Lu Yi also couldn't hold back and sent Lu Changfeng a great gift. A cultivation technique, named Great Dao Through Heaven Scripture. It also contained matching divine abilities and techniques. Furthermore, Lu Yi informed Lu Changfeng that it was best for those in the transcending tribulation realm of the Great Dao sect not to cross tribulation recently. Waiting for a while would be best. If you encounter a genuine calamity that threatens to destroy the sect, then crush this 1,000-mile stone, and I will know. Okay. Lu Yi looked at Lu Changfeng, his eyes filled with a smile. Just like in the previous life, Lu Changfeng's congratulations to him. Be happy. Lu Changfeng fell silent. He didn't know if it was his illusion, because he felt a deep sense of heaviness in the words Lu Yi spoke. You should be happy too, Lu Changfeng replied. Lu Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'll pass. Farewell. The heaviness turned into relief. What is happiness or unhappiness? It's boring. Lu Yi left the Great Dao sect, and his karma with the Great Dao sect was also nearing its end. The Great Dao sect firmly chose him, and he left behind methods for artifact refining, pill concocting, formations, and talismans for the Great Dao sect. And he gave them many treasures, now adding the Great Dao through heaven scripture. It's enough. It's more than enough. Time flew by, like a white colt flashing past a crack. Bai Chulin reached transcending tribulation ninth heaven, and the other three women were also progressing rapidly. Yu Hongling was dumbfounded. Because she helped Bai Chulin relieve her pain the most times, the repeated pain made her struggle alone between agony and lucidity. Undeniably, a faint fear had truly begun to arise in her heart. However, under these circumstances, her cultivation also improved the fastest, just one step away from reaching the transcending tribulation realm, perhaps even today. Chuling began to come into contact with Taiyan power from the peak of refining void. Although she didn't endure as much pain as Yu Hongling, her cultivation also reached the peak of Dao integration. Shangguan Wanling was at Dao integration 6th heaven. Every time she endured the pain of yin poison, she needed a long time to recover. Although her origin devouring heaven scripture absorbed Taiyan power better than the other two. But her endurance was too weak. Bai Chulin had no intention of crossing tribulation rashly. If she succeeded in crossing tribulation, there would only be Zhang Dai in the second heaven. Given Zhang Dai's personality, there was a 99% chance she wouldn't help her absorb Taiyan power. In other words, she had to bring Yu Hongling and the others up with her. But, it was really slow. A full 2 years passed. Except for Shangguan Wanling, both Yu Hongling and Chuling reached transcending tribulation ninth heaven. Bai Chulin also experienced the feeling Lu Yi had back then. Clearly able to ascend at any time, yet still having to wait. Should we cross tribulation? Yu Hongling asked. No, I haven't reached transcending tribulation ninth heaven yet, Shangguan Wanling quickly said. It's been so long and you're only at transcending tribulation fourth heaven. You're still far from transcending tribulation ninth heaven. If we wait for you, won't the food get cold? By then, senior brother might have already run off to the third heaven. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes and said. But we are allies, we don't abandon each other. If Bai Jiji ascends and you all ascend, what will I do? Shangguan Wanling said anxiously. The three of them looked at Shangguan Wanling. You're cultivating slowly, what can we do? We can't possibly go steal other people's spiritual treasures for you, can we? Yu Hongling said. Shangguan Wanling, you can't do this, the treasures you promised me for saving Chuling haven't been delivered yet. Now that all the enemies are dead, where can we find treasures for you? We can't possibly take the treasures of our own allies, can we? Yu Hongling was extremely impatient. For some unknown reason, she was now incredibly irritable, the type who would argue with anyone she saw. But, you promised me. Shangguan Wanling then looked at Chuling. Others might be ashamed to backstab an ally, but Chuling should be familiar with this, perhaps even gaining a power boost from it. Chuling slapped the table. What do you mean by looking at me like that? I've already promised Gongzi, young master, that I will absolutely not backstab teammates anymore. When did you promise? Shangguan Wanling's memory wasn't bad. In her memory, Chuling shouldn't have even spoken to Lu Yi. I promised anyway. I promised in my heart. But I saved your life. Shangguan Wanling really didn't want to be abandoned. If everyone ascended and she was left alone below, what would be the point? Her loved ones were gone. Her lover was gone. Her friends were gone too. Chuling's expression stiffened. The grace of saving her life. Although Chuling liked backstabbing, she hadn't forgotten Shangguan Wanling's act of saving her life. Since Shangguan Wanling brought it up, Chuling couldn't possibly pretend not to have heard. Then let's take Shangguan Wanling and ascend together. It's just a difference of a few heavens. I'll go help you find spiritual treasures, Chu Ling said. Where can we look now? Shangguan Wanling asked. Chu Ling waved her hand. Don't worry about that, I'm sure I can find some. Let me make it clear first, if I help you reach transcending tribulation ninth heaven, I'll consider your life-saving grace repaid. Is that okay? Chu Ling asked. Shangguan Wanling nodded vigorously. She wanted to find Lu Yi. She wanted Lu Yi to know that she had cultivated the path of sentience again, and that she had fallen in love with him again. She was not someone who would fail love. Chu Ling began to ponder at this moment. Which force should she target? Buddhism. No, Buddhism has too many methods and too many powerful experts. Netherworld. No, the Netherworld's overall strength is also relatively well preserved. The Great Dao sect wasn't too wary of her, but the Great Dao sect clearly wouldn't do. Got it. Jia sect. The Jia sect had a grudge with senior brother before, and the Jia sect cultivators all focused on body tempering with single methods. Although their relationship with the Great Dao sect was good now, it was due to the Great Dao sect's strength. I'll choose the Jia sect. It doesn't count as backstabbing. Chapter 164, Women's Tribulation, Part 1. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Lu Yi watched Chu Ling being pursued by Jia sect cultivators in the light screen. However, Chu Ling was a great emperor in her previous life, and now she was at transcending tribulation realm ninth heaven. It could be said that she was almost invincible unless Lu Yi made a move. Jia sect was destined to suffer this silent loss. But there was another point. Jia sect's bit of spiritual treasures was obviously not enough for Shangguan Wanling to reach transcending tribulation realm ninth heaven. So who would Chu Ling target next? Supreme Sword sect. Central Province dynasty. It couldn't possibly be Great Dao sect, right? In the end, Chu Ling still didn't go to these three forces but instead went to Buddhism. After a fight, Chu Ling's sword seemed less sharp than before, but she still fought her way out of Buddhism, killing several Buddhist eminent monks. Lu Yi knew exactly why Chu Ling's sword was no longer so sharp. When Chu Ling had the strongest backing behind her, she could draw her sword without fear. Her sword could kill anyone. Because no matter how much trouble she caused, Lu Yi behind her could solve it for her, so her sword was very sharp. And now, the backing was gone. When her sword was drawn again, she had to consider the consequences of drawing it. This was reality. Shangguan Wanling reached transcending tribulation ninth heaven. Crossing tribulation, Lu Yi suddenly had some anticipation. What would these four women feel after ascending, only to find that he wasn't in the second heaven? If Zhang Dai saw these four women ascend, what would her reaction be? Ding, hurry up and finish crossing tribulation, I want to see them meet Zhang Dai. The system said impatiently. You can see the second heaven too. Lu Yi was slightly surprised. Ding, shouldn't I be able to see it? The system hesitated slightly. Yes, of course you can. Ding, then I can see. Lu Yi was also looking forward to what it would be like when the five women met. Zhang Dai wanted to kill him so badly, would she capture these four women to force him to appear? Crossing tribulation was in progress. In the previous life's crossing tribulation, some of these women succeeded on their own, some succeeded with the help of treasures given by Lu Yi, and some were helped by Lu Yi to endure it. How did he endure it? Simple, as soon as someone started crossing tribulation, Lu Yi would take a step and cross tribulation with her. How could Heavenly Dao allow such a cheating method, to the point of striking Lu Yi to death? And Lu Yi also successfully cultivated the 9 tribulation undying body to perfection. Thinking back to the exhilarating feeling of helping these women cross tribulation, Lu Yi really wanted the lightning to strike a few more times. First, Bai Chulin successfully crossed tribulation. The aura of Great Ascension Realm was released from around her body. Having crossed a major realm, she seemed to relax a lot, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The improvement of a major realm would make her feel much more relaxed during the coming period. Second, Yu Hongling crossed tribulation. Yu Hongling was actually struck by the tribulation lightning and spat out blood. Her fist and seal seemed not so powerful anymore. Yu Hongling couldn't accept it and almost rushed into the tribulation cloud. She also successfully crossed tribulation. But there was no joy of successful crossing tribulation on her face. Fearless and dauntless. Her current fearlessness and dauntlessness seemed to have weakened a lot. No, absolutely not. How could she feel fear? She had to find a way. She had to regain her fearless and dauntless heart and make herself stronger. If she continued like this, she might only have one outcome, which was to become mediocre among the crowd. Chu Ling was the third to successfully cross tribulation. Her situation was better than Yu Hongling's. Sword Dao was still strong. Coupled with the Great Slaughter Sword Sutra, crossing a minor heavenly tribulation was still not a problem. Finally, it was Shangguan Wanling. Wanling, are you sure you've learned the heaven and earth protection I taught you? Bai Chulin asked. Shangguan Wanling nodded seriously. I've learned it, and it suits me very well. That's good. Relax your mind and go all out. Shangguan Wanling nodded seriously. Her figure attracted the lightning tribulation. The tribulation clouds rolled, expanding from a radius of 10 li to 20 li, 30 li, 40 li. Shangguan Wanling frowned tightly, the wrinkles so deep they could trap a fly. No, when others cross tribulation, the tribulation clouds are hundreds or even thousands of li. Bai Chulin's tribulation clouds were 1,300 li in one go. What does this tribulation cloud of yours mean now? Adding 10 li by 10 li for me. So annoying, how can the heavenly tribulation also look down on people? So annoying. How come no one wants to bother with me? If you have the guts, strike me dead. Shangguan Wanling shouted at the tribulation cloud. Boom! White tribulation lightning descended from the sky. It looked vast, but the tribulation lightning was white. Generally, only the most ordinary transcending tribulation realm cultivators crossing tribulation would have white tribulation lightning. Don't look at this white tribulation lightning's first bolt being as thick as a water bucket, like a pillar of light piercing through heaven and earth. In reality, its power was not even as great as silver tribulation lightning, the thickness of a thumb. Boom! The ground turned black, and the soil beneath her feet formed a not-so-deep pit. Shangguan Wanling held up the heaven and earth protection and resisted this bolt of tribulation lightning head-on. Clearly, this tribulation lightning was indeed very easy to resist. Next, bolts of tribulation lightning fell continuously. White, white, all white, with no intention of turning silver at all. Did you do that? Lu Yi looked at Shen Zitong and asked. Ding, it wasn't me. If they can't even pass a normal heavenly tribulation, then I really wouldn't bother playing with them. The system directly denied it. Then why is Shangguan's tribulation lightning so weak? Lu Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. In the previous life, Shangguan Wanling also cultivated the origin devouring heaven scripture. The tribulation lightning she attracted was not strong, but it wasn't this weak, right? Ding, what treasures did you feed Shangguan Shazi in the previous life? What treasures is Shangguan Shazi devouring now? Can a child who eats bran and wild vegetables every day and a child who eats delicacies every day be raised the same way? Lu Yi suddenly understood. Since the power of the heavenly tribulation was so small, Shangguan Wanling could also ascend. A force of reception descended from the sky. 7-colored auspicious light bloomed from the clouds, enveloping the four figures. Bai Chulin stretched out her hand. Yu Hongling didn't move, Chu Ling didn't move, Shangguan Wanling became happy again after a brief period of sadness. Anyway, she wasn't pursuing the path of invincible anymore. As long as she had the cultivation method, her path of cultivation would not be cut off. So Shangguan Wanling placed her hand on Bai Chulin's hand. Quick, hold on, we're going to ascend together again. What awaits us is a brand new beginning. We will catch up to Lu Yi Gerger again. Shangguan Wanling's voice carried unconcealable happiness. She stretched out her hand to Chu Ling. Chu Ling hesitated slightly, but finally put her hand on Shangguan Wanling's hand, and at the same time, stretched out her hand to Yu Hongling. Too bad, senior brother is missing. Yu Hongling sighed. And Vermilion Bird. In the previous life, the 6 of them held hands and ascended together. In this life, there were only the 4 of them. The most important person was no longer here. But it didn't matter, sooner or later, they would reunite. Chapter 165 The Second Heaven. Ding, finally ascended, let's watch the fun, let's watch the fun. Shen Zitong's face was full of smiles, her large eyes had turned into crescent moons, looking exceptionally beautiful. Lu Yi glanced at her, then suddenly punched himself in the chest. Shen Zitong. Ding, you dog host, what's wrong with you? Are you sad watching them ascend? Shen Zitong asked with an inquiring look. Nothing, my heart was disobedient just now, it needed a beating. His heart actually sped up while staring at Shen Zitong. How could this be? If his heart sped up again, he wouldn't mind digging it out and feeding it to a dog. Ding, your heart is disobedient, do you have heart disease? You even know about heart disease. Ding, yeah, I know a lot. The light screen had already changed to the scene of the second heaven. Ascension Pool. Those who successfully crossed tribulation and ascended would have their souls cleansed in the Ascension Pool, helping the ascenders adapt quickly. Usually in the Ascension Pool, newly promoted Great Ascension Realm cultivators could complete a comprehensive energy upgrade. A group of strong cultivators surrounded the Ascension Pool. However, at this moment, they were bored. Too few people were ascending. At first, Jiànjī was full of momentum, and everyone was also eager to take down Lu Yi, who was ranked first on the Eternal Paragon ranking, in one fell swoop. As a result, they waited and waited, until they received news that Lu Yi had already ascended. So, everyone started searching for Lu Yi, checking if any unfamiliar people had arrived. Still, they couldn't find him. What should they do then? Who the hell knows what to do? Jiànjī also didn't seem to have any intention of giving up, so they could only wait here. On this day, the Ascension Pool finally stirred. The strong cultivators quickly opened their eyes one by one. They saw 4 figures appearing in the Ascension Pool. Thick mist enveloped the 4 figures, and they could roughly see that they were 4 women, their auras rapidly strengthening. Seeing that they were women, everyone was disappointed. However, let's capture them first. As the 4 flew out of the Ascension Pool, a giant palm instantly slapped towards them. The vast aura of the Earth Immortal realm erupted, terrifyingly powerful. Fellow Taoist, what is the enmity? Why are you attacking us? Bai Chulin instantly formed hand seals, and the Taiyan power transformed into a heavy hammer, smashing fiercely towards the giant palm. Yu Hongling and Chu Ling also attacked. With the combined effort of the 3, the giant palm was actually shattered. Huh. The Zhang family Earth Immortal let out a light. Huh, truly not expecting these newly ascended women to be quite strong. But the other strong cultivators had already attacked one after another. In an instant, booming sounds were constant. How could the 4 who had just ascended withstand such an attack? Their bodies were almost shattered. Great Void Fist. Another punch arrived. Boom. Blood mist erupted around the 4, extremely tragic. It's the Great Void Fist. You are from the Zhang family. We know your Zhang family head, Jiànjī. Yu Hongling roared. Capture them alive. The other party could actually reveal the family head's name, so they needed to be cautious. In an instant, 4 golden restraints sealed all 4 of them. Zhang Riang took out a transmission stone and spoke respectfully. Family head, I have captured 4 women who ascended from the first heaven, and they claim to know you, Zhang Riang said. Jiànjī was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then overjoyed. Finally, there was some movement. These 4 women were likely Bai Chulin and the others, but why were there only 4? Shouldn't there be 5? Quick, bring them here. You didn't kill them, did you? No, they said they know you, I just sealed them. Good, 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 I'll go over there now. Jiànjī truly had trouble sleeping and eating for the past 2 years, had Lu Yi just disappeared into thin air. How could this be? Now that Bai Chulin and the others had actually ascended, this could be considered having grasped Lu Yi's weakness. As for what the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion said about Lu Yi no longer being interested in women, she didn't believe it one bit. Lu Yi definitely had the idea of forgiving them, as long as they knew their mistake, Lu Yi would definitely forgive them. She understood Lu Yi too well, he was a guy who was utterly lacking in love. People like him would try their best to love, and wouldn't regret it even if they were bruised all over. Moreover, if Lu Yi wasn't planning to forgive, if he didn't hold out hope, how could these women still be alive? If her Taoist path had been obstructed by someone, and she had been reborn, she would definitely kill. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi still harbored fantasies. Jiànjī was delighted. When she talked to Lu Yi through the sky-piercing snail, the cold killing intent contained in Lu Yi's voice truly scared her quite a bit. Now it seems, Lu Yi is still that Lu Yi. Jiànjī rushed towards the Ascension Pool impatiently. Before long, she finally got to see Bai Chulin and the others as she wished. Ha 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 ha. You 4 are quite complete when gathered. No, one more vermilion bird is missing. Where is Vermilion Bird? Jiànjī asked with a laugh. She had a good relationship with Vermilion Bird and often felt the aura of the 4 spirits of heaven around Vermilion Bird, which made her cultivation more stable. Jiànjī, quickly release us, we have already come to the second heaven. Instead of welcoming us with open arms, you treat us like this. What do you want to do? Yu Hongling said loudly. Zhang Dai was not angry at all, she waved her hand with a smile, and the 4 golden restraints were simultaneously retrieved into her hand. Let's go, follow me back to the Zhang family first, it's been a long time, I have a lot to say to you. Chu Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. This Zhang Dai, I'm afraid she doesn't have good intentions. It seems, we need to find an opportunity to leave. The group returned to the Zhang family. Everyone they met along the way bowed. Greetings, family head. Greetings, family head. You are already the Zhang family head now, Shangguan Wanling asked in surprise. Since I'm a great emperor reborn, isn't it normal for my cultivation to progress faster and my strength to be stronger, Zhang Dai said with a smile. Shangguan Wanling. It didn't seem that normal. Where is Lu Yi? I heard he ascended early, why didn't he wait for you, Zhang Dai asked. Alas, 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 sighs sounded one after another. Zhang Dai was dumbfounded, what's wrong with you guys? Senior brother has changed, he's changed so much that we don't recognize him anymore. Now, his attitude towards us is either indifferent or particularly ruthless, it's truly heartbreaking, Hongling said with a sigh. Ruthless? No way, he still left your lives, isn't that very good? How can that be considered ruthless, Zhang Dai said strangely. Why would he kill us? Bai Chulin also asked somewhat strangely. Sister Bai, 8 yin-yang devouring Gu, 8 kinds of potent poison, erupted when Lu Yi was crossing tribulation to become a saint. This enmity is even greater than killing an entire family. It's perfectly normal for him to kill you, okay. Not killing you is the biggest abnormality, okay, Zhang Dai said speechlessly. Bai Chulin was speechless for a moment. It seemed, what she said made some sense. Chapter 166 Mother Gu Part 3. Then, in the end, he still didn't kill us. Shangguan Wanling said seriously. Although she was met with a sword from Lu Yi the moment they met, she still didn't believe Lu Yi truly wanted to kill her in her heart. Lu Yi knew in his heart that she had heavenly demon blood transformation escape, and that sword couldn't kill her at all, but he still had resentment in his heart, which was why he struck that sword. Under such great enmity, there is only one possibility if he doesn't kill you, Zhang Dai said. What possibility? That is, he thinks that you being alive will be more painful than death. Impossible. Impossible. Lu Yi is definitely not that kind of person. The 4 people refuted at the same time. Or rather, the 4 people could not accept this matter. Want to try it? Zhang Dai raised her eyebrows and said. Zhang Dai, those 8 yin-yang devouring Gu back then were given to us by you. We haven't betrayed you until now. You must know that we are all one body, we prosper together, and we suffer together, Chu Ling spoke. Ding, Lu Yi, it's her. Shen Zitong's eyes lit up. Such important information, eating this gossip was really satisfying. Lu Yi was also somewhat surprised. He had thought it was Yin Qingcheng, but he never expected it to be Zhang Dai. At this moment, Lu Yi's killing intent became even stronger. If my guess is correct, the yin-yang devouring Gu should have a mother Gu, right? Lu Yi spoke. Ding, yes. So, all the great Dao that were devoured by the yin-yang devouring Gu have all fallen into Zhang Dai's hands. Ding, that should be the case. Does she want to become a saint on my behalf? Ding, it's very possible. Ding, ding, ding. Shen Zitong was already ecstatic. Good, 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 it was really too good. These women, she had already fought against them, they were no match. Now, this Zhang Dai made her involuntarily feel a strong surge of battle intent. This is the real villain. This is the betrayer, the ambitious one. Compared to Zhang Dai, the 5 women she met in the first heaven were just like playing house, casual. Lu Yi's eyes were full of killing intent. It was also his own fault. Back then, he clearly knew that the other party was intentionally getting close to him. And designed to make him commit to her. Back then, he was indeed designed by Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai intentionally gave her body to Lu Yi. After the incident happened, Lu Yi felt that he was a man and should take responsibility, a standard male chauvinist mindset. Thus, he placed this landmine by his side. Back then, Zhang Dai was forced by the Zhang family to marry into the Wang family, and Zhang Dai was unwilling. After Lu Yi had a relationship with her, if he didn't take Zhang Dai, then Zhang Dai would definitely have to marry into the Wang family. Lu Yi thought, wouldn't that mean he would be cuckolded? Please, he was a transmigrator, a person of destiny with a system, how could he tolerate being cuckolded? Besides, other people's transmigration involved having many wives and concubines. He had already found 5, one more wouldn't be too many. In short, he absolutely couldn't let himself be cuckolded. Who would have thought that Zhang Dai's ambition would be so great? Deserved, absolutely deserved. Would an ambitious person truly feel regret? Lu Yi estimated that she probably wouldn't. Therefore, this Zhang Dai could be killed directly. Lu Yi's whereabouts are unknown now. Since Lu Yi doesn't want you to die, and you want to see Lu Yi, plus we are all in the same boat, I have a very good idea, you can try it. I can guarantee to you that I won't kill Lu Yi. It's still the original idea, as long as he is crippled, you can keep Lu Yi by your side forever. At this moment, the 4 women all felt a strong sense of unease. As for this method, Zhang Dai hadn't finished speaking when Chu Ling's devil sword instantly attacked Zhang Dai with surging sword intent. Zhang Dai raised her eyebrows, lifting her slender jade finger. Ding! The devil sword was clamped by Zhang Dai, and the sword energy turned into a gale, blowing the main hall into pieces. Yet it couldn't harm Zhang Dai in the slightest. Zhang Dai gently applied force. Crack! The devil sword turned into countless fragments, and a terrifying power erupted from within Zhang Dai. The 4 women simultaneously vomited blood and flew backward. Zhang Dai was very strong. Heavenly God Realm, definitely Heavenly God Realm, and a peak expert of the Heavenly God Realm. No wonder she could mobilize so many resources. She obtained a portion of Lu Yi's Great Dao, and that Great Dao must have nourished her own Great Dao, causing her strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps her cultivation speed was only slightly slower than Lu Yi's. Because Lu Yi changed his cultivation of the Great Dao, his former guardian Great Dao became the cultivation of the Dao. Amazing. Next, you might have to suffer a little. Zhang Dai said with a smile. Men, lock these 4 people in the heavenly prison and spread the news. Just say that if Lu Yi doesn't appear after 7 days, I will execute Chu Ling at Jingtiantai. If he doesn't appear again after another 7 days, I will kill you Hongling. 1 every 7 days. This news must be spread everywhere, so that everyone in the second heaven knows. Yes, Lu Yi watched Zhang Dai's series of actions and couldn't help but laugh. There's actually such a good thing. Kill away, kill as you please. It's best if it's a real kill. Don't do any fake killing. A real kill is much more satisfying. There's no fun to watch for now. Ding, dog Lu Yi, hurry up and cultivate, I want you to quickly ascend to the second heaven. Ding, this system's great saber is already thirsty for battle. Shen Zitong looked at Lu Yi with sparkling eyes and said eagerly. Then you have to be powerful. Shen Zitong immediately patted her chest, making a thumping sound. Ding, don't worry, guaranteed to be powerful. Lu Yi glanced, huh. Strange. Shen Zitong seemed to have a better figure than when she first transformed. When she first transformed, the system belonged to that kind of utterly perfect, in all aspects, the most beautiful proportion. And now, the most beautiful proportion was gone, because one place had become larger. But it seemed even more beautiful. Originally, it had a beauty that didn't feel real, but now it had a bit more realism. Shen Zitong saw Lu Yi's gaze staring straight at her chest. Ding, want to look. Lu Yi lightly coughed and closed his eyes. Ding, HMPH, even if you want to look, I won't let you. Begin cultivating. Ding, cultivation started. Lu Yi entered a state of frantic cultivation. The surrounding spirit stones quickly shattered, turning into dense spirit mist that surged into Lu Yi's body. Great Ascension 9th level, still improving. According to the current cultivation speed, he would definitely enter the true person realm within 7 days. The 4th life has already been condensed and completed. What kind of poison would the true person realm erupt with? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi stepped into the true person realm on time. It was at this instant that the aura of nirvana appeared on Lu Yi. The great Dao within Lu Yi's body began to tremble wildly. A seed, suspended above Lu Yi's nascent soul, released strands of black threads, completely enveloping the nascent soul. At the same time, Chu Ling was also pushed onto Jingtiantai. The entire second heaven had already repeatedly spread this news back and forth. Zhang Dai set up a net of heaven and earth, just waiting for Lu Yi to arrive. Chapter 167 Life and Death Part 4. The third quarter of the hour of noon. Execute precisely on time. The scorching sun hung high. Zhang Dai, dressed in a luxurious black gown, sat high on her throne. Both openly and secretly, countless strong individuals were already lying in ambush, waiting for Lu Yi's arrival. Lu Yi did not disappoint. The third quarter of the hour of noon had arrived. The executioner glanced at Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai's expression was extremely solemn. What is going on? Where is he? Did Lu Yi really not come? Zhang Dai nodded towards the executioner, then let's try killing her. Zhang Dai had heard Lu Yi say that there is a type of person in this world who always likes to arrive at the last moment when a crisis erupts. Named last-minute rescue. Lu Yi did not like this. When he saved people, he usually preferred that the enemy's blade hadn't even been raised before the enemy's head had already been shattered. But having been reborn, who knows, maybe Lu Yi now likes last-minute rescues. PFF'd. Chu Ling's head was chopped off. It rolled to the ground, blood gushing out. Zhang Dai. Silence. Between heaven and earth, it was exceptionally quiet. Zhang Dai's figure stood up, her beautiful face turning ugly. He really didn't come. He actually really didn't come. At this moment, Zhang Dai finally truly felt Lu Yi's heart of stone. A chill couldn't help but surge in her heart. Lu Yi's strength was too great. His only weakness was his sentimentality. Their 8 women were Lu Yi's biggest flaw. But if Lu Yi were to become a cold-blooded person, with his unprecedented and astonishing talent, what kind of existence would he become? He actually really doesn't care anymore. Zhang Dai murmured to herself. What other way did she have to force Lu Yi to show himself? Did Lu Yi see through this as a scam, or did Lu Yi not care even a little bit anymore? Zhang Dai waved her hand. Chu Ling's corpse was carried away. She was thinking, if Lu Yi completely didn't care anymore, then there was no reason for these 4 women to be living well, especially Shangguan Wanling was living well. He knew 5 people in the first heaven. 5 people. Now 4 have ascended, so where is Vermilion Bird? Zhang Dai's heart skipped a beat. Her figure disappeared. When she appeared again, Chu Ling lay pale in the heavenly prison, her severed head already reattached. Of course, Zhang Dai wouldn't kill them directly. They were her trump cards against Lu Yi. How could she let them die so easily? Sister Bai, he didn't come. Zhang Dai said. Although Bai Chulin had already had a premonition, she still couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Lu Yi actually really didn't come. That was Chu Ling, his favorite maid. It had already been so long since she was reborn, had the resentment and anger in his heart not diminished at all. Sister Bai, where is Vermilion Bird? Why didn't she ascend with you? Zhang Dai accurately grasped the blind spot. I don't know. Vermilion Bird only appeared twice. Once was chasing Lu Yi in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, and once was when the alien race invaded the Great Dao sect to report the news. Since then, I haven't seen Vermilion Bird again. Bai Chulin said. Could she be dead? Zhang Dai asked. Impossible. Vermilion Bird is one of the 4 spirits of heaven. She carries great fortune. Who would be willing to kill her? Moreover, after her rebirth, she has many means. Who could kill her? Bai Chulin was the first to not believe that Vermilion Bird was dead. Vermilion Bird has the divine ability of rebirth from fire. If she dies in one place, she can be reborn from fire in another. How could she die? Even if the 4 of them were to die, Vermilion Bird would not possibly die. Then where is Vermilion Bird? Zhang Dai asked. Bai Chulin fell silent. Vermilion Bird. I'll investigate myself. I hope Vermilion Bird is still alive. If Vermilion Bird dies, then we can completely abandon our fantasies and prepare for battle. True battles often begin with bloodshed and death. Issue my order. Order the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in the first heaven and second heaven to search for traces of Vermilion Bird at all costs. See if she is alive or dead. Zhang Dai issued the command. Yes, family head. Comma. Ding, deduction successful. The system's prompt sounded in Lu Yi's mind. At this moment, Lu Yi's aura plummeted, and his great Dao was constantly on the verge of collapse. If his great Dao collapsed, he would at best fall directly to the refining void realm, and at worst, he would be annihilated. Ding, the way of annihilation is the great Dao that Extinction Heavenly Venerable attempted to use to become a saint. At that time, the Extinction Divine Cult sacrificed the entire sect, including a celestial venerable, 4 great emperors, and countless strong individuals. The Dao seed condensed naturally possesses the power to annihilate everything. At that time, an ancient saint was almost annihilated. Ding, therefore, there are currently 3 methods deduced to solve the way of annihilation. Ding, first, return to the refining void realm. Without the great Dao, the extinction Dao seed will naturally lose its power. Since it has already manifested, it can be expelled. Ding, second, reach the saint realm. The saint's great Dao cannot be extinguished by heaven and earth and exists for eternity. The extinction Dao seed has no way. Hurry up and say the third. Ding. Third, use your own great Dao to accelerate the nurturing of the enlightenment tree. The enlightenment tree and the extinction Dao seed are at the extremes of life and death, opposite yet integrated. You can use the art of yin-yang creation to incorporate life and death as the two extremes of the great Dao. At this moment, countless thoughts quickly surged into Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi hadn't expected that his momentary kindness in bringing the enlightenment tree back from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield would later allow the enlightenment tree to play such a significant role. Actually, when Lu Yi brought the enlightenment tree out, because the enlightenment tree was too young and its great Dao was sparse, it was almost impossible for Lu Yi to enter a state of enlightenment by relying on the enlightenment tree. In other words, the enlightenment tree was useless to him. Now, it was useful again. A peck, a drink, is it all destined? No. If not for his tolerance at that moment, even if the enlightenment tree ran to his head, he would have ruthlessly pulled it down. Ding! Activate enlightenment. The enlightenment tree emitted a faint green light. Its great Dao was not strong, but it was full of vitality and infinite possibilities. The light of the enlightenment tree occupied Lu Yi's right side. And the extinction Dao seed, emitting a gray light, with mist billowing, appeared on Lu Yi's left side. When the two collided, the green shattered at a touch. But it didn't matter. That was because the enlightenment tree's Dao was not strong enough. He only needed to inject a powerful Dao into the enlightenment tree, and the enlightenment tree could stand up. What Dao to inject? He had too many Daos: Sword Dao, Saber Dao, Fist Dao, Talisman Dao, Formation Dao. Any one of them brought out was top tier. But could they fight head-on with the Extinction Avenue? Extinction Heavenly Venerable was also a ruthless character who dared to pull down a saint while in the Celestial Venerable realm. I got it. Among the many great Daos, wasn't there one great Dao that was most suitable? Because he didn't need it anymore, and it was strong enough. That is, Guardian Great Dao. In his previous life, Lu Yi's most powerful great Dao, with myriad Daos as supplements, one Dao being the strongest. The enlightenment tree felt the great Dao being poured into it by Lu Yi, and the entire tree was about to fly up happily. Oh my god, what kind of great Dao is this? Can its small body really withstand the influx of such a huge great Dao? Chapter 168, A Day in the Life of Suzaku. A green light shot straight up into the sky. The enlightenment tree grew rapidly as if it had consumed hormones. Originally a small tree about 6 or 7 meters tall, it was now growing wildly. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. A towering tree grew crazily as the guardian great Dao was injected into it. The sky-filled green light made Lu Yi's entire body appear green. The extinction Dao seed felt threatened and also began to erupt with power. An endless gray radiance erupted. It shimmered against the green light. At this moment, two phantoms appeared above Lu Yi's head. One figure was majestic and tall, with black hair cascading over his shoulders, and his eyes were firm and held limitless divine light. Simply standing there calmly, he possessed the posture to suppress eternity. The other figure was enveloped in gray mist, filled with the aura of great extinction and great terror, as if it could overturn the sun, moon, and universe, and extinguish all things in the world. This was the confrontation between Lu Yi at his peak and Extinction Celestial Venerable at his peak. A Celestial Venerable, who actually cultivated the Great Dao to such a degree, Extinction Celestial Venerable spoke. This Great Dao, I fear, can rival the Great Dao of Saints. Aren't you the same? Lu Yi said. I am not as good as you. Extinction Celestial Venerable's words carried a hint of emotion. Because he clearly saw what Lu Yi was doing at this moment, such a powerful Great Dao, directly leading to sainthood, yet Lu Yi said he would abandon it and abandoned it. What great courage this was. But I will not admit defeat either. I even dare to extinguish saints, although I do not possess your courage, I have monstrous ambition. Then, let's fight. Fight. Boom. The green and gray lights intertwined wildly at this moment, a battle between two great Daos, the strongest beneath the saint realm. Lu Yi, taking advantage of this opportunity, had the Taiji diagram slowly begin to rotate behind him. The rotation speed was very slow. Yet, wisps of energy continuously merged into the yin-yang Taiji diagram. Massive amounts of spirit stones shattered. Spirit energy entered Lu Yi's body. His cultivation began to grow. None. Vermilion bird's trace has also disappeared. Jiànjī received feedback from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. There was no trace of Vermilion Bird in the first heaven or the second heaven. Either Vermilion Bird had fallen, or Vermilion Bird was with Lu Yi. The latter possibility was extremely slim. The entire process of Lu Yi's great battle with Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was recorded, and Jiànjī read it carefully. Reincarnation obsession. At first, the reincarnation obsession erupted, and all the alien race fell into pain. In the middle, the pain disappeared. Later, the unprecedented reincarnation obsession turned into a flood, tearing apart all the souls parasitized by Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor in one go. Jiànjī's gaze fell upon the 4 words, pain disappeared. At this moment, she could finally be certain. Vermilion Bird was dead. The reincarnation obsession was something she had cast, designed to complement the yin-yang devouring Jiyu. It was imaginable how much Lu Yi's great Dao would collapse under the impact of the reincarnation obsession, and how happy the yin-yang devouring Jiyu would be devouring it. Unfortunately, Lu Yi was too decisive. Before the various poisons could erupt, Lu Yi self-destructed. If Lu Yi hadn't self-destructed and had endured until each poison erupted one by one, Jiànjī couldn't help but tremble with excitement just thinking about it. How could there be so many ifs in the world? Vermilion Bird is dead. Jiànjī informed the 4 women of this news. Chu Ling had already awakened. All 4 women were stunned. Only this one sentence was in their minds. Vermilion Bird is dead. Vermilion Bird is dead. Vermilion Bird is dead. Vermilion Bird was indeed dead. She had turned into an obsession, lingering in the deepest part of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord observed her and did not make any changes to her. He found this Vermilion Bird quite interesting. Obsessions endure endless pain every day, they fall into their most painful memories. Day after day, year after year. Vermilion Bird's obsession at this time naturally could not escape the rules. She lived within her memories, but these memories had changed. Take one day as an example. In the morning, Vermilion Bird became an existence in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, being torn apart by countless young beasts. Every Yao regarded her as an enemy. In the late morning, she watched herself finding various cultivation resources for White Fire Spirit, her attitude gentle, raising White Fire Spirit as if raising a child. Yet White Fire Spirit constantly stared at her back with mocking and cold eyes. That kind of gaze was there all the time, but she was completely unaware and still treated her well. In the afternoon, Lu Yi was self-destructing. He saved her, but she treated him coldly and sarcastically. The joy and pride in Lu Yi's eyes gradually turned into loss and sadness. He stared at her blankly, unable to believe it. The pain in Lu Yi's heart, at this moment, turned into the pain in Vermilion Bird's heart. In the evening, Lu Yi blasted and killed her again and again. Did it hurt? Was she afraid? Only after experiencing the moment when true death arrived, did Vermilion Bird truly understand what great terror lay between life and death. All living beings have a desire to survive. When death arrived, the desire to survive erupted with incredibly strong emotions, making living beings want to live on. She was truly, extremely afraid. Only by personally experiencing it could one truly empathize. And what about Lu Yi? Lu Yi chose to perish together with the parasitic heavenly demon to save her. Was he not afraid? Was he not in pain? Lu Yi's answer was, not afraid, not in pain. Because he felt that she was more important than his life. To save her, he faced death directly, without any fear. For her, the pain of death could not affect him in the slightest. Regret. He regretted it. He regretted falling in love with her. He regretted sacrificing his life to save her. He regretted experiencing everything with her, because all she had ever brought him was pain. Pain. It hurt too much. Extreme pain, intense regret, constantly gnawed at Vermilion Bird's mind. She didn't know how many times she would have to experience such pain. This was Vermilion Bird's day. Obsessed ones, reincarnation does not take them, and their true spirits do not dissipate. Green and gray continuously intertwined and shifted between heaven and earth. The battle between Lu Yi and Extinction Celestial Venerable had entered a heated state. Your guardian has already shown cracks, why is it still so strong? Extinction Celestial Venerable felt it was incredibly absurd. Lu Yi, however, didn't think anything of it. To protect, I cultivated some more great Daos, cultivated some more methods, added some more trump cards, and made myself stronger. Is there a problem with that? I cultivated Fist Dao, Sword Dao, Killing Dao, and so on. Everything is for the sake of protection. There is nothing unreasonable about this. Extinction Celestial Venerable could also cultivate other great Daos as assistants for extinction. You cultivate a sword Dao, and a single sword strike makes the world collapse, isn't that for extinction? No way, right? There can't really be someone who exhausts themselves completely just to cultivate one great Dao, right? In any case, Lu Yi didn't feel that cultivating other great Daos brought him any burden. When Extinction Celestial Venerable used all his might and still couldn't extinguish this guardian, it was enough to prove that Lu Yi's strength in his previous life undoubtedly surpassed Extinction Celestial Venerable. Then what awaited the Extinction Dao Seed could only be absorption. Lu Yi's strength soared. True Person Realm 3rd Heaven, True Person Realm 4th Heaven, True Person Realm 5th Heaven. The Enlightenment Tree was rapidly merging with the Guardian Great Dao. Ah, it feels so comfortable. It feels like I'm growing up. Chapter 169, Plunder Update 1. True Person Realm, 9 Heavens. The Extinction Dao Seed transformed into a gray airflow and merged into Lu Yi's body. The massive Enlightenment Tree, which had grown to 1,000 meters tall, also shrank and merged into Lu Yi's body. At this moment, a brand new Great Dao appeared within Lu Yi's body. Extinction Avenue. He obtained countless insights from Extinction Heavenly Venerable. However, he himself was a Celestial Venerable, so even if he obtained the insights of another Celestial Venerable, the benefits he gained were not particularly huge. His own Great Dao was like a galaxy, and the addition of Extinction Avenue merely added an extremely bright star to the galaxy. Lu Yi clenched his fist, and a hint of terrifying extinction appeared on the intent of the Celestial Venerable fist. It seems to have become stronger again. Suddenly, Lu Yi thought of something. A single Extinction Dao Seed, refining it allowed him to soar from True Person 1st Heaven to True Person 9 Heavens in one go. Actually, this wasn't much, that was the intent of a Celestial Venerable. Next, he was about to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. So, breaking through to the Earth Immortal Realm would trigger another type of poison. Holy crap. At this moment, Lu Yi couldn't help but curse. There's no end to this, is there? He counted, how many types of poison have appeared now. Celestial Corpse Poison, Primordial Morning Mist, Life-Slaughtering Lotus Seed, Taiyan Marrow Worm, Reincarnation Obsession, Extinction Dao Seed. 6 types. Unknowingly, he had actually endured 6 types of potent toxins. It couldn't really be called potent toxins, they were just things that were very bad for people. Resources were finally about to run out. Never mind, I'll go borrow some resources first. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. He had always gone by his real name and never changed it. When he appeared outside Buddhism, everyone was dumbfounded. No, you. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor is actually not dead. Amitabha. Lu Yi disguised himself as Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor, his monstrous demonic energy suppressing Buddhism. The end of cultivation is escape. The end of escape is speed, disguise, and concealment. Lu Yi was already at True Person Realm 9 Heavens, and his disguise, in the 1st Heaven, no one could see through it. Who are you? A strong cultivator from Buddhism shouted loudly. He, I've only been gone for a few years, and you bald donkeys don't recognize me so quickly. Lu Yi let out a villainous laugh. Absolutely impossible, Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor has already been killed. Who are you disguising yourself as? Some strong cultivators from Buddhism opened their sky eyes, but Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was still Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. Little Lu Yi, still want to completely kill me. Is he worthy? Stop talking nonsense, I'm a bit short on funds for cultivation recently and need some sponsorship from your Buddhism. Are you going to hand it over voluntarily, or should I take it myself? Lu Yi sneered. No matter who you are, Buddhism is not a place for you to act so presumptuous. Before the words were finished, above the entire Buddha mountain, a massive claw with an unbelievably powerful aura had already appeared. Under this giant claw, both the patriarchs and the Buddha statues in Buddhism felt immense fear at this moment. The power of this claw was estimated to be inexplicably strong. How could such a powerful attack exist in the 1st Heaven? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But as the demonic claw pressed down, the entire Buddha mountain began to collapse, and the Buddhist Great Formation erupted with billions of rays of Buddha light, yet it quickly shattered under the demonic claw. The two sides were simply not on the same level of existence. Amitabha, stop. We are willing to offer treasures. Myriad Spirits, our Buddhism and your demon clan are allies.